Wanna smoke with me? Then turn this motherfucker up 800 degrees. Whole team eat chefs cause she's a trained one. She's so bougie, on never teeth. I'm a savage, attitude nasty. Talk big shit, but my bank account matching. Hood, but I'm classy. Rich, but I'm ratchet. Haters kept my name in their mouth, not a gagging. Bougie. He say the way that thing move is a movie. I told him, bro, we gotta keep it lowly, me the room key. I done bled the block and ass hot, bitch, I'm Tunchi. I'm rude and I'm moving. I'm a savage. Classy, bougie, ratchet. Sassy, moody, nasty. Acting stupid, what's happening? What's happening? Bitch, I'm a savage. Classy, bougie, ratchet. Sassy, moody, nasty. Acting stupid, what's happening? What's happening? Hips tick tock when I dance. On that demon time, she might start her OnlyFans. Big B and that B stand for bands. If you wanna see some real ass, baby, here's your chance. I say left cheek, right cheek, drop it low and swing. Texas up in this thing, put you up on this game. I be talking my friend, gang, 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 gang. If you don't jump to put jeans on, baby, you don't feel my pain. Please don't give me hype. Write my name in ice. Can't argue with these lazy bitches. I just raise my price. I'm a boss, I'm a leader. I pull up in my two-seater, and my mama was a savage. Nigga got this shit from Tina. I'm a savage. Yeah, classy, bougie, ratchet. Yeah, sassy, moody, nasty. Acting stupid. What's happening? What's happening? Bitch, I'm a savage. Yeah, classy, bougie, ratchet. Yeah, sassy, moody, nasty. Acting stupid. What's happening? Bitch, what's happening? Like Beyonce, like me. He want a bitch like the Stallion with the knees. He be like, damn, how that thing moving in the jeans. I even people Lil couldn't do it like me, like me. I got this body ready just for you. But I hope you don't catch me messing around with you. Talking to myself in the mirror like, bitch, you're my boo. Oh shit, ooh, I need a mop to clean the floors to a strip. Ooh, I keep a knot, I keep a watch, I keep it whip. Ooh, let's play a game, Simon says I'm still a bitch. Ay, I'm still a bitch, yeah. I'm a savage, yeah. Classy, bougie, ratchet, sassy, moody, nasty. Acting stupid, what's happening?
What's happening?
What's happening?
What's happening?
I'm a savage.
I'm a savage.
Classy,
Classy.
bougie, ratchet, sassy, moody, nasty. Acting stupid, what's happening?
What's happening?
What's happening? They asking for the queen to buy some cameras in here. I'm a bad bitch, she's a savage, no comparison here. I'ma flip my hair and look back while I twerk in the mirror. All this money in a room, think some scammers in here. I'm coming straight up out that third. Whip through it like I stirred it. Wood grain, we swerving, keeping his mind all on these curves. Coop fly like a bird, hold on, I'm like birds. Always keep my word, no I don't do crosswords. Tell you in that writing like them hot girls, them kids. I hop that shit the way I hopped up and slid. I pop my shit, now watch me pop up again. Like my stuff, no, now watch me sweep up these ends. Savage, classic, bougie, ratchet, sassy, moody, nasty. Acting stupid, what's happening? What's happening? Bitch, I'm a savage. Classy, bougie, ratchet, sassy, moody, nasty. Acting stupid, what's happening? What's happening? I'm a savage.
What's going on, Conscious Crew? It is your favorite breakdown commentator, CTV. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. If you are in the building, it is very important for you to thumbs up this video. I have been live for 8-10 damn hours for the past 2, 3, 4 days. So my notifications are going to be all messed the hell up, but you guys can help to regulate that by thumbing up the video, which directly triggers up the notification system so that we can get all of the Conscious Crew members up in the building. So please thumbs up in the building. All of my moderators, please keep reminding folks to thumbs up. This is very, 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 very important to regulate the algorithm and to regulate my notification system, okay? Thumbs up. If you're new here, please subscribe, because if I like it, you're going to love it. And welcome to all of the new subbies, girl. We went from 39.2 to 39.3 and counting, girl. We're going to hit that 40K, girl, before 2023 or shortly into 2023. I'm claiming it, child. Okay, you see how you guys are thumbing up, and this viewer count is going up, 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 up until it's stuck. Boo! Keep on thumbing up. What's going on, Mandrell? Hey, Ray. What's going on, Lisa? Also, everybody, make sure that your notification bell is set to all, because you never know what day or hour the king shall be kinging. And make sure that you share this stream out, girl. Child, baby, y'all. I don't even know how I overlooked one of the emails that our round troop goddess Dawn Speaks, okay, on YouTube, divulged to me yesterday, girl, but she's here in the building. She just went on lunch. She's here to drop the dime, but I'm going to also get her to talk about another shocking revelation that came out of trial day 3 involving Kelsey, girl, because I didn't hear too many people mention this, and I'm surprised because folk was giving transcripts and giving a play-by-play on YouTube and Twitter and everything, but I didn't hear anybody really mention what Goddess divulged to me, okay? But she's backstage and ready to get into the things. So thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. With no further ado, let's go ahead and push the hell on through. Oh,
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, girl, so we are day 4 into the Tory Lanez trial, girl. Y'all know that so far who done testified is Megan Thee Stallion. Now Kelsey Nicole has testified, girl. You know that the judge brought Kelsey Nicole back in. Kelsey Nicole Harris, come to find out at 10 a.m. in the mountain, girl, because yeah, she got on the judge's last nerve yesterday when she was acting all like she had amnesia, baby. Her weave was too tight, bitch. You know, she don't know whether she coming or going. She don't know what her goddamn government name is and shit, child. Then she asked for an old nasty piece of immunity, girl, which was granted to her allegedly. So she done tiptoed back into the sanctuary on this morning, girl. So Goddess Dawn Speaks on YouTube is here, girl, to get into the things. Welcome to the platform, Goddess.
Consciouztv and Conscious Crew. Goddess Dawn here. Ratchet, bougie, club. What's happening? What's happening? Okay.
Period. Thank you for being here, love. I so appreciate you for giving us these exclusives right from the ground. Before we even get started, can you tell the folk where to find you on YouTube?
Absolutely. Thank you for having me again. And Goddess Dawn Speaks on YouTube currently. I'm also on all platforms, but you know, start with YouTube and we can go from there.
Yes, and I want you guys to check out my community wall because I had provided the direct link to Goddess Dawn Speaks channel on YouTube. She also gets into a full breakdown of what's going on in trial on her channel as well. Okay, sister, so you there, it's lunch now. Tell us what the hell has happened so far. I know Kelsey had to come back in, so what happened?
Okay, so you want to start with today?
Yes.
Okay. Before I forget, I want to mention that I wanted to tell you this yesterday, but they, you know, I don't know if you know that they replaced a juror yesterday.
Yeah, I was told that they replaced, but you're not sure why though that juror was replaced. Okay, but that didn't.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was out. Okay. So let's see.
Hold on. Do you think it was that crazy girl that you and the other person was talking?
Crazy eyes.
Have you seen that person back on the jury stand?
Crazy eyes is still there. So
okay, crazy eyes still there. Okay, guys. Okay, it wasn't her. Okay.
I don't know who it was, to be honest. Okay. So the press, because I am the press today, I have my press pass.
Period.
We were able to come in before the public and before the jury because there were some, you know, still some discussions going on that the press was privy to. So the first thing is that they addressed is the officer Diaz, who was one of the officers. I think he was the first officer, which was the worst one. Who, I mean, he was a horrible testimony. I mean, just the way he testified. But anyway, they ordered him back. The defense ordered him back on Monday at 10 a.m. for whatever reason. So that was first. Yes. Okay. So the next issue was a motion in limine. So I don't know if, so yesterday at the end, right before they closed the session, there was an IG post that was brought up by the prosecution that they wanted to present that hadn't been necessarily entered into evidence. They're basically saying that they're using these things to refresh memory and things like that. But the defense is hot because the defense is like, look, you guys keep bringing up this stuff. We haven't even seen this stuff. You have to go through the proper protocols. So the judge just ended the session and said, we'll deal with this in the morning. So this morning.
Do you know?
Uh-huh.
Do you know what the IG post was exactly?
Now I do.
Okay.
Well, actually, no. I knew yesterday. It was a post that she posted with her foot injury picture.
Who, Megan?
You know what? Yeah, when she had posted her foot injury picture, it was the post that she had with that whatever her statement was with that. It had So we'll.
Okay.
I don't want to confuse because there was a couple, but yeah.
Okay.
This issue came up. The prosecution yesterday went ahead and filed a motion in limine so that the judge could actually approve the IG post. So they did that, and the judge reviewed it, and he did allow it. He went through some precedent cases and said that this is something that has been done before. So he allowed the IG post
to be presented by the prosecution.
Correct.
Okay.
So let's see. The detective will testify that. So they also have a detective that they want to add. They say that he was already on their witness list, but the detective is going to testify that he uses IG as a tool, and he's going to testify to confirm the validity of the post. But this is the validity of Kelsey. I believe this is regarding another IG post because they are also bringing up a post from Kelsey. She made a statement on IG also. Okay, so the defense is arguing against this new witness, the detective, and and again, they said, he was on the witness list in the trial brief, so there should be no issue. I believe that the judge is like, he's going to consider it. Actually, I think he allowed that already, so we're going to probably hear from him. And let's see. I'm just skipping through because I don't have as much time as I did yesterday, unfortunately. But I'm gonna just give you some highlights from today, so we can also talk about those couple things from yesterday.
Yes.
Let's see. Oh, okay. So I don't know if you remember that Detective Stogler, who was the initial investigating detective, who is now released from duty because of a domestic violence charge outside of work, right? So the defense, they want to bring him in. They want to call him. He's not a defense witness. That was actually being tossed around that he's going to testify for the defense now. No, but the defense does now. They're asking permission to call him and ask about his dismissal. They want to know why he was dismissed. They want to question him about who he is, because they want to know, was he dismissed for something, even though it was they're saying it's outside of work. What were the reasons that they gave him? Like, were there other things on top of that? Because that could have been a final straw for him. It doesn't necessarily, you know what I'm saying? Like, that dismissal for the DV charge doesn't mean that was the only reason he was dismissed. So they want to get into why exactly was he dismissed. They say that he was supposedly fired. Now they're saying he's on administrative leave. So they just want to, they say he's important because he was the initial investigator. They feel like a lot of things fell through the cracks. It was a sloppy investigation, and they want to know, did he do that because he's, somehow just sloppy, or what was the reason? What was going on? They just need to know, is because he has his hands on a lot of the initial, the evidence and stuff, the suitcase and the stuff that was in the car and all that stuff. They feel like, you didn't even really go through that stuff. They didn't even keep it. Matter of fact, when the Tory was released, they gave him all that stuff back. So it's kind of weird. Let's see, what else? Prosecutor argued.
I have a question. Is he also, do you also know if he had a connection to the shrapnel? Was he responsible for the shrapnel being transferred from the hospital?
Well, the shrapnel came out of her feet, so.
Yeah. But remember, it was also transferred from the hospital to officers, but they lost it. They actually lost the physical shrapnel that was collected from her feet.
I don't know that the shrapnel goes back to the investigator after the doctor. I don't know if the doctors submitted to a specific forensics, because I understand that the shrapnel went to forensics and that forensics had a report. So
Okay, so
wasn't
it might have been a forensic
stated.
who lost it, because somebody lost it after it left the hospital. They gave it to
Right.
somebody, the officers or investigators or somebody.
Right.
Okay, I
Yeah,
just want
but
to appreciate to that.
even though even though the evidence may be quote unquote lost, they still have the report from forensics
Yeah.
confirming everything. So yeah. Let's see. But the defense continued to argue because prosecution was pushing back about Stogler. They were saying basically you just want to dirty up Stogler so you can try to get him, try to get this thing thrown out. But that's not that's not why you call a witness. You don't call a witness to dirty him up. So he argued back that the GSR and the DNA were handled by him, and he made statements also that can be called into probably to question now. So he said there are 3 separate days of incidents that he has his hands on. He said witnesses with bruises, which I told you about. He said we need to find out who he is and what happened. So the judge is going to allow questioning, but the questioning will exclude the incident of around his release of duty, around the DV charge. So he's going to let him question him, but he's not going to let him question him about his personal DV charge, is what he said. Okay. So there was some issues with one of the jurors has a serious coughing problem, and he seems to cough when we're trying to listen to audio or like when it's like a time of like we can't hear. It's like it's a loud. I mean, it's a bad cough.
Wow.
So that was kind of brought up as a concern for the prosecution, and they are I think the judge said that he's gonna have a deputy kind of ask the guy about it, like, is it a medical issue? See.
Oh, but they showing their motherfucking ass in court. Oh my God. Wow.
You know what? It's funny because I'm telling you all the pre-court stuff, and I'm looking at the time. I might not even get to the court stuff, child. But I'm gonna give you. Let me hurry up. Let's see.
Okay, yeah.
I do want to tell you that the prosecution also said they have a new text message from Kelsey to Meg asking should she go to urgent care because she says she has a heart murmur and she doesn't know if it's being triggered. And she's like asking Meg this, and she says she's in pain, not sure if it's when Tory pulled her by her hair. They were advised by the victim in this case. Let's see, so the prosecution said they were advised by Kelsey. In this, it says that this case, the attorney, I don't know. Oh, Kelsey's attorney gave them, I'm sorry, excuse me. They said the attorney, I don't know who, I'm trying to think. They said the victim's attorney provided the text. So I'm guessing that must be Kelsey's attorney. But why would Kelsey's attorney? It seems weird to me that they would provide them that text. Because
well, maybe since it was sent to Megan, like who they mean is Megan provided it.
Right. It must be Megan's attorney.
Yeah,
must be. Okay, so Megan's attorney provided this text and said had Kelsey, and they said if Kelsey would have testified how we anticipated she would have, then we wouldn't even probably need this text. But because she's a hostile witness, they didn't say hostile witness, that's my term. But because she did testify the way she did, very evasively and begrudgingly, they said it's a crucial piece of evidence for the jury, and it does fit the shift. It does not shift the defense in any way. They're saying it's not a different narrative or anything. It's just compounding what they've already provided and what they've already been saying. And they said it is a different text because the text is saying that he pulled her by her hair out the car. She didn't say that in court. So it actually is a whole different statement. So wait, the whole thing.
Kelsey made a statement to Megan
in the text. She
said
text
about being assaulted.
Yeah, she said. She said that she don't know if the pain is from when he dragged her out the car by her hair.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Yet another text from Kelsey to Megan or one of her team saying that basically implicating Tory. Okay. So let's see. So yeah, the defense argued about that because he's like, the defense is mad. I'm gonna tell you, before we left for the lunch break, the defense and the prosecution got into it. He called the prosecutor a clown. It's crazy. Okay, but let me get back. Let me just skip through some of this stuff. Jury comes in. Okay, so the prosecution's still up with her, and they're just basically trying to get her to talk. I mean,
yeah.
Oh, you know what? I'm so sorry. They actually had a different witness first. That's what it was, a witness out of order. So the witness out of order is actually the surgeon. So Dr. Lee Haruno was sworn in. They asked him where he was employed. He's the chief resident of ortho at Cedars-Sinai. He explained orthopedic surgery. July 12th, they said, they asked him, were you a resident at Cedars? He said, yes. Chief resident, yes. He treated Megan. She was admitted. She had a clinical exam and imaging or x-rays. And they entered the x-rays into evidence. And they put Megan's left foot x-ray up. The metallic foreign bodies were shown on the left side of the foot. Outside of the heel bone, the second x-ray was the same foot, different view, side angle. Third x-ray was the top view. Then they had two more x-rays, which was the right foot. The right foot had lesser injury, but it was the same, shrapnel inside the foot. So he basically explained what they did with her while she was there initially. They planned for what they call a debriefment and cleaning, and a repairing if possible. And so when she was there with them, then they were trying, cleaning, and that's when he said, it looks like you're probably going to need to remove it by surgery because otherwise it's going to have you're going to have persistent pain. So that's why they decided to go ahead and have surgery. And unlike what your panel member said that one night when I was on your channel, she kept arguing that it was it was an outpatient surgery. It wasn't surgery. It was just an outpatient exam. It was actually inpatient surgery. She spent the night. They asked him specifically, was it outpatient? The surgeon said no. So I hope she's listening.
Okay.
So he went into all the details about, the size of the wounds. One of them was, 1.5 centimeters. The other was 4 by 4 centimeters, the bigger wound on the left foot. They gave her stitches. She had to come back, get them removed. Let's see.
And did he emphatically state that this was shrapnel, or did he say glass or cement or rock, but it was actual?
It was bullet fragments.
Bullet fragments, okay.
Yes. And the defense goes up to cross. All they really wanted to confirm was, are you sure? So are bullets and bullet fragments referred to the same as, the same, or would it be different? So like if there was an actual bullet, would you say bullet? See, he said it's the same. He said we consider, unless it's a whole bullet, that's just, removed. He said, but other than that, we call it fragments. So, and it's definitely bullet fragments. That was confirmed. So, okay, so they dismissed him. It wasn't that long. And then, so now Kelsey's back up. The prosecution the judge actually first reminds her of the use immunity and told her it's not full immunity and it doesn't protect her from perjury. Okay, so when the prosecution came up, they also reminded her the same thing. And then they asked her, do you agree that Megan was shot? She said her team told her she stepped on glass. So she's still playing these games. She said, you saw her limp to the driveway. And she, she's like, I don't really remember. Well, you didn't shoot her. She said, no. She said, well, who shot her? She said, I don't know. She said, you wanted to plead the fifth. Why? She said, so not to incriminate myself. Incriminate how? For anything I was untruthful about. Well, what are you not truthful about? She said, the events of the night. What about these events? She said, I was too drunk to remember. She said, you don't want to be here. That's why you want us to plead the fifth. She's like, no. She's like, no, I don't want to be here. She's like, weren't you harassed on social media and in the public? That's why you don't want to be here. That's why you want to plead the fifth. She said, there are many reasons. She said she told the judge earlier the reasons. So apparently she met with the judge with just her attorney and the judge in the judge's chambers and told the judge the reasons. We still don't know, but the judge knows, apparently.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So let's see. She said, it says denied it was because she didn't want to be in the limelight. Oh, because they said, so you don't want to be in the limelight. You're a private person. She's like, yeah, I am a private person, but she said that's not what it was. Let's see. She said, Megan accused her of taking hush money, and that's part of why you guys fell out. And she said that actually something she's very passionate when she does speak about that, like her being accused of stuff, like that's when she comes like strong. Yeah, she's like, yeah. Let's say Kelsey. Also, at this point, Kelsey's lawyer asked the judge if he can approach. The judge gave him a hard no, and that was funny as hell.
Oh,
yeah. Let's see. So then they went on to question, do you recall Meg's IG statement? She said, yeah, but I don't remember it. Do you recall giving, let's see, do you recall her giving the statement with us word for word back in September? She said, no, I don't remember. The attorneys approached the bench for a sidebar. The prosecution shows the IG post when they come back. It's by Meg the Stallion, and Kelsey recognizes the post. Doesn't remember reading it to prosecution in September. Doesn't recall telling them it caused her to be harassed, because they're saying that she blamed that post on now she's being harassed because Megan didn't protect her. Okay, so they show the IG post. Then they show the IG post by Kelsey Nicole in 2020. And the IG post says, I want to clear up the rumors that I shot Meg. I didn't shoot her, but I was there. And that's what it said. It said, let's see. She said, and then the prosecution said, wasn't Megan upset about your post because you didn't protect her? And she said, I don't know. And she said, was it or was it not one of the reasons for your falling out? She said it was already weird. She said basically it was weird right after the shooting, and when she went to the hospital with Megan's manager after she got out of jail, she said she wasn't even allowed in. You guys probably know this, but you know, at that point she was cut off. Like, she wasn't allowed into the hospital. They basically sent her back to Houston, like immediately, without even a place to stay. Child, she had to stay.
I thought she was there at the hospital all night.
Outside.
Oh, wow.
Or not with Megan. She was,
Not with Megan. Okay.
Yeah, she was excluded. Let's see. So she said it was already weird. I think they asked her if they felt like she was mad at Megan about spreading fake information or false information about her. She said she believed Megan should be held accountable for spreading the false information. And they said, didn't you also say Tory needed to be held accountable? And she was like, I don't know. And Kelsey said she lied due to pressure. And so Quan, the driver, they said got you to meet with Tory after the shooting. She said, I don't remember. And they said Quan was present at that meeting, right? And she's like, I don't know. She don't even know if Quan was at the meeting when Tory brought her stuff, supposedly. So the prosecution reminded her, oh, you cried throughout the entire interview with them in September. She was just like, I don't know, it's just a lot going on. Okay, so the prosecution disclosed that Kelsey's husband, and I didn't know she was married, but I guess that's the man that's with her in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Her husband and attorneys were present at the interview. So there was no threat. She was saying there was no threat of arrest, or, you know, she was just like, well, you know, I'm a private person. I just rather not be here. Now, I don't remember if I think she basically was saying that they were trying to distinguish where the pressure is from. Like, who's pressuring you? It's not us, right? So she said, why did you feel pressure? She said, pressure to lie in the September interview. Like, what would motivate you to lie in that interview? She said, a lot of reasons. And then they say,
talk about ambiguity, goddamn.
Okay. The prosecution says she told them in September, I have nothing to hide and I want to be free. So she wanted to come clean. She said, I don't remember. Okay. Kelsey complained to the judge. At this point, Kelsey turns to the judge. I mean, that's like looking in the camera when you acting. Like, she turns to the judge and says, you know, how am I supposed to do this? I don't remember. And the judge said, well, then say you don't remember. Like, you're not going to get off. Like, I guess she's just looking for someone to let her off. Like, so prosecution said Kelsey doesn't want to answer when asked about, she said, you don't want to answer when asked about Tory bribing you. And Kelsey claimed Tory's offer for $1 million, not to say anything. She said, you don't want to answer. Every time that comes up, you know, you seem to get quiet or want to plead the fifth. And she said, I don't remember.
Wow.
They said, you claimed you didn't know how Megan got shot. She's like, yeah, I don't remember. She said, you claimed that you and Megan fell out because Megan backdoored you. She said, yes. This is what I'm saying. Like, anytime it comes up about her the stuff she's mad about or her accusations, she's like, yes.
Wow.
She was disloyal. Okay. And then they said, you told us in September that it was Tory over and over again. She said, I don't remember. So that was the end of the prosecution. And the cross-exam, the defense came up to cross-examine her at this point. And when they got up, they didn't have a lot of time, but they just wanted to get started with her and just said, basically, they started right off with the immunity, and they wanted to make sure she understood that you are not excluded from being prosecuted for perjury. Like, do you understand that? So she wanted to talk to her lawyer because she didn't really understand it, apparently. So let's see.
Hold on. Can I? Did they cross-examine her about the alleged assault between Tory and her? Like, did they ask her? Did Tory hit her, punch her?
Not yet. But what they did ask her is about pressure. Did Tory pressure you? She said no. Are you afraid of Tory? No. Are we pressuring you? No. Did we contact you after you met with the prosecutors? No. Anybody from our team? No. Like, he wanted to clear them of being the pressure. And I think, and I mean, if she's believable, because you can't believe nothing she say, then she might have corroborated that. But oh damn, I gotta go.
Okay, boo. Okay,
I appreciate this.
Yes, and hit me up when you get out. Like, just hit me up.
I will. I sure will.
I'm okay, babe.
All right, babe. Bye, y'all. Peace.
Bye. So that was Goddess Dawn Speaks, you guys. She gotta go, child. They resuming break, honey. My God. Okay, so you guys just heard all of the. Oh my God. So a brief recap, child. Okay. Oh my God. There's a lot going on. Okay, so Goddess Dawn Speaks told us that a juror was replaced. She's not even sure which one of the jurors was replaced, girl. She also said that there's another male juror who keeps conveniently and strategically coughing and hacking when any audio is played. So they're going to have a deputy gather his motherfucking ass as well, and he probably will be booted too from the jury stand, okay? Because he real suspect, honey. All of a sudden, he gets to coughing and hacking and coughing every time they get to playing audio in court, honey, okay? She also told us that Officer Diaz, he was ordered back on the stand. He will be coming back on Monday. So this trial will, in fact, be going on until next week. You guys know Officer Diaz was also dismissed because of a personal domestic violence charge between him and his spouse. However, oh no, I don't know. Hold on, wait, no, that's Detective Stallion. Okay, so no, so they're going to be asking Officer Diaz, okay, back on the stand. Goddess Speaks says she don't know why exactly, but he will be reintroduced back. I think he interviewed Meg, etc. Okay. There is also a detective on their witness list who will testify the validity of some of the IG posts from Kelsey. Okay. So he'll be entering the chat. Also, so Detective Stallion, the one who took the domestic violence charge, okay? The defense wants to call him in to ask him about why he was dismissed, confront him about who he is, want to find out if his dismissal was related to his performance as a detective or anything also related to the case, since the case itself, the investigation was done so sloppy, and that he's an important key investigator and witness because he saw a lot of the initial evidence, like the gun, he handled the bag, the GSR, etc. All of that good jazz. The judge is going to grant the defense an opportunity to talk to him, but they will not be able to get into his business about his personal domestic violence charge with his wife. But anything related to the case, they will, the judge will permit him to be probed. Okay. Also, they have a new text message from Kelsey to Meg asking if she should go to urgent care. Megan provided this text to her attorney, who submitted it as evidence. The text claims that Kelsey has a heart murmur. And we do have that audio of her, I think, on camera from the body cam footage of her, saying that, she's having anxiety, she's sweating, etc. She was going through it on the night of the shooting. And in that text, Kelsey doesn't know if the pain, she admits that she doesn't know if the pain she's feeling is from Tory pulling her hair, etc. Boom, pow, boom, pow. So, oh my God. So not only did Kels, send a text to Megan's bodyguard saying that help, Tory shot Megan, but there was also text correspondences between Kelsey and Megan where Kelsey acknowledged that there was an altercation, a physical one, between her and Tory Lanez, but she's on stand saying, it never happened and she don't remember and blah, blah, blah and do. But she acknowledges that there was a physical altercation in text. Okay? My God. Prosecution was called a clown by Tory's defense. They had the surgeon also take the stand. The surgeon testified that he treated Meg. She had x-rays and a clinical exam done. They submitted the x-rays from her foot. He cleaned and removed the fragments. The surgeon spoke surgery to Meg. This was an inpatient surgery. She did stay the night. And it was indeed bullet fragments confirmed by the surgeon, not glass, not cement, not surrounding debris from the ground the bullet hit, but it was actual bullet fragments. Okay. He's seen this shit. He's done this work. He know what the fuck bullet fragments look like and what concrete and glass look like. He removed fragments, okay, as demonstrated by the medical report and the x-rays. Kelsey couldn't remember a goddamn thing. She's suffering from major amnesia when asked direct questions about whether she saw Tory shoot Meg, etc., whether he bribed her, She didn't want to incriminate herself about anything, so she stated that she stated in the interview she claimed she was too drunk to remember. She says there are many reasons why she pleaded the fifth. She and her attorney met with the judge privately to discuss why she wanted to plead the fifth. She didn't want to disclose why to the defense, etc. She denies with passion that she took hush money. Kelsey attorney was given a hard no when asked to approach the bench. Kelsey doesn't recall giving the interview in September or the post they asked her about from Meg on IG. In that interview, Kelsey didn't feel Meg protected her when she was attacked online. She said her relationship to Megan started getting weird directly after the shooting. She wasn't even allowed in the room of the hospital with Meg that night and was sent back to Houston packing to the goddamn 5th Ward. She said she lied to prosecutors back in September due to pressure when prosecution pressed on her about who that pressure was coming from, because it wasn't coming from them, that she even had her husband and her attorney present at the September interview. She said, she just was elusive and, ambiguous about, she just feels pressure, but she wouldn't put an address or a name on who the hell she feels pressured from. Quan, the driver, allegedly got her to meet with Tory. She denied not also stating that, even though she told prosecution that as well. She don't remember the meeting. Everything is a fog and a vague and a this and a that. She don't remember how Meg got shot. She admits though that Meg backdoored her. She does remember that the bitch backdoored her. She does remember that the bitch broke girl code. She does remember that the bitch ain't loyal. She does remember what Tory Lanez said about him fucking her. She does remember Meg acting all weird at the pool party despite her being drunker than Dakota Brown. okay, and being a sloppy drunk mess on the side of the pool, baby. She remembers everything that pertains to her emotional experience of Megan that night, but absolutely denies everything else is vague, honey. Everything else about, what happened to Megan physically is just, it's up in an iCloud somewhere, girl. It's up in a rainstorm. It's above her now, girl. But everything that was of a personal violation to her ass can recall, baby, and can recall with vitriol, honey, and charisma, honey. But everything else that involves that motherfucking night, baby, the bitch don't know nothing. Okay, she claims that she's not afraid of Tory. She wasn't pressured by him or his team, even though she told prosecution that he punched her and offset her goddamn pacemaker and shit in her heart, girl. So Kelsey is a hot bald-headed ass mess. Defense did tell her ass that made her aware, girl. Do you realize that, bitch, just because you took an immunity doesn't mean that your ass can't be prosecuted? Apparently she didn't know that. So there was a recess. She needed to talk to her lawyers, girl, so they can explain the litigations to her. And what else had happened, girl? And when she was pleading the fifth, you guys, I don't think that Kelsey understood yesterday what the fifth meant legally. Okay, even though we know legally when somebody pleads the fifth, it means that they are aware that what they are about to say could incriminate them. But I don't believe she understood that, because she don't even fucking understand perjury, and that she's still susceptible to perjury, honey. I think she done seen too many goddamn Law and Order goddamn shows and probably thought that pleading the fifth simply meant I just don't want to speak. That was the legal way to state to the courts, I don't want to speak on it. Okay. I don't think she had any idea that pleading the fifth meant that she is personally aware that what she's saying could incriminate her. Okay. I think she has a basic understanding, probably an indignant one, okay, regarding that. Hey, Sean David Way, what's going on, love? Guys, make sure you guys go over and support my baby father who just crossed 100,000 subscribers. Congratulations. I'm so fucking proud of you, my nigga. Keep up the fucking good work. You guys, please check out Sean David Way. Most of y'all probably already subscribed to his ass, girl. Who ain't subscribed to Sean David Way at this damn point, okay? But what's going on, love? Hope you're having a wonderful Thursday. So there's a lot of shit now. Now, what I wanted to talk to you guys about was what Goddess Dawn Speaks dropped on us yesterday, girl. I forgot, girl. So remember, right? There's been all of this narrative and speculation around altercation. And remember, despite Kelsey and Megan kind of denying that there was a fight, there's been witnesses who say that they came to their balconies with their poodles and shit, girl, and saw two hoes swinging and banging on each other in the middle of the street. Well, guess what? Okay? Prosecution submitted yesterday. Okay? I'm going to read you Goddess's direct email to me from the courthouse. I forgot to cite this to you all yesterday, okay? Hold on. Oh, I'll just read y'all the whole goddamn email. Hey, Conscious, I'm home from court, grabbing a bite to eat and chill a little bit before I go live tonight. I see you're live. The defense hasn't even been up yet. She basically has amnesia at this point. She asked to plead the fifth at least 2 more times. Even dead ass looked at the judge, doe-eyed and exacerbated, and said, "I can't do this." Looking to be rescued, child. The judge stayed silent with a blank stare, and the prosecution kept grilling her motherfucking ass. There were questions about her injuries that came up. Kelsey's injuries that came up yesterday. She was very low level on pretty much everything. And then prosecution showed pictures on the big screen of Kelsey's injuries. Kelsey motherfucking ass had a big ass bald spot in the middle of her head. According to those images, her leg was all bruised. Her arm was fucked up too. Kelsey also took pictures of her injuries, but claims now to not remember how the fuck she got them. And then said with a giggle that she's known for wearing ponytails because she has bald spot. And Goddess Dawn says that the bald spot was given very much so alopecia, girl. Okay? Or burn victim. My God, today. Goddess Dawn Speaks says it was actually quite startling. Okay? Okay, and then she went on to just say some other things, girl. But child, prosecutors had done slung her bald spot up on the big screen, had done slung her motherfucking raggedy ass ponytail up on the screen, girl. The prosecution said, girl, you can't remember getting your ass whooped like this? Sis. Nah, bitch, you know, we might can rationalize why you can't remember nothing else, girl, but you can't, bitch, you go, bitch, this is an ass whipping of a lifetime, girl. You are going to remember these things, honey. Somebody touched you with the hand of God, baby. Now, who was it? Okay? Was it Tory? Okay, who she did tell prosecutors. Threaten her. And remember, they also showed text messages today that Kelsey sent to Megan, where Kelsey was having heart murmur and goddamn chest compression issues and shit because Tory Lanez had allegedly dragged her by her motherfucking ponytail. But she want to sit up in the courthouse today talking about her goddamn bald spot came from her goddamn alopecia. Okay, the bitch acting deaf, dumb, and stupid, honey. So what we can do for all the motherfucking niggas and they do-rags yesterday who's talking about Tory is innocent, boo? No, Kelsey, come to find out Nicole Harris, baby, is a motherfucking lying asshole, baby, and the black and white don't lie. She can say whatever the fuck she want to say now out her mouth, baby, but they got this hoe in a whole interview. They got pictures and all of her injuries. They got motherfucking text corroborating witness accounts, okay, of a man and a woman fighting and shit, girl. So the evidence incriminates Tory Lanez, girl. Okay, so these manosphere ass niggas can stick, okay, and cling to what she's saying now, but the black and white done threw motherfucking Tory ass all up under the bus, bitch. She can say she lied, bitch, but text messages don't lie, ho. Pictures don't lie, ho. Okay, you can claim you lied all up in the interview all you want to, girl, but you must have forgot you text Megan that night. You must have forgot, girl, that you also took pictures of your injuries and pictures were taken of your injuries, bruh. Okay? Nah, Megan didn't fight her. Tory fought her motherfucking ass. Okay? So, girl, I just wanted to push that, girl, and want to get. I want to read it over. Okay? She was asked to plead. She asked to plead the fifth at least 5 times. I mean, at least 2 more times. Okay, she even dead ass looked at the judge, doe-eyed and exacerbated, and said, I can't do this, looking to be rescued. The judge stayed silent with a blank stare like Judge Judy, and the prosecution continued to get off in that ass. There were questions also about her injuries. She was pretty much low level on pretty much everything. Then they showed pictures on the big screen of Kelsey's injuries. She had a big ass bald spot in the middle of her head. Her leg was all bruised. Her arm was messed up too. Kelsey also took pictures but claims not to remember how she got her injuries and said with a giggle that she's known for wearing ponytails because she got bald spots, okay? And according to Goddess Dawn Speaks, once again, the bald spot was given very much so alopecia or burn victim, which means that Tory Lanez allegedly ripped that motherfucking shit from the root, bitch. He ripped the follicle, girl. She probably permanently bald now, bitch. She probably got alopecia now as a result of him ripping her shit from the root, girl, directly from the scalp. Okay, uprooted her shit directly from the soil. Okay, because she had admitted to Meg in a text message that she don't know whether her injuries comes from him whipping her ass or other things. But she acknowledged that he had put hands and feet on her motherfucking ass in that text. Growl. Okay? So I want to also move over to the left and get into No Jumper, aka Flacco, who also frequents the platform. Shout out to Poetic Flacco. And no jumper over on Instagram. I mean, over on the Twitterations grind. Okay, because he did an old nasty recap of day 3, girl, just to refresh our memory. I am gonna drop the link and let y'all sound off, girl. Cause this thing is deep, bitch. Okay, I also want to post some shit from the shade. I want to show. Matter of fact, let me show some shit from the shade room first, okay? Because they also been bird watching the courthouse and everything. How doing? My God, today. How doing? And thumbs up the video, please, girl. You know, we was live for 10 goddamn hours yesterday, so we need you all. We need you all. Oh, yeah, they done updated a lot of shit. Okay. We got to get into this, okay? How doing? Okay, yeah, let's get into the teens, okay? So let me move on over to, let me pull up a nasty piece of Shade Room, girl. If you are new here, please subscribe. Matter of fact, let me remind y'all real quick on what to do if you in the building, honey. You see it, girl. Subscribe, share, set your motherfucking notifications, girl. Press an old nasty piece of motherfucking light, and don't fucking forget to subscribe and check out all the information in the description box, girl. Where all Patreon and cash donation options are in there for your pleasing and giving viewing pleasure, girl. Okay, so now we at the Shade Room, girl. So they reported that exclusive, the Shade Room exclusive, as day 4 of the Tory Lanez assault trial begins. The Shade Room spoke exclusively to Megan Thee Stallion's attorney, Alex Spiro, about Kelsey Nicole's testimony. As previously reported, Kelsey is a key witness for the prosecution. Before taking the stand, the mother of one was granted immunity. While testifying, she changed her initial statement, saying she didn't see Tory shoot Meg, even though she's on record saying otherwise. Speaking exclusively to the Shade Room, Spiral stated that Megan's former best friend had been compromised. It just shows that Kelsey was compromised, whether a threat or bribe, but we're looking into it. When asked if he believes Kelsey was bribed, he replied, offered money and then changed his testimony. We'll let your audience decide. Okay, so let's get into another nasty girl. So that's what Kelsey's attorney is saying. No, that's what hold on. That's what Megan's attorney is saying about Kelsey's whole a pussy popping on the stand and teams. Okay, the Shade Room also posted this trial watch, okay? The prosecution is asking the judge to allow Kelsey Nicole's original statements from her September of 2022 interview to be presented as evidence. While on stand, Kelsey continued to say she didn't remember a damn thing about what happened and denied being paid hush money or approached by the defense. The defense also asked Kelsey if she was pressured by the prosecution team. She also stated she wasn't afraid of Tory when asked. This is from James Quealy on Twitter. Okay, on cross-examination, defense attorney George, whatever the fuck his last name is, began to ask questions implying prosecution had pressured Harris to testify. The DDA Alexander Bott is arguing this, has opened the door to playing the tape to defend the integrity of the prosecution, girl. So that tape and that interview may come into evidence, girl. The morning the surgeon, okay, we already went through that. The surgeon testified feet. Prosecution completed its direct. The lawyer began his cross, in which Harris denied being paid hush money or approached by. Okay. The Shade Room also posted this as well. Okay. During Kelsey Nicole's testimony, it was mentioned that she has a husband. He attended the meeting Kelsey had with prosecutors, as I told you guys earlier, in September to approach her alongside her lawyer. Okay. Megan Kneef on Twitter says a lot of the lawyer's questions were about Kelsey's recorded interview with prosecutors in September. It was mentioned in Todd's questioning that Kelsey's husband attended the meeting with her to support her. Well, amen to a solid black man, okay? Get your wife to tell the fucking truth, okay? That'll be nice, too. And then one more post from the Shade Room reads, reports state that Dr. Lee Hurano confirmed his report on the surgery he performed on both Megan Thee Stallion's feet in July of 2020. He revealed that there are still foreign metallic bodies in her feet, okay? Not glass, not concrete, but foreign metallic bodies, aka shrapnel, okay? Aka bullet fragments, okay? Kelsey Nicole claims she believed Megan stepped in glass, okay? The host said that, she was told that. Okay, she don't even recall Megan bleeding. She don't know whether the blood in the car came. She didn't even know Meg had been injured or nothing, child. This girl, I cannot with fucking Kelsey Nicole. Okay, then came the continuation of Kelsey Harris's testimony. The first question from prosecutor Kathy Todd was, Kelsey, would you agree that Meg was shot? Kelsey replies, her team told me she stepped on fucking glass. As if that big bitch didn't have to pick up Megan Thee Stallion. We know that Megan Thee Stallion was shot. We know that y'all had to help her ass get back in the motherfucking car. There's GSR all on you, girl. You think that Megan was sitting there peacefully, bitch, with goddamn layers of skin hanging off her goddamn feet? How you ain't know she was goddamn shot, bitch? The GSR says that you know she was shot. The GSR implies, bitch, you may have even did the shooting, allegedly. How the fuck you ain't know she got shot? Just bitch, I ain't girl, this old lying asshole. But this is like top tier supernatural line, girl. Oh my, I'm disgusted with Kelsey, girl. Disgusted. Okay, so let's get into the other findings and details, girl. Over on No Jumper, child, okay? Because he gave an old nasty panoramic review of all of the findings, child, and some of the things, some of his cliff notes, girl, are very fascinating, okay? So let's start right here, okay, girl? According to his transcripts, okay, Kelsey says she met up with Tory at a hotel after the shooting and he apologized. When asked why did Tory apologize if he didn't shoot Megan, this dumb hoe said, I never asked why he was apologizing. You know, I can believe that, Kelsey. You didn't have to ask, bitch, because you know exactly what the fuck he was apologizing for. After Kelsey denied seeing Megan bleeding or knowing she was injured, Kelsey was asked by prosecutors, there was a lot of blood in the SUV. Who was bleeding so profusely? Kelsey responded, I don't know. That night was a blur. I can't recall anyone bleeding, but the bitch remembers that Megan backdoored her. Remember that it was outed that she was fucking Tory. She remembers Megan having a stank ass attitude at the pool after she done woke up from a drunken stupor, but the bitch don't remember nothing that's actually significant. Okay? Prosecutors tried to introduce Kelsey's IG post into evidence. Tory's defense attorneys objected and stated that the IG posts were never approved nor sent to them. The judge sent everyone home so that the lawyers could work things out and trial will resume tomorrow, which is today. Kelsey told the prosecutor she didn't know Megan was injured before going to the hospital to see Megan. She states it was disclosed to me that Megan had stepped on glass. Kelsey said Megan told Tory he was only hot because he hopped on a remix of a Jack Harlow song. Woo child. Then there's a whole thread below this that we're going to get into, honey. Prosecutors played audio of Kelsey telling them in September when they met with her that Tory threatened to shoot her. Kelsey responded, everything I said in September wasn't truthful. Kelsey denies Tory ever threatened her, despite her having a ball-ass spot on the top of her ball-ass head. Prosecutors played an audio of Kelsey telling them during interrogation that Tory called her and Megan bitches and hoes. Kelsey responded, I told y'all that, but I don't remember what was said. That night was blurry. Prosecutors asked Kelsey at some point during this case, did Tory try to bribe you? Kelsey responded with, not just me. Wow. Now she's all out denying it on the stand. But she told prosecutors in an interview back in September 2022 that he indeed did bribe her and it wasn't just her, which would corroborate what Megan Thee Stallion said that Tory propositioned her with following the shooting, which was a $1 million motherfucking tab to keep her goddamn dick sucker closed. Did he offer you $1 million not to say anything about the case? Kelsey responded, he mentioned $1 million, yes, in that September interview. Prosecutors asked, did he offer you $1 million to stay quiet about the shooting? Kelsey responded, he didn't say a shooting. Prosecutors asked Kelsey, did you witness a shooting that night? She responded, no, I heard shots. Prosecutor said, did he say he would give you and Megan $1 million not to say anything about the shooting? Kelsey said he did not say a shooting. I don't know. Prosecutors played the audio of Kelsey telling them that Tory asked her to work for her, asking if she wants him to fund any business ventures of hers, asking if she needs him to get her a lawyer. Kelsey said she told Tory, why would I need a lawyer? Prosecutors asked Kelsey again when Megan got out of the car, did you see gunshots? She responded, no, I heard gunshots. Prosecutors asked Kelsey, what did you see? Kelsey responded, I don't remember. Prosecutors said Kelsey if she remembered telling them that she saw Tory shoot Megan when they met up with her in September. Kelsey responded, I said a lot of that wasn't true to protect myself. Prosecutor said, protect yourself from what? She responds, incriminating myself. After Kelsey told prosecutors under oath she lied when she told them Tory shot Meg and she wasn't 100% truthful because she didn't want to incriminate herself, prosecutors asked Kelsey, incriminate yourself in what? Did you shoot Megan? She responded, no. Prosecutors reminded Kelsey that she received immunity, but she can still be prosecuted for perjury if she lies under oath. Prosecutors asked Kelsey, if you didn't see Tory shoot Megan, then why did you text Megan's security guard, Justin, that Tory shot Megan? Kelsey responded, I don't know. I was in a panic. Bitch, baby, don't you let this hoe around me. This the type of motherfucking hoe who, bitch, because she panicking, girl, she gonna call your grandma name in the stabbing, girl. She gonna call your first of kin, girl, as the goddamn mass shooter, girl, because she in a motherfucking panic, bitch. She just gonna slap random ass names on goddamn crimes that they didn't goddamn commit, girl. Do y'all hear this? Prosecutors asked this big forehead hoe, if you didn't see Tory shoot Megan, then why did you text Megan security guard Justin that Tory shot Megan? And her motherfucking response was, I don't know. I was in a panic. Oh, okay. How doing? Okay, so that was that thread, girl. But let's move on back and continue on down. Hold on. Wait, I'm here. Hold on. Okay. Prosecutors reminded Kelsey, okay, yep. Prosecutors asked Kelsey responded, I don't know. I was in a panic. In the last hour of court, the prosecutor asked Kelsey Nicole, did Tory offer to pay for your lawyer? She responded, yes. She was then asked, did Tory pay for your lawyer? She responded, I don't know. I can't remember if the nigga. So, bitch, where the fuck your lawyer came from, bitch? She just flew out of heaven, girl. You think that Jesus just manifested one, girl, from up out of the goddamn ashes of the earth, girl? You don't know where your lawyer came from, girl. You don't know why he representing you, girl. You don't know who covering the tab, girl. He just showed up at the door, girl, and started representing you, bitch. Like, what you mean you don't know? How you don't know? Who funding your lawyer? How you don't know? Kelsey Nicole denied shooting Megan Thee Stallion and being in possession of a gun, but says she did not witness Megan get shot. She did not see Megan bleeding, despite all her text messages to Justin saying the latter. She do not know who shot Megan or if Megan was shot, despite her knowing she was bald-headed and all after he had them fucked her up, though. She admits to hearing gunshots. We will post full exchange soon. Kelsey admitted to lying to prosecutors about everything she told them in September and states she don't remember nothing from that goddamn night, girl. Hot motherfucking mess. Reckless Logic, welcome to the platform. Can you hear me?
Hello. Girl. Kelsey had been lying her ass all.
How much of this did you hear?
All of it.
Okay, you heard all of it. Okay, good. Tell me what you think.
She lying her ass up. She really is. And like, it's really showing. Like, she's really exposed. Like, even though I already had a feeling that she was lying, well, I'm not gonna say a feeling. I already knew she was lying, because even if you take into account before in September, Yeah, she can say in that interview all those things were a lie, yada yada yada. But yet I'm like, but she did mention in the text messages that that quote unquote allegedly Tory shot Megan. So to the bodyguard, and like you keep saying, she was not expecting those text messages to get exposed. So obviously, if you're not expecting something to get exposed, you're gonna be more truthful about it, especially under these circumstances.
Yep.
So like I'm like she girl, I just can't with her. I just cannot. I cannot.
Girl, what do you think about her admitting to getting her motherfucking ass whooped to the point that she was about to have cardiac arrest from her goddamn injuries and getting her goddamn ponytail snatched, girl? Her arm.
I'm happy everything happened the way that it did. That it's actually going out, because the thing that's like irking my spirit is that this is the reason why me and Conscious speak from the place that we do. Like, I feel like a lot of times when we get in these conversations, people forget the nuance. People forget all the different factors that play into why certain dynamics within society actually happens. Like, this is the perfect example, at least this far in the case. And once again, this case every single day has been a monkey wrench. This far in the case, we've seen that even despite Kelsey in evidence showing that she was assaulted as well by Tory allegedly, she's still protecting Tory. So this whole thing, like, girl, I just can't. It's nuance to it, and that's the reason why we talk about these things. Like, it's nuance to it. People, especially the general public, they think everything's always cut and dry, and that's not always the case. That's it,
baby. According to the Shade Room, who just posted 11 minutes ago, as the testimony continued in the Tory Lanez assault trial, the judge will allow prosecutors to submit a text message from Kelsey Nicole, the one that we just got finished talking about, as evidence. The text stated that her neck and side were hurting because Tory dragged her out of the car by her hair. She asked Meg if she should go to urgent care because of her injuries. The defense tried to exclude the evidence, but the DA stated it was critical for the case since Kelsey changed her testimony on Wednesday. Nancy Dillon of Twitter stated, judge also said he would allow prosecutors to bring in a text that Kelsey sent Megan the night of the shooting that read, should I get a scan at urgent care? My chest is hurting, my left back and neck hurt, but that's from the fighting and him dragging me out of the car by my hair. Defense tried to exclude it, calling it late discovery, but prosecutors said it was critical considering Kelsey has disavowed her September statement that Tory assaulted her and pulled her hair. Quote, the most important thing is the trial is a search for the truth, DDA bot said. Now, what's funny about what Nancy just said, should I get a scan at urgent care? My chest is hurting, my left back and neck, but that's from the fighting and him dragging me. So what this tells me is that, okay, Megan and Kelsey ass was fighting, because she makes a distinction between the fighting and him dragging her out of the car. And to me, it sounds like she's talking about two separate events, because she could have just excluded that with one sentence, girl. My left side, backside, and neck is hurting from this nigga beating on me and dragging me out of the car. But she makes the fighting general, but absolutely cites him as the one dragging her out of the car. So that may give some weight to what them rich ass neighbors and they poodles had bear witness to when they said they saw two women swinging and banging on each other's weaves and shit. Now, what you make of that, Reckless? Do you think that Kelsey is talking about one singular event involving Tory, or is this giving you she's talking about two separate events based upon her verbiage? Can you hear me, Reckless? Are you there?
I don't. Yeah, I'm here.
I'm gonna read it to you.
Okay, so the big.
No. I'm gonna read it to you one more time.
Okay.
Should I get a cat? Should I get a scan at urgent care? My chest is hurting. My left side, back, and neck hurt, but that's from the fighting and him dragging me out of the car by my hair.
Yeah, her and Megan was fighting. What? Yeah, I think her and Megan was fighting. Her and was fighting, if the defense said that, Tory exposed that he was messing with both Megan at the time, Megan, and then also he exposed it to what's her name, Kelsey, that why are you defending her when she's the one that did yada yada yada? So there's no reason why I don't think it's not reasonable for them to be fighting. So I think they fought, but I think him trying to break it up, possibly that's when the yanking of the hair out or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think they were fighting. No shade.
I think that
because the way it was worded was like those were two separate things done by two separate people.
Yeah.
Hello.
Send it back. Nick it back. But that's from the fighting. And him dragging me out of the car. Now, she very well could be talking about one single event too, that him and her was strapping at some point. And he dragged her out of the car, but it's interesting that she also kind of put a line of demarcation between the fighting and then him dragging her out of the car, which she believes came from, all her injuries came from a combination of all the chaos that was going on. But it's just interesting because, some of the witnesses from the community stated that they saw fighting. They saw a man and a woman fighting. They saw a woman and a woman fighting. They saw a lot of motherfucking fighting. Okay, so... Hey everybody, welcome to the goddamn panel. I'm gonna go in chronological order. And please do not, y'all try to condense y'all thoughts because we damn sure not gonna be here all day. Let's be real. Welcome to the platform. Your thoughts on day 4 of the trial, girl. What you think of all this bald-headed whole shit? No pun intended.
I have a very completely different perspective.
Hold on, boo. Before you get there, we got No Jumper himself in the building. Welcome to the platform, Flacco. I want to get you in here first because you've been on the ground with this shit. You've been in the courtroom. We just got done with hearing the testimony of Goddess Dawn Speaks, who also has been, she's also been on the ground for the past 4 days. And I just read your entire goddamn Twitter thread. So what the fuck is going on?
Yo, I'll be real with you, man. So first off, yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
When Kelsey walked in with her lawyer, now Conscious, I'm gonna tell you this, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know a rich nigga when I see a rich nigga, right?
Mm-hmm.
Man, that old white man walk into that courtroom like he owned that bitch, bro. He ain't addressed the judge. He ain't greet that black man. He walked in strutting, bro. He walked in strutting his shit, looking around like he owned that bitch. That's how I know that lawyer ain't. Listen, that lawyer ain't for no play. That lawyer cost the bag, Conscious, right? Because when you walk into, come on, man, Conscious, when you walk into a building, into a courtroom, not greet the judge, got your chest poked out, and the first word you say was, "My client won't be testifying today unless she gets immunity." Okay, this nigga,
he running shit. He came in there to run shit. He got big boss energy,
right? But how does Kelsey afford a nigga on big boss energy?
And then how does she deny not knowing how the fuck her lawyer's being funded?
Yo, that shit, like, bro, like when she said that shit,
sunken place shit.
Yo, when she said that shit, bro, I looked around like,
I was
what's
done.
going on here, right? But look at this, right? Right, but like the prosecutors though thought that Kelsey was on their side until their first question was, "How you feeling today?" And the first thing she said was, "Oh, I'm filled with anxiety." Why are you filled with anxiety? Because I don't want to be here. And Megan has triggered my anxiety by lying on me the last 2 years. Bro, at this point, bro, the prosecutor's like, hold up now, bro. What's going on, bro? Is she about to bamboozle us? Because, like, mind you, before she came to testify, the day before, the entire media said Kelsey was coming to corroborate Megan's story, right? So the prosecutors were under the guise of she's about to come. She's about to tell us how her being in his courtroom triggers her anxiety because Tory Lanez is here, how Tory Lanez fucked her up, how Tory Lanez told her he was going to shoot her in the car, how he was reaching for the gun the whole time while they was in the car. They thought that she was about to come and legit just lay the nails in Tory Lanez coffin. She came and did the opposite, dog. And like, yo, from the very jump, this bitch was trying to plead the fifth to get off the stand. The judge said, you got to answer that. Listen, bro.
So what you think
I'm
happened to
looking
this bitch? Because now they're trying to figure out, was you bribed? Was you threatened? Like, because it definitely, like, even the prosecutors having to defend themselves. Like, bitch, you had your husband and your attorney present when you interviewed with us back in September. So we definitely didn't post no threat. So who is all this alleged pressure coming from? And it's just so funny that she's denying that she took a $1 million payout, but at the same time, she pussy popping like a motherfucker, despite all the incriminating shit she did the night of that shooting and all the shit she said to prosecutors back in September.
And here's why I'm confident that Kelsey took the bribe, right? Because her entire demeanor and answers with the prosecutors and like with Tory lawyers, the defense is entirely different, right? With the prosecutors, she's on edge. You feel me, man? She's oh man, I don't know, blah blah. And even just admitting to him, yeah. Listen, whatever I told y'all, in September, and I lied to y'all. So then at some point, bro, like the one lady was like, "Bruh, okay, why did you lie?" And she said to protect myself. And she said, "From what, bitch? Like, from what? like from what?
From incriminating myself."
And then she asked her, "Did you shoot her?"
No.
Did you have a gun that night?
No.
Did you apologize for shooting Megan? No. So who apologized that night for shooting Megan? Oh, I don't think nobody apologized that night. So like at this point, like they know that Kelsey ain't gonna do shit, ain't saying shit. But now this morning, right? Because I was there until like 12:30 or so, and then I left, right. Rizza Islam is being interviewed by me today, right? So
okay.
Again, right? This is just up to like 12:30. So, bro, Kelsey whole demeanor with the defense, man, like
ducking and bucking, baby. She was completely guarded up. Fort Knox in that bitch.
Man, bro, listen up, man.
Fort Knox in that bitch.
Oh, man, bro, listen up, bro. Like, all of a sudden, like, Kelsey's memory now is pristine.
So what you think about that, Flacco? The fact that she remembered waking up back at the pool after being in a drunk coma. She remember Megan Thee Stallion have a stinking ass attitude at the pool before they left. She remember the altercation in the car, but then as soon as it get to the pow 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 dance, bitch, and the blood and all of that, the bitch memory goes completely blank. She remember everything that impacted her about that night, but nothing about what happened to Megan that night. I find that to be very coincidental, very selective, very ironic. That all of a sudden your memory stops working all of a sudden when it comes to everything that happened to Megan, but you remember the emotional impact and all the things that you experienced that day.
Yeah, right. And then too, like it's past that too, right? Because remember, right? Like she stated to the prosecutors, "Yo, I can barely remember what I told y'all yesterday. I don't remember what happened in September when I met with y'all," right? Again, and she asked multiple times, remind me, refresh my memory, play the clip. But then once the defense is cross-examining her, oh yeah, they pressured me. Oh yeah, I was under this. Oh, she now just like all of a sudden now knows and like remembers everything that happens in September. But when the prosecutors were, like direct examining her, it's like, nah, listen, man. My memory is fucking flawed, right? But listen, like past her now. Yo, the jurors, bro, this shit ghetto content.
Okay, yeah, so hold on. So before we get to the jurors, okay, and let me tell you what also makes Kelsey a complete psychopath.
Yeah.
They literally are presenting this bitch with the black and white. They're presenting her with text messages to Megan. They're presenting her with text messages to Justin, Megan's bodyguard, and she's still like, I don't remember. Even when the evidence is like painted right there on a projector screen, like I don't remember. How the fuck, like to the actual facts? Okay, but get into the jurors. So Goddess Don Speaks came up here and told us that one juror has already been replaced, and then there's another juror on the stand who starts coughing coincidentally when audio gets played.
Yeah, listen, right? Yes, right. But let's touch on the text real quick, right? So here's why that text to Justin Edison is so important, right? So the shooting happened at about 4:21. But the first 911 call was made at 4:22 a.m. The second 911 call was made about 4:25 a.m. Kelsey texts Justin at 4:27 a.m., 5 minutes after the shooting took place. Meaning, nigga, if your first words after the shooting took place, 5 minutes afterwards was, yo, Tory shot Megan, you couldn't possibly be thinking of a way, yo, listen, if I shot Megan, I'm finna text him this, so then 2 years later, while in court, hell nah, right? Like, like, right? So, right, like her first words after the shooting happened was, yo, Tory shot Megan. That's why that text was so important. So for her to say that, one, but the bitch tried to say, oh, I don't remember that night was blurry. Prosecutor said, hold up, bitch. Here's the screenshot of this shit. Here's the screenshot. Remember this shit right here, right? Right?
No.
Yeah.
I don't remember. Since you're asking, I don't remember.
Right? Like, right? Bro, nah, man, right? But past that, though, right? Now the jurors, man, first off, man, this shit got it right. Meaning, like, the prosecutors were, like, hitting towards, they also want to get another juror off, right? So, for example, right? So, yesterday, juror number 38 was accused. Now, she was one of two 100% black women, right? Again, meaning, like, there were two older black women in their 60s.
Okay.
Right? And juror number 38 was one of the two of them that got accused. Now, listen, there were there's two 100% black women, and then there's one maybe, meaning like the girl who's in her 20s and shit. She has braids. She's like olive skin, but listen, like she's a hottie, bro. Man, I'm talking, man, listen up, man.
How you can say that she's a hottie? I was told that all of them are wearing masks.
Conscious, listen, like it's the crop tops, got a fucking sheer see-through shirt on. Man, bro, this bitch came in on.
They're coming into a courtroom in crop tops.
Yes, Conscious. This bitch had on a crop top, a fucking thong on.
Fucking toe. Talk about the couch chasing of it all.
You know what's funny is that I could just imagine when it was in court, it was like, so what did you feel? She was like, ah.
Oh my God.
I'm telling you, bro. Listen, I'm telling you, right? Cause like, I'm like, what the fuck is going on, right? Cause bro, like she had on like a fucking like
she coming to get to the motherfucking bag. She want the Tory Lanez bag. She like, hey, he right here handing out all this dick and all these millions, baby. Let me show him what the fuck I'm working with, honey.
She bad as fuck too, though. Like she fine as fuck though. I ain't gonna lie to her, right? Listen, and like that's how I know she a hottie, right? Cause she probably on some like female sexual liberation shit, right? Cause she got on a fucking thong showing during the trial, right? A fucking crop top see-through shirt for me, man. Got right, but she looks like she's black, but like she could be like Spanish, right? Like, cause she's like olive skin. She has like that like Dominican weird color to it, right? So she could be, like black, right? But for sure, there were two 100% black women, and one of them got accused from the case, and then they
okay, yeah, because I was asking God, it's like, do y'all know why? Like, did they disclose why that a jury was disclosed? I mean, was dismissed?
No, right?
Okay.
But they now replace her with a light-skinned black guy, which we found out today that he was a light-skinned black guy. But at that time, like we assume he was maybe a poly-Asian kind of, right? But today he's a nigga, right? So like they like replace like a black woman with a nigga right now too. Today, bro, listen, man, like there were some mumblings that like one of the jurors got drunk. You feel me? Right? Don't Conscious, this shit ghetto, my nigga.
This shit is so ghetto.
Look, this shit ghetto, my nigga. This reporting on this shit making me want to drink, so I can imagine how the hell these jurors feel.
No, they need to have a real TV.
Goddamn Xanax and shit and popping Molly and shit just to get through this shit.
Why they couldn't have this shit on
This shit's
TV?
so goddamn confusing and all over the goddamn place. There's so much goddamn tears and trauma and anxiety going on in that damn room.
Tyler Perry need to make a movie
one
out this
nigga,
shit.
man, bro, won't stop coughing, dog.
Okay, so tell me about him, because Goddess to Dawn said that they're gonna be putting a deputy on his ass. Can you elaborate on that?
Yo, he's a look like he's about like 50, late 50s, early 60s. So he's an old man, right? So like I'm sure, dog, like this shit ain't no on purpose, right? He's an older guy, right? But bruh, this nigga, listen, look, right? So look, yesterday, right? Kelsey had to say, listen, I can't hear.
Wow.
I cannot hear. There's too much noise right now. I can't hear. Cause bro, this nigga coughing is disturbing the entire courtroom, yo.
This nigga about to have a heart attack.
Did they test him for Carisha? He might got Carisha, or do you think it's intentional?
Nah, man, he's just old.
Okay, so you think it's just his situation?
Yeah, bro. Cause bro, listen, like after a while, even Kelsey had to say, bro, I can't hear the question, yo, cause like whenever something like of importance is being asked, man, this nigga's just
this is too much.
Just coughing.
This is a whole movie. This nigga's making a whole movie. This whole situation been a movie from the beginning to the end. The investigators, the police, the situation itself, the court. It's a whole fucking movie.
Tyler Perry gonna come out with a movie, Diary of a Mad Stallion.
Is there anything else, Flacco, that you could tell us about? Like anything else that stood out to you?
Yeah, right. So listen, right. So listen. So like again, that doctor came. Now he did say that he did. So one, they showed the X-ray. So like, there's no disputing now, bro. There's no disputing that she has something in her foot and it wasn't glass.
Period.
But now here's where shit get ghetto though. Right, conscious. Here's where. Listen, bro. Like there's never one witness where like they just come, do their job, and go. It's always some bullshit. This doctor, as a fucking medical doctor, is gonna say proudly in court, I can't tell the difference between a bullet and a fragment. I said, bro, this shit ghetto, my nigga. What? This shit ghetto, my nigga.
I thought it was the opposite. But
say you swear. Say you swear.
I swear, nigga. Oh God.
Oh yeah, because I did think that I think Goddess did tell us that the doctor said he classifies it all as the same thing.
Come on, man. Come on, bro. As a medical doctor, again, mind you, we seen the X-ray, bro. She was fucked up. Like she was hurt, bro. She got hit. But for a medical doctor, bro, to come in the court and say, I can't tell the difference between a bullet and a fragment is crazy. Plus, also, too, is right. This just consistent with, yo, whoever the prosecutor brings, yo, it's like they just got something to them that like discredits them, right? Again, Officer Diaz was called lying, right? Was called being clueless. Cabrera was called being sneaky as fuck, bitch is sneaky, right? Officer Lynn was just a bald-headed white guy who looks like he's racist as fuck, right? He was caught capping, being deceitful, being crafty. Now even a doctor, dog, lacks credibility because of this shit. Man,
I told y'all yesterday.
Like, what's the fragment and a bullet? It still hit her regardless.
Yeah. No, yes, right, but it's like nobody. It's like truly arguing that like she got shot, right? Like the prosecutors and the defense both agree she got shot, right? But as the prosecutors, yo, if everybody you've called up to date, probably Megan was their best witness, because in the second half, Conscious, that bitch came back crying, lip shivering. Listen, man, she came back giving a defense attorney work. Right.
As she's supposed to. Understand the assignment.
Work. Man, listen up, bro. As soon as that nigga said the N-word, quoting her, she said, "Hold up now, bro. Who told you can say that?" Gave that nigga.
Oh my God.
Gave that nigga work.
Wow. Jesus.
So how y'all feel about them wasting taxpayers' money? Wasting taxpayers' money.
Wasting taxpayers' money. Okay. So Franco, because I got other panelists here that I don't got to get to. But let me ask you this question. So are you still convinced that Tory did this?
Oh yeah. Bro, listen, right? Look. I 100% agree, bro, that Tory gave Kelsey that bag, yo, because the lawyer she came in with, listen, we know the house that Kelsey stay in, right? We know, you know, like her husband. They live a above middle class, nice life. Their lifestyle do not indicate that they can afford that big ass chain she just got, and that lawyer, right? So I truly believe, bro, that Tory gave her the bag because, bro.
But guess what? It also had that interview, right, where she was saying that he was offering her, you know, if she needed funding for any businesses, if there's anything he can help her out with. So there was definitely some transactions going on.
Right.
Definitely.
But even though I truly believe that Tory shot Megan and paid off Kelsey, the prosecutors right now are just getting cooked to the point where, bro, I don't see any possible way where a jury can like go back and deliberate and come back with Tory Lanez being guilty, which is too many questions and too many reasonable doubt, bro, right? Because again, the defense have did a great job at discrediting every single witness except Megan, because Megan gave them niggas work, right? So like she was the only one that did what she was supposed to do, right? So if there's so many doubts, there's discrediting every witness, bro. Then at this point, yo, Tory Lanez shot Megan. I'm convinced 100% that Tory Lanez shot Megan, but I'm also 100% convinced that Tory Lanez will be found now guilty due to just so many doubts.
Wow. How do you think that's going to impact Megan's career? Because, you know, she's already getting backlash for being a liar and you set this man up and blah, 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 blah. And if he walks, I mean, she's going to get the Iggy Azalea work on social media.
Yes, right. So look, I came into court on day one thinking that Megan was a liar. I left court thinking, yo, she's a victim, that she was shot. But not everybody has been able to be in court present. So once that verdict comes down, there's going to be the dummies and the dickheads and who say, yo, she's a liar, she lied. Bro, to be honest, like, she hasn't lied about nothing pertaining to her getting shot and like who shot her. Her fucking Tory, bro, listen, like cool, right? Like, again, like she lied about fucking Tory, but that means nothing to me, right? She told the truth that she was shot, and she was shot in both foot, by the way, right? And she was truthful about who shot her. Now, there's gonna be some idiots who weren't in court who don't know how Tory Lanez is about to get off on some technicalities. So yeah, bro, like once that verdict comes back, man, her career, to me, is damn near over. But it's going to be over, and unfairly so, because again, she was not lying.
Jesus. And there was already so many celebrities that had unfollowed her over the course, you know, the past 2 years. And, you know, there hasn't been anybody in media to really standing up for her. And if this nigga walks, I mean, this is some weird shit. It's weird. This is some weird fucking shit. My God, she better get to she better get to transition over to being a goddamn pop star and get into that mayonnaise bag, because I don't know how the ghetto bag is going stand up under waters.
Yo. One last thing, right? Before like the queen goes too, right? Look, man, listen, man, but the defense keeps on hitting. Again, like to keep on like hitting towards they're calling Kylie Jenner.
Yeah.
And when Kylie Jenner comes and tell the story about why she had to kick Megan the fuck out her crib, to me, that's gonna make Megan just look bad, right? You feel me? Just look bad and ghetto.
Do you think that Kylie gonna walk through in that cheetah shit she had on in the WAP video?
listen up, bro. Probably, right? Because like, bro, like, Kelsey told us, right, that like when the driver brought them back to the crib, Megan walked in the house and seen something she didn't like, and then that's when the argument started taking place. Meaning that when Megan left Tory and Kylie at that crib by themselves,
they was fucking.
Came back and not fucking, but like I'm sure they're probably like, you know, like kissing or like hugged up too close. and she walked in to see something she didn't like, and then the argument erupted, and Kylie told her get the fuck out.
Okay, because I was thinking maybe she saw his hair dye spilled all over this woman's Marlboro and shit, child. Okay. Wow. So that is going to be interesting to hear what. So Kylie is supposed to take the stand, because I know that Corey Gamble is also going to take the stand as well.
Kylie, listen, right? So like Kylie is supposed to like speak towards right here, right? So look, like the defense is pretty much saying that this was a case of jealousy and a three-way look, right? So who's gonna speak towards that but Kylie, who can speak towards, I guess, Megan being jealous, being drunk, being irate at the get-together. Now listen, right? Look,
but she gonna also have to acknowledge that Kelsey ass was drunk as hell, passed out.
They was high on coke. I'm sorry. It was more than just drunk. I'm sorry.
Oh, we know how this get down. Yeah. I mean, it probably was allegedly some other party things going on too.
Yeah, let's keep it 1,000.
So we're not gonna give Megan any accountability. Sorry.
Before we get back to Megan,
zero accountability.
Before we get to Megan, Flacco. So is it Tory's team who's bringing in Corey and Kylie, or is it the prosecution?
Yes.
Okay. Oh shit.
It's over with.
God damn it.
It's Tory team bringing both, right? Because mind you, like Meg and Kylie like been beefing since like 2020, right? Like so, like the prosecutors damn show in bringing in Kylie, right? Because again, like the prosecutors are saying that this wasn't, like no love triangle, and like look, so and on day one, the prosecutors like shot themselves in the foot, right? Because during his opening statement, and he said, "Oh, they went to Kylie's, like party. She invited Tory, and towards the end of the night, they left. Like he like skipped over and avoided any type of confrontation or altercation that took place at Kylie's crib. So like that shows that they're trying to just skip over all types of Meg being drunk, her jealousy, right? So like they're trying to avoid that, but the defense is trying to, just create doubt that, this here was a three-way jealousy thing. Megan was drunk, Kelsey was drunk, they fought, and then Kelsey shot, right? Like, so like that's what they're trying to say is like, right, that like this was a crime of passion that Kelsey shot Megan.
Yeah. Okay, so that brings me to my next question, Flacco. How so when they asked Kelsey on the stand, are you afraid and fear Tory's Tory, his team? She was like, no, but I'm like, bitch, do you realize his whole team is trying to prison swap him for you? Like his whole team's argument is setting up this whole cat fight between you and Meg so they can pin you as the fucking shooter, and you're gonna sit there and say that you're not afraid and know you and him are good when his whole legal defense's argument is Tory didn't do this. They're painting the GSR on you. They're painting you as the fucking shooter, which is why they're trying to get into the nuance of who y'all all fucking and how many men y'all done jumped on the dicks of, because they're trying to create the motive for why you would have pulled the trigger on her. And you sit here talking about, no, I'm not afraid, and no, there's no pressure. Like, girl, he's your enemy right now.
Yo, listen to her, but listen, like, look, she's been back talking the entire trial, right. So look, right. If they asked her, like, are you afraid of coming back to LA? Is that why you haven't been back? And she says, yes, coming back to LA gives me anxiety. What about LA gives you anxiety? Just the entire situation. Does coming back to LA give you anxiety because Tory is here? Right? Like, right? No, that's not it. So it's like she's just like so fucking confused, because in her head she knows, Tory gave me half that bag up front. And if me, my husband, and like newborn kid wants to eat after this trial, if me, my husband, and like newborn kid wants to live a lifestyle that like we think that we deserve, we got to We got to make sure that we don't say nothing incriminating about Tory. Plus, also too, right? Like Tory's team, right, is now trying to say that Megan bribed Kelsey, and here's how, right? They're saying that after that incident, when Megan team ghosted Kelsey, Kelsey had to go back to Texas. Now, she said that like 2 weeks prior, she put up her crib on like a sublease and left Texas to come to LA to be with Megan. So after that incident, when Megan and like her team ghosted Kelsey, she had to go back and she was living in a hotel. And they're saying that Kelsey kept on texting Megan, please, I need your help, man. I have nowhere to go. And then Megan said, bitch, like, oh, okay, here. And Megan paid for her to have her crib, right? So they're saying that Megan doing a goodwill for Kelsey is her bribing Kelsey to like turn
against the manipulation. It's the
Man.
manipulation of it all. Wow. They are desperate to definitely deflect. I'm telling you. Now, his defense team is defensing. Like, they're doing what the fuck they're to do, which is to, bitch, you better pussy pop and paint every other goddamn type of truth and narrative and subjectivity that you fucking can to deflect from your goddamn client by all means motherfucking necessary. So they are definitely pulling from the musician's hat in terms of trying to produce all this other shit
today
to take the attention off of this motherfucker. But let me tell you, so here's the thing though. So what do you believe she needs immunity from? Like, do you believe that she actually
shot the motherfucker? She did it.
Not hell, bro. Listen, bro. Right,
I'm gonna tell you what I said, Flacco. Yeah. I feel like allegedly I feel like it might have been her gun, but Tory might have discharged it.
No, they both let off. They don't know which, but listen, they got together. Now, listen. So I'm gonna just give my take real quick. So what happened was,
hold on. And I feel like the only reason why Tory has been like trying to be low key and like kind of take the gun charge and whatever is because he did discharge it, and he also feels guilty because he added a situation in that car that was unnecessary that triggered up all the bullshit. So this is like kind of his way of kind of trying to protect Kelsey by just running with the gun charge shit, because this is his way of kind of like trying to take responsibility, because ultimately he triggered up this whole fucking shit. Matter of fact, if Tory was not involved at all that night, none of this would ever actually happen. It's literally his single-handed involvement in this night that created this whole shit that took place.
Yo, right. So, sorry. Go ahead, sis.
I think that's William.
Oh, yeah. No, I just
was
think
me,
that
but
was.
It's okay.
No, go ahead. No. Go ahead. Ladies first. Of course.
Okay, hold on. So then I'm gonna just go in chronological order, but I want to make sure that Flacco, that you got all of the important observations from today out.
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool. Because you probably got some panelists who also want to ask you some questions too about some of the things.
Sure.
I think, matter of fact, Lexi had wanted to ask you something. But go ahead, Lexi. Welcome to the platform. Your thoughts.
Hey, all right. So basically, there's no doubt in my mind that Tory shot Megan. But as this case has progressed, I've noticed in that the details that have come out, the defense, like you said, the defense has a very, very, very strong case against Megan. It's because of the inconsistencies and all the different things that the lies and all the different omissions that's happened, with that night. What I can say is that what I think I don't think Kelsey took the bribe. I honestly, genuinely think that Kelsey pretty much, as the case developed, like I said, I've listened to some things. Megan was a terrible friend to Kelsey. Kelsey, literally, I'm listening and I'm like, wait a minute. So I already knew she slept with Tory. Okay. So that night, she also dealt with domestic violence. And it's like, I guess nobody cares about her, pain, but she was snatched up and does have a heart murmur, which is very serious. That's cardio. I'm a nurse, so I can definitely say anxiety could have definitely put her in the bed too. Then on top of that, the last thing I heard that did it for me was, you know, the fact that she was trying to get into the hospital, the room, I believe, and they did not let her in. She basically was escorted out and basically flown, like she had to fly back to Houston and she had nowhere to go. Like basically Megan is the celebrity. She calls the shots. So basically she wasn't even allowed in the room and she basically was escorted out like a peasant. And y'all supposed to be best friends. And she basically had to fly back to Houston. And then later on, I'm hearing she didn't have nowhere to go and she was texting Megan. So that whole night, I noticed Kelsey was the one that was really trying to be there for Megan, although she found out that Megan slept with Tory, her dude, first. I remember there was a video where I saw myself. Kelsey was like, Megan, are you okay? Are you okay? And I was watching it and I'm like, although they were fighting, I do believe they were fighting over penis. And although Megan did what she did, Kelsey was still there riding for Megan. Now, Megan, I feel like Megan, after everything I just mentioned that she did to Kelsey, basically being a shitty friend, and then on top of that, the 2 years that it took for this trial to happen, the slander, oh, you're a bum, you can't afford this, you can't afford that, and even in her music, she came for Kelsey. It's like disrespect on top of disrespect. So Kelsey's like, you want me to pull up to the courtroom and do what? Defend you? When you were a shitty friend to me, but you want me to pull up to the courtroom and defend you and start singing? And honestly, quite frankly, after everything I've heard, I don't know if I would defend Megan either. I'm the type of person like, I would put things to the side, but the details I'm hearing and how Kelsey really, was coming through for Megan and how Megan was basically shitty towards her, it's very difficult to pull up to the courtroom and speak for somebody like that, who's a celebrity, who's cocky. I heard, and I'll say this finally, I heard on the panel, plenty of people say, oh, well, Kelsey, she works for Megan, Kelsey's the nobody, That's how people feel. She's a nobody. Okay, well, if she's a nobody, well, Megan needs to find her way out of this situation by herself. Leave the nobody alone. It's like the disrespect. You can't treat people like dirt and then expect them to come and defend you. So Megan has accountability.
Hold on, I want to speak to a little bit of that, and then I also want you to do so too, Reckless. I mean, but I do understand that it's easy for Kelsey to see it as being treated like shit, etc. But if Kelsey had any bit of emotional intelligence, she would understand the gravity of the trauma that was experienced by Megan. Now, if she's huffing and puffing and going into cardiac arrest, and she wasn't even damn shot, then then she can imagine also what Megan is going through, who's going to take on a bigger toll of this because it happened to her. She has the celebrity. It's going to be her who's going to be fully suctioned into the good and the bad that comes with the shit being publicized, dealing with Tory, etc. At the end of the day, she did give her, according to Flacco, she did give her the money to get her apartment back, send her back to Houston. She needed her fucking space, and rightfully so. I just got shot and betrayed by a bunch of fucking people. I'm also reeling over the passing of my mother. This is too much. She got too much going on. She need her space. That's understandable when a traumatic situation happens. And yes, people do not. Hold on. And people do not operate perfectly. Yes, sometimes people will cut your ass off. So sometimes people won't answer their phone. Yes, it feels unfair. It can be argued that it's unfair, but all of that is reasonable under traumatic events. And all Kelsey had to honestly do was just empathize, because she too was a woman who shared part of this traumatic experience with her, and not try to personalize it. Even if that meant her ass get some counseling, get you a support team, just work through your own shit. Don't focus so much on Megan, because that's what got Kelsey into the shit. Is she spent too much time focusing on Megan rather than doing her own fucking work. And then it's just weird that she's holding Megan accountable so bad, but she's in this motherfucker protecting the man who created this trauma. She's sitting in fucking court, pussy motherfucking popping in front of the motherfucker who authored the confusion. You sitting here blaming your fucking friend for feeling abandoned, that she didn't fucking defend you, bitch. She ain't even got nobody defending her. Beyonce didn't speak out for her.
Just gonna answer
that. Didn't speak out for her. Nobody in the industry spoke out for her. She been out here getting motherfucking dragged like And then if you listen to even the diss track by Kelsey, if you listen to the fucking diss track, she brings up how fucking Megan been thotting and bopping behind her back. Okay, fine. This ain't y'all first motherfucking rodeo. Then when she goes live to actually get into the nuance, she says this. Come to find out, your ass was fucking with a nigga behind my back that I was on first. So it seems to me that Kelsey, even in everything she's saying today, she's going to deny everything that happened to Megan, but she remembers every motherfucking thing that happened to her and her betrayal. Kelsey is a petty, emotional midget. The bitch is emotionally
Can I respond to that?
She's stupid. She's immature as hell. For her to be prioritizing, her girlfriend fucking on a nigga that wasn't even technically hers, and prioritizing like maintaining your emotional response to that, but then refuse to also address like the other part of the shit, and also give Tory Lanez that smoke, because I don't even mind some of the smoke she giving to Megan. But what I don't like that women do oftentimes is they direct most of their fucking grief toward the woman rather than toward the motherfucking nigga, because he also bears responsibility in it as well. I'm not saying that Megan is right. It is slum. It was slummy and skeezy of her to not only have been hold on. It was slummy and skeezy of Megan to not only have been her Kelsey's boss, but to have been her homegirl, and to have blended and made a mess, made this shit so messy like this. But then again, if you let Kelsey and Megan tell it, like Megan says, her and her girlfriends do this when it comes to niggas all the time. That is a part of their rodeo. And Kelsey and Megan been knowing each other since 2012, 2013. So they have a long motherfucking history. And then my question too to Kelsey, because I also got to question her clout chasing. If you mad at another woman who has a pattern of behavior fucking behind your back, why the fuck are you still her friend? And why the fuck are you employed by her? When the fuck are you going to for yourself and remove yourself from a bitch that you deem as toxic? Because you allow her not only to betray you once, you allow her to betray you twice, you allow her to betray you 3 times, and now you find yourself the 4th time being fucked over, and you the victim in the situation, as if Megan didn't show you who the fuck she was long before
so you're blaming
came into play?
Conscious. So basically, so you said about emotional intelligence. Okay, this is the thing. If Megan had any emotional intelligence, if she really, really knew that she was going to press charges or, go to trial or whatever the case may be, all this Kelsey slander that she was doing over the internet and saying that she took bribe money and this, that, and the third, when she wasn't even sure that was so, she would have never done that. Megan killed herself.
Hold on. I gotta handle something. Lady Royale, I want you to drop this bald-headed, ragged, worthless ass bitch in the bottom of the Mississippi River. Take care of Jay Pay so he can go relieve himself. Maybe he can go find him some toxic pussy to jump in. Okay, go ahead, Lexi.
I was saying, Megan, honestly, she killed herself, because if you look at the past 2 years, the things that Megan has done, if you going to court, if anything, Kelsey, when she was talking about, I don't want to be implicated, that's how you move when you're going to court and when you're dealing with a case. If you knew you was going to go to court and you knew you needed Kelsey, what you on the internet bashing her for, disrespecting her? You already was a slum friend. You already disrespected her. You left her for dead. It's not just about the nigga. It's not about that, because even like I said, after everything happened with the dude finding out, Kelsey was still like, Megan, are you okay? Megan, are you okay? She was not worried about no Tory. You go to the hospital, it's like, fuck Kelsey.
She didn't need her though, because she wasn't even pressing charges for Lexi. But she wasn't pressing. It's the state versus Tory. So Megan,
right? The state.
Okay. Plan on having to use her. It was Megan or the reserve. She didn't have to reserve Kelsey.
Whether it's Megan or the state, whoever, Megan knew, okay, I'm going to go to court. I'm basically going to go to court. And Megan proceeded to cockily, disrespectfully come for Kelsey's neck. And then and she continued to, not only did she disrespect her that night, and nobody had empathy. Everybody wants to have empathy for Megan, but nobody has empathy for the fact that this girl literally got snatched up and was punched and had domestic violence towards her. So that's what I'm saying. If Kelsey goes up to the stand and decides to have empathy for herself and look out for herself, nobody else is, because everybody is focused on Megan.
She can do both.
But let me just say this one thing. If Kelsey wants to empathize and protect herself because nobody gives a fuck about her, it's all about Megan, how could you blame her? Everybody's Megan.
Okay, hold on. How is it?
But it's not right. You don't just
how is it? Hold on, Lexi. How is it all about Megan when your testimony? Hold on. How is it all about Megan when your testimony will put the nigga who fucks both of y'all ass up behind bars? That part.
This is the thing. It's all about how could you want Kelsey to help to. That's the thing. How could you want Kelsey to help you when you have slandered her?
He dragged her out of the vehicle according to Lexi. I know you in mammy mode right now, but listen, sis. She got dragged according. She got dragged according. Lexi. The facts, okay? I don't want to have to mute you, sis, but this is my platform. Y'all not gonna dominate me.
That's right.
The facts are she accuses Tory herself to Megan as fighting her and dragging her out of the car, giving her neck injury, arm injury, back injury. Her fucking heart pacer is fucking glitching and shit as a result of him manhandling her. She tells prosecutors that the motherfucker threatened her, still had the gun in his hand, made them both get in the goddamn vehicle as a form of intimidation. And you sit here talking about this case is all about Megan when both of these women have one perpetrator and one perpetrator only involved. Because you know what? That emotional shit that happened between them, that's one thing between Kelsey and Megan. That's why I'm also calling Kelsey immature, because this is a two-part battle. To stand in the gap and tell the truth and stand against Tory does not take away your plight with Megan. You can still have your fucking issues with how she handles you professionally, how she handles you personally. This is not a one over the other thing. It's just that the situation with Tory is going to play out in court. The situation with you and Megan will have to play out in the streets and between y'all personally. But she ain't got to give up one over the other. And the fact that she's literally choosing that, though, she's choosing her emotional plight with Megan as a justification to protect this motherfucking man who perpetrated violence against them both. And she's a dumbass bitch for sitting in court talking about she's not afraid of a man whose team is literally there trying to paint her as the fucking shooter. She's dumb. Fucking stupid. Pussy popping, black male worshiping asshole at its finest. Dr. Mammy Luther motherfucking King at top tier level. You got all this fucking smoke for a bitch who didn't compromise your freedom, but you standing in front of a nigga whose team is literally saying, this bitch pulled the motherfucking trigger, lock her the fuck up, my client is innocent. And this bitch so fucking emotionally ridiculous that she still would rather protect him than to protect the woman who costed her a lot less, because she ain't get that knot on her fucking head from motherfucking Megan. She ain't get that toe up ass arm and them bruises on her fucking legs from motherfucking Megan. She's not fighting for her fucking freedom as a result because of fucking Megan. She's fighting for her freedom because Tory, the nigga she's protecting, is having his team paying her for the shit that he allegedly did. What is not clear about that? What is not clear about how idiotic, black male worshiping and manified Kelsey ass is? Her priority in this situation got her looking stupid. If she gave a fuck about her situation, she would be handling this shit with both hands, bitch. Fuck Megan, but yeah, Tory shot the bitch. You can have both of those. You can have two motherfucking middle fingers up and have them both for Megan and Tory ass. Fuck that hoe, and Tory shot that hoe. That's all the hell she got to fucking do.
That's what happened.
And she claimed it was what happened in her interview with prosecutors, in the text messages her ass sent to Megan, the text messages she sent to Justin, Tory's bodyguard. That's what the hell she claimed happened.
But, okay, so
both your motherfucking middle fingers up and fuck both them hoes.
But Conscious.
What if? But that's the reason why I wanted to say is that it's not only just quote unquote Megan at stake or just Tory. She's at stake as well too. And Conscious hit it right on the head. What I'm about to say is that you're sitting up here trying to deflect and trying to defend Tory, not even realizing that they are putting you up under the bus. Yes, she has immunity. Yes, she is immune. God, forgive me, my tongue is tied. But let's be very clear. if you're lying on that stand, you can get locked the fuck up. And it's obvious that she's lying on that stand just to protect who? Tory. So it's not smart that you're up here lying for him, and they're putting you up under they're throwing you up under the bus. And now it's even to the point and to the fact that guess what? Now you not only are you gonna have the defense on your ass, you're also gonna have the prosecutors on your ass. Because now you already showed them that I'm gonna protect Tory and be on the defense side, not even recognizing they're throwing you up under the bus. Now the prosecutors got to also go right behind you to prove what you said was completely false. Now you got two teams on your ass, and this is the reason why he keeps saying about being immature or emotionally sterile or not having emotional intelligence. Like you're really shooting, and I hate to say it because of this case, you're shooting yourself in the foot for real.
All right, so but here's
and the reason why we know that she's kind of lying on the stand is because it's very convenient when you remember certain things, but then the other things is like, oh, I don't remember that. I don't remember that. I don't remember that. I don't remember that. You remember every single thing until it really counts, and then when we actually get into the situation where it really counts, all of a sudden you can remember what Tory has said, which pissed you off. You can remember what Megan has said that pissed you off, but you can't remember actual gunshot. That the defense team's actually saying that you did.
All right, let me give a quick different point of view. Okay, so what if she's not protecting Tory, she's protecting herself? What if she's the one that let it off and it was an accident and he's been holding her down this whole time? What if that's the case? Because that makes more sense than her lying. Because what y'all saying, it doesn't make sense for her to do what she's doing because she put herself at even more risk. But what if he's been protecting her, so now she's returning the favor?
It's not protecting because they're still throwing her up under the bus. Let's not forget.
But listen, the reason, it creates a reasonable doubt on both.
Yesterday, it was yesterday or the day before. The defense attorney, the people that was actually in the court, literally said that the defense attorney literally said, they just about said that Kelsey shot Megan. My client didn't do it. That's not protecting.
Yes, it is, because it creates reasonable doubt. Because again, like I said yesterday, it's not what happened, it's what you can prove. If you can't prove Tory did it, you can't prove she did it either. And so that frees both of them.
But that's why the text messages are relevant. That's the reason why. Is because now she's immune to the consequences of probably what happened that night.
She's not
lying. Her ass getting locked the hell up.
No, she's the only thing she's not immune from is perjury. So she can't lie. But if just like the jury can't convict Tory, the same jury would not be able to convict her because all of this same convoluted shit would come back up. So guess what? They're both free and clear. Y'all gotta look at it from that point of view as well. So I agree. I hear what y'all saying. If she's protecting him like that, that's dumb as shit. But it makes sense because if they can't prove I did it, they can't prove you did it. That way we both get off because both of them did something wrong. Now, you got to hear a difference of opinion. If they got together and say, hey, look, this is what happened. Yeah, you let off, it hit the ground, ricochet, whatever. It was an accident. Don't worry about it. I got you. I'll cover it. I'll hold you down.
But what you're saying,
can someone explain this to me? So I want to make sure I know this. So knowing that it's a fact that there was a weapon, knowing that there was a fact that Megan was actually shot or had fragments in her foot, the white government is gonna let 3 niggas leave, knowing that one of them shot Megan.
They have no choice.
Is that what you're telling me?
They have no choice. It's not what happens.
Is it lying if she says? Is it lying if she says, "I don't know, I don't remember"? Is that technically lying? If she says, "I don't remember," she didn't say, "Oh no, yes, no." She says, "I don't know."
A whole interview and a bunch of evidence to support that to support a different truth. Yeah. So, and that's why they're talking perjury.
No, but like the young gentleman said in the court of law, if she's saying, for example, she's not giving a direct answer, like, oh,
after she already done give a 2-hour-long deposition to prosecutors, and there's all this other fucking direct.
No, I agree with you, Conscious. What I'm saying is when she get on the stand and she's playing amnesia. When you play amnesia, she's not directly, basically.
But that's why the lawyer is saying, okay, well, cool, fuck her amnesia. Judge, can you allow us to admit her fucking interview as evidence? Because we know that's the game she's playing. So we just gonna override her motherfucking ass, and we gonna go with
that's what has to happen. Because that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Her saying, "I don't remember," I don't know, is not incriminating. And one more thing, I'm Conscious. I didn't want to talk over it. I apologize for that. I just wanted to say, I feel like Kelsey, like the young gentleman said, she's protecting herself. Me, I would have moved differently. I agree. Like I definitely would have put everything to the side and testified. I was just telling you because everybody was wondering, well, did she take the bribe? What? And I'm like, well, this is what I think she's doing. But I would have moved differently. But that's what Kelsey's doing. I personally think she's protecting herself, and her being on that stand playing amnesia. It's like the court can't say perjury because it's like, what did she say? What did she deny? So literally, they would have to, like you said, use something to override her to prove that because technically she's not incriminating herself.
But the text
That's what's the fuckery right there.
Is exactly why they want that interview.
Yes, they have to get that in there.
But my question to you is, why do you think she's asking for immunity? Do you think that Kelsey had something to do directly with the crime committed against Megan?
Absolutely. Why she's asking for immunity?
Mm-hmm.
I think, well, usually when people ask for immunity, I feel like it's either they had something to do with it, or they just don't want to be implicated, like in any kind of way. Because didn't you say they found gunpowder residue on her?
Yeah, a lot of it.
Okay, I feel like the immunity. I think that Kelsey doesn't want any.
And you also have a witness that claimed that he saw the muzzle of the flash of the muzzle go off closer to Kelsey than Tory.
Right. So to answer your question, Conscious, it's so much up in the air. It's like we are like all trying to figure it out. Kelsey, I feel like asks for immunity because it's so confusing to us. Imagine the courtroom and the jurors. She's trying to protect herself by any means. Like however this may go, I need immunity so they won't be able to catch me in A, B, C, D, E, F in no kind of way, in any kind of way. I need immunity. I don't need to be caught up in anything. Implicate me on Nathaniel. Basically, she got that because she wants to make sure that how confusing this trial is and how there's so much information that's said, unsaid. She doesn't want to risk going to jail. She doesn't want to risk anything because she was there. So it's like she don't want to. She wants that immunity. She wants that protection. And that's what she's trying to say. I don't know.
But if she ain't did nothing wrong, what you think she went to jail for? Because Laquan, Quan, like it don't seem like you worried about going to jail. What would he be going to jail? I mean, like what would you be going to jail for, sis?
Because they found the residue on her, right? So if, for example, if there's incriminating things going on, maybe, for example, they found things going on with her, they found residue, whatever. So if she didn't do anything or whatever,
why would she choose immunity instead of sticking with the truth? Because the prosecutors are already defending her, saying, "Look, there is gunshot residue on Kelsey, but it's the result of Tory Lanez."
But that's not guaranteed to believe that.
Hold on. It's the result of Tory Lanez putting his hands on Kelsey. So all Kelsey got to do is stick with the truth. She the story. It's already helping her. She just got to say yes.
But Conscious, what's sad about the law though is the prosecution. They could try to protect her and say this, that, and the third, but it don't always go like that. They can still find a way to implicate you and put you in jail. That's what's sad about court.
Yeah,
you're right. But the thing is, the defense will find some kind of way to say, well, and boom, she's implicated in some kind of way. So that's why she is trying to protect her ass in every single angle by that immunity, because it's not about, even in court, they tell you it's not about who's right or wrong. It's about reasonable doubt. It's a certain standard, how the law works. So how the law works, how we may think,
now she got immunity.
The courtroom don't work like that.
So now she got immunity. So why she still pussy popping?
She has immunity, but at the same time, what do you mean she's pussy popping?
Because she went on the stand today and she's still pussy popping. She's still acting like she amnesia. She still don't want to answer no question. She still don't want to incriminate Tory, even though she'd already done did that.
I told you why she's doing that. It's because she basically feels like Meg was a shitty friend to her, so she's not gonna.
And that's why I call her a petty emotional. That's why I call her a petty emotional bitch.
Yo, but the question is this, right? Like, bro, like the prosecutors didn't ask her any like questions, like that's like. Just like a question that's like tricky to stumble her up. No, like right now, right? Like they asked her like just straight up questions to where if she just told them exactly what she told them in September, that they just asked her questions that makes Tory look like he's just this diabolical, evious motherfucker. Like she had nothing to worry about. Now, again, she even got the immunity right to where she could have came on to say, yes, listen, man, like me and Tory Tory was fighting over the gun, or fuck it, that's my gun, right? That wouldn't have got her prosecuted, but she, I guess, went beyond and above and out of her way to protect Tory. For example, right? If they asked her, yo, you told us that Tory called y'all bitches and hoes and told his driver stop the car and get these bitches and hoes out of the vehicle, and she gonna say, I don't remember. That night was a blur. Everything I said on September was like not the truth. So like at some point, bro, if you can't even admit that Tory called y'all bitches and hoes, yo, like you now just doing like too much, bro, right? Like you going above and beyond and just doing the outright most to protect them. And now the question is, why?
She's darting at Meg. I don't think she's trying to protect him. She's darting at Meg. It's personal. It's with Meg. She's acting dumb because she felt, I'm not excusing it, but I'm telling y'all that's what she's doing.
Yeah.
She's acting dumb because she doesn't want to help Meg.
The hell up.
It's clear she's doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So if she don't stop, she's gonna fuck around and get locked the hell up. Because all it takes is this. All it takes is the prosecutors or the defense to catch her in a lie.
They already did.
Right, they gotta catch her.
Like that's all it is. That's the reason why are you doing this? Like they already have either side now can just catch you in the court
today. But that's why the defense reminded her, just because you got immunity, I want you to know you can still be found guilty on perjury. And then apparently her and her team, had to go talk about that because she wasn't aware of that. I want to get
so now she's aware. Okay, so she's gonna definitely, she's gonna make sure all I'm saying is that's why she feels some type of way. She felt like, oh, you slandered me for 2 years. You did this, you did da. You want me to pull up for you and be a friend for you when you were shitty to me? Nah, I'm not doing that. That's how she's going about it.
2 months ago, though. But she did though, 2 months ago, though, right? Like for example, like Megan and her been beefing for 2 years, but she still took her ass up to the prosecutor's office in September 2 months ago and told them an hour plus worth of like admission and exactly like what happened
in front of her attorney, in front of her husband, and all.
Yeah. But how do we know that she was telling the truth then? Like we can't just
because a lot of
she
cooperates in text message to the bodyguard and in text message to Megan. But now she's pussy popping, and so her interview is consistent with the text messages she sent to the bodyguard Justin that she sent to directly to Megan after the goddamn shooting. But now she's so now we know what her true truth is. That's why everybody knows she pussy popping on the stand. That's why she want fucking immunity. She shook now. But
Megan should have just played. If Megan just played nice with her, even if it was for fake,
if she
played nice with her, Kelsey would have been on that stand singing like a.
And she forgot. Well, she forgot that. Like also, your motherfucking the images of her injuries were plastered out, like her bald spot, the bruises on her arm and feet, the scratches, the blood, etc. She got the text message that Meg gave the text message to the lawyers who submitted it into evidence from Kelsey the same motherfucking morning that once again she's having heart troubles because of Tory dragging her ass out of a vehicle. And now
I have a question. Can I ask a question? I want to ask you a question. Do you think that with everything that happened, do you think that if Megan had handled things differently with Kelsey or been a better friend, do you think that Kelsey would have pulled up to that courthouse and started singing? Because remember that night she was supportive of Meg. She was there for Meg.
I can agree.
So do you think if Meg had handled her stuff just differently,
of course, I can say easily
right.
Yes,
so that's what I'm saying. Conscious. I'm not excusing.
Hold on. Of course, that's the case. But my issue is that also is what makes Kelsey's morality so piss poor. Because when your right thing to do is determined by how you're treated, that makes you a fucked up person who only.
So what do you think about Meg? What do you think she is?
When the conditions start with you, Megan actually had her fucking back. because first of all, once again, she got that apartment for her ass back in Texas. And then secondly, when Tory started throwing them both under the bus, talking about this was a cat fight and the bitch fight because I was fucking them both, Megan went on record multiple times saying, me and this girl was not fighting. This girl did not shoot me. This is bogus. He's a pussy ass nigga. Him, he's team pussy for putting out this motherfucking narrative. Me and her, da 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 da. Like, she had her fucking back.
Yeah.
She had her back, but
she said,
but
had her back.
Kelsey is such
I'm
a
sorry.
black male worshiping, identifying woman that she jumped out of that window still to have Tory's back. Remember when Megan came out and spoke, and then she was speaking because Tory and his team was pushing narratives. They was pushing the narrative that this was a cat fight and that these girls got into it because he was having sex with them both. Megan came out on multiple occasions and refuted that and stood
but
up.
She was lying though.
Hold on. And stood up for that reality. And ironically, Kelsey also has not incriminated Megan as her having a fight. What she did tell prosecution is that Tory beat the hell out of her, drug her out of a car, etc. Her injuries were documented. Her interview is consistent with those injuries. Her text message initially to Megan about those injuries and her heart issues as a result of all the fucking anxiety are all consistent. So as far as we know, Megan told the truth. Yeah, we had a verbal argument, but bitch, like, she ain't shoot me. And Megan went on record after record after record saying Kelsey did not shoot me. Even when she took the stand yesterday, I did not see Kelsey. I'm not aware of Kelsey's involvement. I saw Tory Lanez shoot me. But she also maintained that Kelsey was innocent this entire time.
Yeah, she said that Kelsey didn't shoot her. She did way more.
Kelsey the entire time knew that Tory did it. While Kelsey the entire time knew that Tory did do it. And now he's allowing his team to throw Kelsey under the bus, and she's still focused on her portrayal for Megan. Okay. All right, got it. It's cute.
Let's just hope that they admit the things that they need to admit, because she's not talking. So let's just hope that they admit.
Look, I think that the whole case is going to either be a mistrial or thrown out. I definitely
a mistrial.
I definitely believe that Tory is just going to walk no matter what. It's too muddy. But it's a lot. Rumors and T, welcome to the platform. Your thoughts on the shenanigans of day 4 trial?
Hey everyone.
Hi.
Okay, so a lot. I'm gonna try to get it out. Got like 3 comments. So the first things first. My problem with Kelsey is being a black male worshiper. Not only did this man attack Meg, not only did he attack you, this man has also attacked other black men. He's really a menace, okay? Let's call a spade a spade. He's a menace. By her, which I do believe and agree to some degree with the lady before, by her getting up here talking about I don't remember, that's being low vibrating, hood rat, just like gutter rat, like just trash behavior. Because I believe she's definitely pulling this bullshit because she mad at Megan still. All over a nigga. And the irony of that is this nigga beat your ass. But you're gonna continue to protect him. Which allows him to go free and possibly beat somebody else's ass again. So your pettiness, your animosity towards Meg over a piece of dick, that quite frankly, I don't believe that just the 2 of them was getting, if Meg indeed slept with them. But you know he was sleeping with multiple people. So it's community property. How dare you, although Meg was wrong as fuck, but how dare you literally use that as a reason to allow this menace to run fucking free and possibly assault someone else? She's a piece of shit. Any person that has ever been abused and will enable someone else to get away with that, to possibly allow more victims to come into play, is a piece of shit. Now, I think his name is it Flacco?
Yeah, a poetic Flacco. Mm-hmm.
When you were speaking about the doctor, the other content creator was on earlier. What she said made sense. She stated, from her point of view, that the doctor was stating they consider bullet fragments. He particularly, a bullet fragment is considered a bullet. It's not a whole bullet, but it's still a bullet. When they I guess give their report of their findings and conclusions, he said it was they were bullet fragments and it was a bullet.
Yeah.
I don't think he was confused. I think he was explaining his interpretation as a medical physician.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that what he said made him look crazy either, because we do know in certain professions,
that's fair.
In certain professions, people have different,
Yeah.
talk phrases and things of that nature. Okay, and then to the theory of her, Kelsey accepting the money. I do believe that she did, but I don't believe that it's like her antics on the stand is because she received the money. I believe that her receiving the money from him as a robbery may have been her wanting immunity. Because if it was to ever be proven that she did, she can possibly, go to prison.
Yo, like the last theory to me like makes the most sense, right? Because like I don't feel like she's, again, man, like I don't care like what anybody says, bro. Like Kelsey did not shoot Megan. Like I don't even think that's a possibility. Like it could, if you like just listen like to like exactly like what was said or done like the day after, or even like like a few minutes and after like the shooting, right? There's no chance at all, man, that Kelsey like is shot Megan. Now, I personally believe that like she probably ain't even have any concerns about being prosecutor, right? I think that she came in not wanting to testify, trying to find a way out. So she said, listen, I don't want to testify based on my concerns for like of like violating my like Fifth Amendment. So once she said that, the prosecutor said, yo, we will offer you immunity. The defense said, hold up, we got to approve whatever immunity is being given. So then like they like talked for like 10-15 minutes and came to their personal agreement, right? So I think that her saying that she wants immunity was like just a way for her to get out of testifying, yo. Like she did not want to testify at all.
Well, my theory with that is that I believe that during that meeting that she allegedly had with him, Tory made her, aware that his defense team was going to come for her, that she was going to be, used as the scapegoat. And I believe that's the reason why, if she didn't take the money, which I believe she did, he may possibly be paying for her attorney fees, offering her the best attorney, and his attorney is saying, just plead the fifth, because, you don't want to testify against them, because then that implements yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Nah, listen, like I knew Kelsey was on bullshit, because if you're saying you are riddled with anxiety and you are upset as fuck, right? Then like your anxiety should not go away just because the defensive attorney is now cross-examining you, right? Like I will think that being cross-examined will trigger your anxiety and your memory loss even more. But like I'm talking about friendlier. She like knew more, was like more talkative, remembered more. Her whole demeanor changed once Tory lawyers were interviewing her, right? So like it seems like she had a script when it came to Tory lawyers, right? Like she knew exactly she was going to answer, how she was going to answer it, exactly how. But with the prosecutors, it felt like they weren't in on it, or like they thought that they had a script for her, and she came in with anxiety because she knew she was going to, backstab the prosecutors.
Yeah, to me, it was like you could remember everything that Megan did. Everything Megan did to you, you could remember everything. Everything she did that can paint her in the worst picture. Not to say she wasn't drunk, not to say she wasn't acting a fool, but you want to paint her in like just this horrible like image, and you don't remember nothing about Tory. You don't even remember this nigga knocking you up, dragging your. You don't remember.
This is the text message on the screen that they're trying to present, because she acting deaf, dumb, and stupid now, but she forget not only the shit she told prosecutors, she forget the shit that she also texted Megan, text to the bodyguard, but she also forget all the shit that she said with the sobering mind on social media, such as this: I want to clear up the rumors that I shot Megan. I wasn't, in all caps, the one with the gun and would never do something like that. However, I was present.
Yes.
And now you're
right.
stupid. Now you
right.
remember
So
shit.
look.
Now your brain is foggy. You done forgot how clear your mind been since all this shit happened. All of a sudden now it's big girl day. It's time to put on your Victoria's Secret panties. And all of a sudden now your brain is foggy.
Well, her brain is foggy probably because her lawyer is telling her to keep her brain foggy.
Man, this is about straight up.
She about to get dragged by prosecution. They're gonna tear her motherfucking ass up, along with Tory team, who are
no, she's done though.
And
she's done.
Keep saying that
she just got done with she just got done with her testifying, and I guess they asked her if her and Megan fought. She said, basically something like, "I don't know," and then they asked her if she heard like Dansby, and she said that she doesn't know where that came from, and a whole bunch
She's
of other
gonna keep
stuff.
saying she doesn't know anything. That's what she's
But
gonna
she's
keep
done
doing.
testifying, so I don't know. So I'm not sure if it's like still going in order or whatever, but I'll go back on mute.
Yeah, right. Look, right. So the last comment was Megan being drunk and jealous don't negate her being shot. But like what it does do is it goes towards the defense argument that Megan was drunk, she was jealous, and she was irate, right? And she was acting crazy and like out of her mind. And like Kelsey was also jealous and drunk as well. So hence, when tempers were flaring, these two had a really heated exchange. They fought, and then Kelsey shot Meg, right? So like that's where the Meg being drunk and jealous part comes in, right? So yes, we all know she was shot, but when you tell the jury, yo, Kelsey shot her, okay, why did she shoot her? Because they was in a jealous love triangle, you know?
Yeah, and I want to because the Shade Room has updated themselves as well. But Terrence Baxton said the jury will believe Megan in the end as long as Kelsey testimony wasn't Tory did not shoot. It was this person who shot the gun. She simply comes off as hurt, betrayed, and embarrassed by Megan. So Terrence is convinced that the jury is going to absolutely believe Megan. She does have the clout to be believed in this case, and Kelsey is pussy popping and not saying he didn't do it. She does say she heard the shots, etc. So it's gonna be interesting. But the Shade Room posted 1 hour ago and said, here's a rundown of evidence that jurors will have access to during the Tory Lanez assault trial. Kelsey and Tory met. Kelsey's Tory shot Meg text that I just pulled up to Meg's guard on incident night. Tory's recorded apologetic call to Kelsey after the shooting. Tory's apologetic text to Meg, which I also just pulled up. LAPD body cam and footage of Meg in the ambulance, etc. Additional evidence jurors will have is two 911 calls from neighbors about gunshots, surveillance footage with audio of gunfire from a home near the incident. Wow. X-ray images, which of course came up today, of Meg's feet, also evidence. Jurors saw images during surgeon's testimony. That surveillance footage with the audio, that's going to be an ass kicker. Wow. I can't wait to hear what that is about. Also, they stated 3 minutes ago that lawyers repeatedly remind Kelsey Nicole that her immunity does not protect her from perjury charges. James Queeley on Twitter said Kelsey Harris done on the stand. Prosecutors presented text again that she sent immediately after shooting, reading Tory shot Meg, and later describing Tory physically assaulting her. But Harris keeps saying she either sent texts in a panic or doesn't remember sending them, which Tory should have a big issue with. So, bitch, how the fuck do I become the villain in your story just because you got anxiety then? So just because you have an anxiety, all of a sudden now I done hit you, I done dragged you, snatch your ponytail out, I done beat you half to goddamn death, I done threatened you with a goddamn gun, all because you're in your fucking feelings. I don't even make fucking sense. Nobody does that in a state of panic. He also says both lawyers also reminded Kelsey that her immunity doesn't protect her from perjury, but has seemed more like a static to set up subsequent questions than a threat. At one point, DDA Kathy Ta tried to go through a process of elimination to get Kelsey to acknowledge Tory as the shooter. Megan didn't shoot herself. Kelsey denies shooting, and the driver didn't do it, but she maintains that she simply assumed Tory shot Megan. At one point, the lawyer did say there is a witness who will testify that Kelsey is the shooter, but that resulted in maybe the fastest objection I've seen sustained all week. So we didn't get anywhere on that point. So they're going to bring in a witness who was going to say, I saw Kelsey shoot motherfucking Meg. And here she is pussy popping in front of motherfucking Tory Lanez, whose team is gunning just for that verdict and narrative.
Her dumb ass.
I feel like she shot her.
Fucking stupid. Oh, God. It's in the girl, you're setting the whole black community back 50 years. Kelsey was either lying then or lying now. No, the bitch lying now. She wasn't lying then. She lying all now. All her shit over the past 2 days. The bitch is lying now. Chance also she needs immunity for not being an accessory to the crime and lying to authorities during the investigation phase. Makes sense. Ideally, obstructing justice and or taking a bribe in exchange for false testimony. Okay, are you a lawyer, Terrence? You ought to hit the link. Presley, I want to get you in here to sound off. Hold on. Hold on. I can't. Let me take this shit down. Actually, Kay, welcome to the platform. Kay, can you hear me? I think you're muted.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, welcome to the platform, love. Your thoughts, day 4 shenanigans.
Honestly, I think Kelsey did it. It just honestly, I really do. Like she from the hood, so like why wouldn't she? They got into an argument. Like I feel like she probably got fed up. I feel like I don't think Tory dragged her. Like he's small as hell. She big as shit. Like she weighs a lot. So I don't see him dragging her. Maybe the bodyguard did it when he told when Tory told his bodyguard to get him out the car. I think his bodyguard may have dragged Kelsey. But I definitely feel like that's why she pled the fifth. Said I plead the fifth. As soon as she walked in, because she knew she did it. But that's what I think. I don't know.
Okay. Well, Kay believes that Kelsey pulled the motherfucking trigger, and there's gonna be a witness to testify to just that fact. Presley, welcome to the platform, love. I think you're on mute as well. Your thoughts on day 4 shenanigans?
Of course, I think Kelsey did it. But I do think that this was like a setup all along to get her immunity to go against it. Because this whole thing, first of all, the guy is like not her husband. She actually got with that guy to get back at Megan and ended up getting pregnant because that guy is actually an executive of Megan's record, the old record label that she's in court with now. So after their whole little diss track thing, that's when she got with the guy from 1501, made her diss track, and now she's pregnant by him. They're not married because he's actually rich. She's also had problems with him mistreating her. So it's just like this. It was like this whole thing is like a she's like you said, just trying to get back at Megan and hurting herself in the end. This is stupid.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, everybody. I was just
I want to pull up the lawyer for workers because there's more updates, girl. So Kelsey allegedly admitted that there is gunshot residue that was found on her. So let's get into this courtesy of Neighborhood Talk. No, this is courtesy of lawyers for workers on Instagram.
15-minute break. This has to be quick. The key moment of her testimony, I think, has to come down to when the defense attorney elicited testimony from her suggesting that there was a physical altercation between her and Meg. Kelsey seemed very hesitant answering these questions, like she didn't want to say However, she then said, hey, we both got out of the car. You will remember Meg testified that Meg got out of the car. She does not know where Kelsey was. Kelsey was on the passenger side, and that she turned around and she saw Tory shooting at her. Kelsey testified that this part she remembers. She and Meg both got out of the car, and that there was a physical altercation. Kelsey described it as a bump. The defense attorney was like, really? You guys are super drunk? You just got into a yelling match with her over the fact that she was hooking up with Tory without you knowing. You also mentioned to her that this wasn't the first time she betrayed you like that. She had done it with one other guy. Interestingly, the defense had said it was Ben Simmons and DaBaby. Kelsey said, I only named one name. She didn't confirm if it was Ben Simmons or DaBaby. And the defense attorney's like, so after all that, you guys both get out of the car, and all that happened between the two of you was a bump. I'll tell you, I don't think anybody in the room believes that the only thing that happened between Meg and Kelsey that night as far as a physical altercation is a bump, especially not when the rest of the testimony confirmed that other than discussing how she's going to be moving out of the Airbnb that she was staying at with Meg and she's going to be going somewhere else, other than a brief communication about her living arrangement, the two of them have not spoken. They have not called each other on the phone. They have not met in person. They do not talk. Kelsey is done testifying. We're on a 15-minute break. This has to be quick.
Okay. So some people are asking, like, what is the big deal over her admitting that her and Megan fought? I think I know the answer to that. We want to revisit something really quick in terms of why Kelsey and both Meg would be shying away from acknowledging that they may have had a physical altercation. Let's listen to this. This is definitely covered by fair use. Matter of fact, let me hold on. I ain't even gonna do all that. This is covered by fair use. Shout out to Chick Smooth on YouTube. Listen to Kelsey. This was back and this was 2 years ago. And if there's an echo, let me know.
So let me make sure I forget nothing. And the people around you too. You know what I'm saying? They know it's real. Y'all know I was solid. Y'all know I was loyal to that girl. I would have did anything for her. You know what I'm saying? So I was solid. And the people around you too. You know what I'm saying? They know it's real. Y'all know I was solid. Y'all know I was loyal to that girl. I would have did anything for her. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, the truth is, I mean, in your song, I think you said, I want the niggas, I don't know what the fuck, I want the niggas you got or some shit. We all know that I ain't never wanted none of your niggas. It was really, come to find out, your ass was fucking with a nigga behind my back that I was on first. And that ain't right, because you supposed to be you supposed to be my best friend. We laugh at bitches that do that shit to each other. We not supposed to do that shit to each other.
So that right there is exactly why Meg and Kelsey would want to not talk about their altercation, because they are embarrassed that they are those girls who they have laughed at and gagged over letting the nigga and a piece of dick come in between them. This was like a serious girl code situation between them. So that's why neither one of them would be interested in acknowledging that, yeah, they strapped up at some point on some motherfucking level, because they don't want to make Tory that significant, and they don't want to be them girls, because that's cringy shit for bad bitches. That's a bad bitch no-no. You don't fight over no dick. Dick is disposable. Niggas are disposable. You run game on niggas. You and your girl triangulate niggas. Y'all don't let niggas come in between y'all. It's pussy power all day, 100. So that's why there would be hesitation on either one of their part to acknowledge that fight, because that fight would center around what Tory allegedly stated in the car when he gagged Kelsey ass and told her, I don't know why you got her motherfucking back. She fucking me behind your back like she done did plenty of niggas who you had done toe tagged. So that part. But I also want to play. What is this? What is this? What is this? Hold on. 2 hours ago, I finally figured out how to make this script on right. Blah blah blah. Nope, he ain't saying shit. Hold on. Let me see here. 2 hours ago, what happened this morning? Gonna record at least for 2 subs. Okay, let me see something.
Morning session. We had the doctor testify.
All right. So let me bring this dude back up.
The idea that these are not bullet fragments in her foot, that's done. Forget about it. Those are bullet fragments. Every single person on that jury, if you ask me, believes that it was bullet fragments. How did they get there? That's the question. Kelsey took the stand. He was asked by the prosecutors, I don't know what the prosecutors were doing. If you ask me, it was a fumble this morning because they dealt with a witness who was hostile, not answering their questions, saying that she lied to them about all these statements where she incriminated Tory. And then that fumble was picked up on cross-examination. The defense attorney looks like he's on his way to the house. The defense attorney starts with the immunity piece. Okay, you've got immunity. You're only testifying once you got the immunity. Understood. Then the defense attorney goes into this idea that she's been paid off, and he does a great job of establishing the fact that she never made any statements to prosecutors in all of 2020, all of 2021. This happened in 2020. She only made a statement to prosecutors in September 2022, and the prosecutors are using all this evidence of alleged bribes. That stuff was years ago. So why would she have taken money years ago, and then September 2022? Not done what she's supposed to do when you take the money, which is lie for Tory. And to be sure, that's like the first 3 minutes of cross, because then we go into gunshot residue. You knew before you sat down with the police officers and gave your testimony that you had gunshot residue on you. Isn't that correct? She said, yes. That attorney came back and he used the prosecution's own questions against them. The prosecution had asked, hey, why'd you lie to us? Kelsey said, pressure. Defense attorney, where was the pressure from? Was it from Tory? Nope. Was it from anyone on Tory's team? Nope. Was it from the defense team? Nope. Was it from the prosecution? Yes. That type of sequence of questioning sits in a person's mind and goes, gee, I'm in a courtroom of law. It certainly seems like one side is winning. A lot more happened this morning. I'm talking about just a lot. The prosecution was straight up planting the seeds because I think there's a juror there that they don't like and they're trying to get rid of him. There was an issue about the prosecution springing defense evidence. They're just like oh, hey, we got this text message. I just found it in my back pocket. I'm going to use it. And the defense attorney was going nuts. Gloves are off at this point. There's a lot of cordiality. There's a lot of decorum. People follow the rules. Nobody acts out. But the attorneys on both sides now, when it comes to like, hey, can we get by with this? Like, no. I'm not okay with that. And, they're saying stuff kind of out of order, out of turn. People are starting to feel that trial pressure. That's how it goes. Nothing is decided. Everything is an open game. You got to be on your P's and Q's when you're taking it to trial. Mornings.
Okay, so why she would be embarrassed is because she confronted Megan after Tory gagged her ass. She got triggered up. She became the girl that made a priority over her girl fucking on a nigga that technically wasn't even hers. She became a bird as well by even taking up the issue and following up the issue with Megan. That's why she would be embarrassed, because they both became them girls. They both became them girls. Okay, so I want to also pull up something real quick as well from the neighborhood talk, and I think he just hinted to it. This might be the part that they whatchamacallit, who pulled the trigger, blah 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 blah. Prosecutors a text. Yep. Kelsey says,
I don't know what the prosecutors were doing. If you ask me, it was a fumble this morning because they dealt with a witness who was hostile, not answering their questions, saying that she lied to them about all these statements where she incriminated Tory. And then that fumble was picked up on cross-examination. The defense attorney looks like he's on his way to the house. The defense attorney starts with the immunity piece.
Okay, yeah. So Kelsey says during her interview with the prosecution in September that she lied about some things because she felt pressured by them. Kelsey says reports saying that she had gun residue on her hands are accurate. Claims that she only said Tory threatened to shoot her because she felt pressured by prosecution. I want to get Rare. Is it Ray all day? Can you hear me, love? I think you're muted. Ray all day. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Welcome to the platform. Your thoughts on day 4 shenanigans.
Thank you.
Man, I can tell you this much. We all see Kelsey as lying. It doesn't make sense and it's not logical that she would just say, I don't know, as of now, when she spoke so eloquently before and gave a testimony before to, to the state. Now, what's really messed up is she was hurt too by this fool. She was apparently beat up by her own words. She saw her so-called friend getting shot at by this dude. She's in the same vicinity, just within a feet away from this gunfire that happened towards her friend. And she is on this platform now, trying to make people believe that that he didn't do it, because it doesn't make sense for her to, like I said, to say what she said then and to act as if nothing happened now. Now, the issue with her, I believe it's either two things. Either she and Tory fought over the gun at some point, or it was only Tory shooting. And I say this because, of course, there's evidence of her possibly being the shooter due to the eyewitness, also the gunshot residue. Just because it was found on Megan does not mean Megan shot herself. I heard somebody say that, that's just ridiculous. But anyway, as far as Kelsey trying to act as though she doesn't remember, she doesn't know, and she's stressed, I would be stressed too if I knew my life was on the line, just like Tory's, because there's enough to strongly suggest that either it was her or either it was Tory. But I believe it was definitely Tory based off of what Megan said. Megan knows who shot her. Megan is the victim, and her testimony has a lot more weight than what Kelsey said back in September, and of course what Kelsey is saying as of this week, as well as Megan's testimony. That so-called witness that saw some commotion back in 2020, on top of a possible witness that can corroborate that it was possibly her now, I believe that's why she is acting so horribly as of this moment, trying to make the judge and jury and whomever else believe that she didn't do it. She's very clear on the issues about Megan, but she sure is foggy about the issues regarding Tory. And yes, I believe she took something from him that would make her be so foggy-minded now. And it's really a shame because she was hurt too. But I guess that bag outweighs the pain that she felt then, right? Also, that whole issue of Kelsey being jealous and all that, and being upset with Meg, that just may be true because she's obviously recalling a whole lot of negativity towards Megan. I believe she did take something from Tory, where there was $1 million or something, and they need to check her man's financial records. They need to check her financial records. They need to check her family's financial records, because it's real convenient that between September and now, all of a sudden, she has this memory problem. So I believe at that time in September, the money didn't come in at that time. I believe that money came in after. Forensics on financials for her family, her man, her man's family, anybody connected to her, anything that has her, anybody that she's connected to. They need to do a strong forensic financial analysis, because she got a gang of money for this so-called foggy ass testimony.
Wow. Well, thank you for that, Ray
She's a
all
bitch.
day. Tell us how you really feel, Ray all day. My God. She's a
And she
bitch.
need her ass whooped. Hurt mama or not. She need her ass whooped for it. Period.
Period. My God. You know, I mean, this could be any of our daughters, sisters in this case.
Exactly.
Oh my God. It's too close to home.
It could have been her.
Could have been her.
Meg could have been killed.
And it was about to be her. Hell. You know, all she confessed to the prosecution about the way he manhandled her, the fact that he was threatening them to get back in it with the gun still in his hand.
At that moment, when she sent those texts and all of that communication, that was truthful. That was on point, and that's exactly what happened. And everybody sees it and everybody knows it. Even the judge was upset with her yesterday. So damn frustrated. Just come back tomorrow, hell. I'm sick of this heifer. She is lying through her teeth. I'm sorry. It's just not right. It's just not right. Megan needs justice. And if Kelsey messes that up, she's going to have some badass karma come her way.
I agree. Ray all day. Thank you for that. It's definitely coming for everybody involved. Everybody who owns some unrighteous. Can y'all hear me? Because my StreamYard is like acting weird.
I was just asking you that. Is StreamYard on your end?
Yeah, it's acting weird on my end. Let me go in. I'm going to go out real quick and come right back in. Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Now everybody.
Yes, we can hear you.
And nobody has a picture. It's acting stupid on my end. Okay. Thank you for that, Ray. I can't even see y'all. Shit. Hold on. Let me do something real quick. Yep.
Ray all day on YouTube. Check me out if you can.
Okay. Ray all day on YouTube. You guys make sure that you subscribe to Ray all day on YouTube. Mods, if y'all can put a Ray all days, and it's Ray RAE all day. YouTube channel in the comment section. I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you for the talking points, Ray. Marquez, welcome to the platform. Your thoughts on the bald-headed hoe shit of today?
Man, it's a lot, Conscious. From day three to day 4, I'm just like, it's like either Kelsey got a deal coming out of all this to where she's able to get off of this charge, because it doesn't make any sense, right? If you hate this person, right, Conscious, and you go on Instagram Live and you say all these bad things about her, you even make a diss track, Conscious. A diss track. Do you know how that can be flipped by the defensive team? Do you know how they can flip that? You know, even if hypothetically, even if Tory realistically did shoot Megan that night, right? This defensive team is putting together such a great case that they're taking every little lie and they're basically just ripping it to shreds. If you're trying to get somebody in jail that you know shot you, right, Conscious, that story that you had when you was on Instagram Live, you're going to keep that same story throughout the entire case. You're not going to switch up. You're not going to lie about certain events. You're not going to lie to police. If you're going to get somebody, and if you're going to put somebody in jail and get a conviction, you're going to have the same story throughout the entire case. Right? Now, Kelsey, yesterday said, and I quote, she said it. She said, I didn't technically see Tory shoot. I didn't technically see Tory shoot Megan. Now she comes in here today, Conscious, and she keeps selling.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Why is she selling Megan? If y'all want to, because let's be real here, Conscious. It's a lot of powers that be here at display.
Yeah.
If Megan loses this case, her career is screwed. The only way the label could really win from this is if they get Tory's conviction. Right? If you're trying to get a conviction here, why would you switch up your story 3 times? Then go on Gayle King, right? And say, and I quote, I've never had a sexual relationship with this man. Then you go to the courtroom and say it was a lie. Like, come on. I don't want to say that Tory shot Megan because I don't believe Tory would put his career on the line. And
okay, wait a minute though. Even though he put it on the line when he beat the hell out of August Alsina, even though he put it on the line when he beat the hell out of Prince from Love and Hip Hop, even though he put it on the line when he beat the hell out of rapper Dax, even though
Conscious,
put his career on the line.
Conscious. If this was a same award, Tory Lanez wouldn't win this award. Okay, that's all I'm telling you. Where this is not about fighting. Yes, he fought August Alsina and he did everything all these other dudes.
But
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to.
These are men though. These are men though.
I'm glad you said that. Now
these are men.
Hold on. But it's not just men, because he also had an ex that came out against him and also stated that he beat her, emotionally terrorized her as well in their relationship, and she still has trauma from that experience.
Right. I'm not saying he's not a bad person, Conscious. I'm not saying he didn't do all those things.
And I also want to make mention to Marquez that gosh, it's something that you said earlier. Oh, when you had brought up the Megan Thee Stallion piece about her line about sleeping with him, Megan definitely has flipped her story on that, but I think that she did that because she literally did not think that was relevant, really, and she chopped that up to being her personal life and choosing not to divulge that to the public, because at that time that she did that interview, the trial had not happened. She wouldn't have known at that time that Tory's lawyers were actually going to use this fight between her and Kelsey allegedly, and this whole narrative that, you know, they had sex and this was Kelsey's dude and Megan backdoored her. She would not have been aware that this was even going to be relevant even to the courts. So as far as she was concerned, you know, it's just my personal business. Now, another way to have answered that without it being a lie rather than saying no would have been, I don't want to answer that. I don't think it's relevant to anything. So technically she did lie by saying, no, I didn't sleep with him. The proper way to really respond to something that, you know, you don't want to speak to is simply just to say that I'm not speaking to that. It's irrelevant. What I do, you know, my pussy, my business. You know, I don't have to answer to anybody for that. But I think she also wasn't aware though that all this shit was going to actually be something that's going to be relevant and all of that. I think she thought, you know, she was, you know, that this was just asking about her personal life, and she just felt at the end of the day, this nigga shot me. Why are y'all asking me about, you know, if we had sex, we were intimate? It's irrelevant. I was shot at the end of the day. It wouldn't make it any better, it wouldn't create any other precedent if I was with him. At the end of the day, he shot me. It was unwarranted, and you know, this is my experience. After you respond to me, I want a reckless to also respond to you.
Okay. And I respect everything you're saying, Conscious, and I can understand how that doesn't have anything to do with her getting shot. But when your client is on a trial for potentially doing something he did, regardless if he did it or not. It's the defense team's job to make the best case possible. A better example for this was OJ back in the day. They didn't put OJ on trial. They put the race. They put the police officers. They put the police brutality on trial, right? So if in this situation, you cannot get mad for the defensive attorney saying, and I quote, "Well, did you sleep with Tory or not?" Because it will prove our case that Kelsey even has more of a motive to shoot Megan because you and Kelsey was fucking the same nigga at the same time. I mean,
yeah, I agree with that to some degree. I definitely agree with that. That's possible because
it's possible.
They just have to show reasonable doubt. They don't have to show that he's innocent. They just have to show reasonable doubt that he may not have done it.
Right.
And this is why I don't understand Meg's defense. Like, how seasoned are her lawyers? Because it seemed like, I wonder if she even consulted her lawyers before she did that Gayle King interview. Because yes, her sleeping with him, it goes to motive. I'm not even a lawyer, and I know that because everybody is gonna want to know, why did he shoot you? It goes to motive, right? But Meg's testimony is like, damn, did they coach her? Have they been working with her? Is she consulting her lawyers? It's like Kelsey is hurting her, but Meg hurting her doggone self too. Like, what are her lawyers doing?
Man, they're not doing a good enough job.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they even allowed Gayle to even ask her that, because typically celebrities are able to vet their interviews, and the questions are already premeditated. So I'm surprised that I played through, but I can only imagine that it took so long for trial to happen that like this thing got pushed back and pushed back and pushed back so damn bad that lawyers didn't know what the fuck trial was going to consist of, and they all probably thought, well, it's irrelevant. And now look at what Tory's team is doing. They're using that as a motive to pit Kelsey as the shooter. So they need the reality that she slept with Tory to be something that's out there in order to pin Kelsey as the shooter.
Exactly.
And it done caught up with them. And honestly, yes, y'all are also right. The lawyers at the end of the day should never allow Megan to speak, period. And then there wouldn't have been all this jumbling and mumbling and all this contradictory had they, had she just refrained from going public. And this is why lawyers say, shut the hell up. Because everything that you say or do is going to be used against you, not only in court, it's going to be used against your ass in the court of public opinion. It's going to be used against you in all the goddamn courts. So, now there's all of this contention and confusion around it. So, yeah, I agree. Reckless, I know you wanted to respond to my request as well. Can you hear me, Reckless? Reckless, are you there? Are you there, Reckless? Are you there? Reckless isn't Reckless still up here? He might have stepped away. But are you complete in your thoughts on Marquez?
I got just one more thing to say, and then that'll be the end of it. We've seen in the past, society has always made sure whenever the man has done anything wrong, where it's kill somebody, no matter what, if they have the evidence, they lock that man up and throw away the key. And if Megan lied, or in the public opinion, if she is found to be a liar, not only does she need to face the accountability that we men face every day, that Grammy need to get away. That Grammy need to go. Because you could argue that the Grammy was given to her after she got shot.
What? Do y'all think Tory Lanez got that much? Do you guys not know how like Savage was big? And do you not know that WAP was big?
It went to number ones.
But
yeah, I don't
not
think
big to
that
win
it deserves
to win a Grammy though.
Her Grammy being taken away.
But to win a Grammy, all the other people she was up
This
against.
has nothing to do
that
with
Grammy?
this. Oh, hold on. This has nothing to do with her artistry at all. So we're on trial. They're on trial because somebody shot her.
Degree away.
Yeah, that was what I was gonna say.
Not because of her Grammy.
Fine. Don't take the Grammy away. But she lied in the public opinion. That's an issue. When you switch up your story multiple times,
Take that away too.
But Tory
it doesn't
Lanez,
matter. She lied.
course,
I
it's
was
just
knowing I lied on somebody. Come on, bro.
They all
She
lied.
lied,
No,
bro.
the
Are we
thing
gonna sit
is,
here and pump fake like
no,
she
the thing
Well,
is,
she
what
don't get
no,
in
no,
happened?
no, no,
trouble
no.
But
today?
all of
She
them
lied.
lied though. Mr.
Lace up,
Marquise.
Market.
All of
The
them
thing
lied.
is that lied about the details, but she's never actually lied or come forth or been caught in a lie about who actually shot her or who she believes shot her.
I never heard Tory lie. He was under a gag order, so I don't understand.
No, Tory lied because he
Tory
said,
lied. He couldn't
no,
speak
because he
about
said
was
this.
under
Kelsey
a
didn't
gag
do it,
order.
and he get his ass in court and send him something. She did it.
I
Well,
mean, but
I
it's
thought
a
when Meg
gag
had
order though.
interviewed
You
with,
can't speak if you
oh,
under.
sorry.
We talking about before he even had a gag order. He was talking before he had a gag order. That's how Megan even started saying anything.
One
He
stream.
was lying. He was talking about it. Yeah.
One stream.
Somebody accused me and said
That's like you know, he was talking before the gag order happened.
he
But
wasn't
come
saying
on,
much.
And
But
Redcliffe.
then
If somebody
somebody
tell me
accused
I
me and
shot somebody on Instagram Live, I'm not supposed to go on Instagram Live and debate
no,
or
but that's
defend myself.
before. No, he was saying something first. Then that's what prompted Megan to say, "Bitch, you shot me." That's what happened.
Now, did she say you shot me out of
wait a
it
minute.
being the truth?
Y'all want to know how he lied in this case? Because per his legal team, Kelsey's the one that shot Meg, but he clearly was on his live saying Kelsey didn't shoot Meg.
Facts.
Well, my question is, if they both had
And he
gun residue,
violated a
a lot
court
of gun
order by
residue
going to
on
that
them,
concert.
could it be possible that they both was holding the gun when it went off, and they both shot her?
I think it was
Oh.
a struggle for the gun.
You know, with the struggle of the gun, and it went off,
I
and
mean,
and
I
thank
argued
God.
that on yesterday
I'm
that
sorry.
either no, I'm saying that I had argued that on yesterday that it seemed to me that it's possible due to the circumstances possible that they definitely were fighting over who was going to pull the trigger. They both were ready to pull the trigger on her ass because they both had a motive at that point. She done dragged the shit out of him and his music and, you know, his bald spot and done, you know, reduced him to his insecurities. Kelsey and her insecurities are completely triggered up because she feels betrayed by Megan. So they both would have had motive to be very angry and hostile and volatile toward Megan. So somebody reached for that gun and somebody said, "No, bitch, it's my shot. No, bitch, it's my shot. No, bitch, I get the shot." And then, I mean, all that could have been going on, which might have led to an altercation. Also, though, how that GSR could have got on Kelsey is because of the domestic dispute between Tory and Kelsey. They came into bodily contact because they were also fighting. He was assaulting her. So that's how that transfer rents could have also happened when it came to her. So it's a lot of possibilities.
On her hands? Oh, okay.
Did she have any like markings of
I don't know if
abuse?
she had on her hands, but I know that
okay.
according to his attorneys, a lot of GSR was found on her, even more so than him.
Oh, for sure. They finna put
that's
this
what they're
so good.
saying. You know, I don't know if they. I mean, obviously, like this trial is going to play out to next week, so I don't know if they're going to explore that more, and I think that's why they want to bring in the officer, Detective Stalkner, because he was the one I think who administered the GSR test and all of that, which is why they need him in this case. He also is the one who handled the gun. He also is the one that kind of handled the vehicle, so he's like a key witness in all of this shit. So they're going to bring him back, despite his dismissal from his domestic violence situation with his wife, which is going to be something that the judge is not going to even allow the prosecutors to even like get into with him, but they will get to interrogate him and speak to him about, you know, all of his relationship to the case. So I think we're going to hear a lot more about the GSR and what those tests really said and how much exactly was on her and Tory, and if she also had it on her hands, etc. So I think it's going to get a lot more detail as we move forward into this trial.
Oh, okay. Because also I was thinking about the fact that, you know, the direction in which the bullet went, thank God, down to her feet. And I thought that Meg had mentioned when she had the interview with Gayle King that she didn't know, she just heard it, and then all of a sudden she felt something at her foot, like as if she wasn't even standing or facing the direction that the gun, you know, of which the gun was coming at her, in the direction the gun was coming at her. So I'm thinking maybe if they were fighting or tussling with the gun, her and meaning Kelsey and Tory, that it could have been both of them, and they're both covering up for each other and hoping
And that's
for the
another
best.
thing that's weird too, and this is why people are kind of like speculating over Megan, because I think there were some initial statements where she said she had her back turned, and then she stated that she did turn around and actually see him hanging out of the window. But then, according to where the shell cases are found, it's not in the it's not from the perspective of shooting from the window, because the shell cases are found like in the grass and shit.
Right,
Of
right,
the neighboring
gotcha.
yard. So there's all of that. So it's like, okay, well, what the fuck did happen here? Because she couldn't have been shot in the way that she said, which was she exited the vehicle and was walking toward the back of the vehicle, and then he leaped out of the window and was shooting from there. So
Right.
that doesn't make
They
sense.
also said
Maybe he picked him up and threw him in the yard.
they also said Conscious
Maybe
when
he picked him up and threw him in the yard.
Yeah, he would have had
there
burn
was
marks.
no gunshot smell, no gun smell in the car or the vicinity of the car, which would collaborate her story. If she said that Tory was coming out of the car and shooting while she was in the car, if that happened realistically, maybe 3 minutes after the fact, Conscious, you would still smell the heat of the gun in the area. That didn't happen. It was nowhere near the area at all, which would mean that she was shot outside of the vehicle.
Right, and he
Which is
probably was
another
outside.
inconsistency.
Well, hold on. I mean, but if he was hanging outside of the window of the vehicle and shot in the open air, it wouldn't necessarily be in the vehicle. But to y'all point too, if there was panic and 911 was called, because they would have been able to hear the police sirens in the background on the way to the scene. I mean, I guess it is reasonable that Tory could have moved the shell casings with his feet and kicked them off to the curb.
That's
it still
true.
wasn't hot to touch, of
Right.
course, so he couldn't really pick them up, but he could have kicked them off away from out of the street, etc. So that might explain why the shell casings were in the yard, and so it still could be true that she was shot in the way that she saw the events, with him hanging outside of the car. And I assume that smell would not be in the car if he was shooting outside of the vehicle. He was hanging out of the vehicle, according to Megan, when he was shooting her.
Right. I agree.
They said it was 5 shots though. They also said it was 5 shots when this happened. That means it was shot, pause, shot. So meaning it had to be clearly was a struggle there. The first 3 shots went back to back, trying to aim at somebody. So whoever shot those first 3 shots, no matter if it was Kelsey or Tory, they did it with an intention. The struggle got to have happened between the 4th and the 5th shot. The shot. I'm saying is this. How come it's even if you, hypothetically, even if you kick it, right? They found a bullet. They found that 5th bullet in somebody's backyard, Conscious. Because they only found 4 bullets on the scene. They found that 5th bullet in somebody's backyard.
I thought they never found the 5th bullet. So where did you get this information from?
I got this information from.
Well, yeah.
Y'all don't like this man on this platform, so I'm not going.
Who? Hold on. So you
DJ Academics is probably who he's talking about.
I just want to say that.
I never said I don't like. I mean,
Electric chair.
I ain't never said I don't like him. I don't really know anything about DJ Academics.
I mean, Academics got a search.
Oh, where did he say that information came from? How did he?
That information he's talking about, it's coming from somebody on Instagram right now who's literally in the court, who's literally inside of the court trial. She's watching the court case.
Academic has been caught in several lies in regards to what happened to this case. So let's not talk about
several lies?
Right, he wasn't
Let's
there.
not talk
How would
about
he know? He wasn't there. The people who
the person he's talking to, he already said the person. I'm telling you, the person that he's talking to is literally right there during the court.
Not on trial.
And I'm just wondering about the number of shots. I don't.
Hey, okay.
Shots, but who knows how?
He made it up. They found 4 shell casings. If they found 4 shell casings, how did the witnesses say? And I quote: they heard 5 shots.
Because they didn't find the other shell casings. You don't know how to subtract? You don't know math?
If you shoot five bullets, if a person hears 5 shots, you're gonna have to find the other bullet.
They didn't
So
find
obviously,
it.
okay,
Doesn't
to
mean
me,
it
hold
doesn't
on, wait.
exist. It just
Okay,
means
Also,
if
now
he's saying,
okay.
hold on, if
All right.
he's saying that there's a 5th bullet
Here we go.
found in somebody's backyard, somebody would have to put it there. Moving
No,
on.
no, listen.
No, that's not how that
Listen.
works.
Wait,
If you shoot,
wait. I want to speak to your theory. Your theory is that there could have been a possible struggle in between
Right.
after the first 3 shots. So if there was
Correct.
a possible struggle, that
Right.
could explain how the 5th bullet ended up in somebody's backyard.
Right.
Because
Right.
depends on the death, something random. Wow, So that doesn't
you
negate
put
the
it
fact
out there.
everything. The thing that's I is really like blowing my fucking casket right now
Mm?
is that the woman was shot. It's like everybody's so busy trying to vindicate Tory, right? That nobody is really considering the fact that this woman was still shot. Y'all want to talk about y'all literally want to
Right.
you're literally demonizing the victim for lying. This is at first it's about sex. Oh, she slept with him, she slept with him, she slept with him. Okay, now y'all say y'all looking for motive. But what y'all trying to do is literally just clear menace to society. Because the facts of the matter is he is a menace to society. Y'all want to say it comes off like, oh well, he fucked up Prince and whomever else he assaulted,
All right.
but those was men. Those was men. But because it's Meg, it's like she gets no empathy, no grace, no
No,
nothing.
Andre, that's not
Oh,
the
I
case. Andre,
definitely
that's not
have
the case
empathy
here.
for her because
That's
she
not the
was the
case
one that
here.
was shot. Did anybody ever think that, I know there was questions about who was supporting Kelsey. Did anybody stop and think that maybe 1501 is paying for her lawyers?
Who's that? Who's 1501?
That's her record
That-
label, and
yeah.
she's with that guy that is over the record label.
Yep.
Did
But
anybody
even
think
then,
that this case is not really about who shot Meg, but it's vitriol for Megan?
Yep. That's
Did
what it
anybody
seems
think
like.
about that?
No,
That
no,
is
because she
not
did get
oblivious.
shot.
I mean, are you oblivious to the fact that she's literally sitting with the executive producer of 1501, and you want to act like y'all don't know why she's playing stupid? She's
Right.
playing stupid. One, yes, she is hurt by Meg, but she's also playing stupid too because she's getting money from 1501.
Right.
They're trying to. If you haven't noticed that, they don't care about who shot Meg. They are trying to paint Meg as a villain and a
They
liar.
demonizing her.
And a
No.
liar.
Just imagine.
And this is
Why
gonna
would they-
wait. And this, not only is this going to f up Meg credibility of like just a human being, but she's also gonna end up losing that 1501 case behind her lying on this case.
Yep.
They're about to make an example out of Megan. That's what they're trying to do.
Example?
I don't
An
know if y'all
example?
thinking about that.
It's an
They
example,
are trying
though?
to make an example out of Megan. This case is not about Tory shooting Megan.
They
Tory
setting this
already
girl
know that 1501 has vitriol for Megan. Kelsey got vitriol for Megan.
Think about
so everybody that's taking a stand got vitriol for Megan.
Look, think about Chelsea. Nobody
Oh, gosh.
ever said Chelsea was like the type to settle down this young. She was hot girl summer out here, right? When the child started. Now she a married woman, settled down with a child. What the fuck? Where did that come from?
Okay, so and that's what I said. Nobody thinks that 1501 is like funding Kelsey. Come on.
She went from hot girl summer to now
But y'all don't see the play between them trying to get a conviction on Tory so Megan can be boosted up as a victim.
Okay, Mr.
Come on, man.
Matthews.
If you can say that.
Hold on. You've been
All right.
talking the whole time. Can I talk, please?
Yes.
You gotta see the bigger picture here, sir. I understand that you think that Tory might be blah, 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 blah. But what you're not getting, the bigger picture is it's not about who shot Tory. If you have not noticed, a lot of who shot Tory, nobody's talking about. It's Meg fuck this person, Meg fuck that person, Meg fuck this person. Who cares? Are we on trial for her being a hot girl, which she says she is? Or are we on trial for Tory shooting Maggie?
And think about
Stop
it, even
playing like
Drake,
y'all don't know 1501.
even Drake has
It's
come
funding
out
this
and
girl's
said
Kelsey
that
Bill.
even Drake has come out and said that Megan is lying. Now all the celebrities turning
All
against
the
Megan.
exactly.
They all like, oh, she lying.
Exactly. It's about the labels. It's not even about who shot Megan.
But it
So
has
do
to
you
be
think
about
the
who
shooting was?
shot
Do you
Megan.
think the
It
shooting
had to
was?
be about who shot Megan, because the only way for Megan to bounce back from this is for them to get a conviction on Tory. That's the only way she'll be able to bounce back from this when it comes to the
Did you
labels,
just hear what you
getting
just said?
features.
Did you just
All
hear what
right.
you just said? So why do you think that they're pulling out all the stops to make or paint Megan as a villain? You just heard what you said. The only way that she's going to bounce back and win 1501 case is if Tory is found guilty, right? So why do you think
Correct.
they're
That would
fighting
mean
so
that the
hard for
labels.
her to not for them to create reasonable doubt for a mistrial and gave her immunity? Are y'all crazy? They gave this girl immunity. For what?
For 1501?
For 1501. Come on, man.
But what is 1501?
It's the label that Megan is a part of.
I'm sorry.
And
I'm
who
just
did Kelsey
asking.
make that record under? What label did she make that record under?
1501.
Hello. Ding, 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 ding.
So you
But that
think they're
isn't.
trying to
She
bring
said
Kelsey up
something
higher?
crucial and nobody said anything. How the
Come
hell
on,
did
G.
Kelsey get immunity? Straight out the gate, she get immunity?
Come
Straight
on,
out the
man.
gate, and she was there.
1501 is working with the state.
Okay.
Period.
All right. So you're right.
Have a good night,
1501 is out to
I
CTV.
mean,
get Megan,
are
and they're
y'all
going to
connecting
force
the dots
her.
now?
They're
So
going
he
to.
is correct. He is correct about the fact that yes, if Megan loses this case, credibility for 1501 case out the window. Guilty as charged. I don't care what they present.
I'm just saying. For
So that
them.
part I agree with you on. But another thing is, Black women are gonna have to stop going after each other's neck over a dude. I do believe
Come
that
on,
Tory
put
shot.
that in
Hold on,
there.
I do believe that Tory shot her. I do believe that. But I also think that money part, that 1501 money part, I think that they're backing Kelsey, but also Kelsey is pissed. I mean, she is upset with Megan.
Yep.
She's upset with her. So yes, she can go in there and play the fool. Because I just had a child. I had just had this, that, and the third. I'm about to go home. I'm about to go home to my child. Who does she have a child about? A executive producer of 1501? Come on, guy.
But come on, I
Connect the
understand that.
dots.
But
Connect the dots. This trial is really not about Megan getting shot. Sorry.
I mean, you're saying this, but again, for this 15 for the label, for being a part of 1501, to do all this, to just say, and I quote, Megan, we want you to get rid of Megan. Megan's the problem here. Nobody likes Megan, so we're just gonna do all this and blame a case on Tory, who yes is violent. Yes, he's at
if you haven't put two and two together yet, ain't nobody
it's not
really
just as simple as 2 and 2.
Ain't nobody really just said that Tory shot nobody but Megan. Kelsey's not saying it. Tory's saying that the other girl did it. This is a plot. Like, they had 2 years to get all this shit together. You think they haven't? Behind the
But you just said out your own mouth, being a little bit of bias. You said that you believe that Tory shot Megan off the simple fact that Megan said that Tory shot her.
No, what I'm saying
All
to
right,
you
bro.
is, I do believe that Tory. I'm not being biased. I'm not being
All right.
biased.
Okay.
The fact that what y'all fail to realize, I do believe the truth is Tory did shoot her. But what I'm saying is, because they found that gun residue on her, they can also implicate her, right? But people don't also. I mean, I don't know if y'all regularly don't watch these shows that are like old cases. Gunshot residue can come from, like, you can get in a tussle with Tory Lanez. You got gunshot residue on you. Y'all could be holding the gun at the same time. You got gunshot residue on you. He could have pulled the trigger while her hand was on the gun. He
Or
still
she could
shot
have pulled the
it, but
trigger
her
while his
hand
hand was on
on
the
it.
gun. or she could have pulled the trigger while his hand was on the gun. I'm just being.
Tory, I mean, I'm about to call you Tory Lanez myself because you really
That's
acting lame
fine.
right now.
Come
Like,
on,
for
bro. At the
real.
end of the day, bro, you mean to tell me Tory got more of a motive than Kelsey, who was mad at the time that her best friend was fucking her nigga? Come on, man. Stop that.
Dude, it's okay.
That's a
Let me
motive
be
right
very
there, bro.
clear. It's
Stop that.
Hollywood. Everybody F on everybody. Period.
Okay.
Everybody
All
F on
right.
He wasn't
everybody.
her only man anyway.
And then on
He
top of
wasn't
that,
her
exactly,
husband.
all of them, everybody F on everybody. And on top of that, ain't none of them an exclusive relationship. None of them. None of
Okay.
them.
We
So that's
also
not
have
her
to
dude. She
take
don't
into
owe
But
him
can
loyalty.
you?
Kelsey don't owe her loyalty either. Like, it's all of that doesn't matter. At the end of the day, just like Conscious said, where Kelsey is coming from is the fact that this was supposed to be my best friend. Okay. And I'm pissed at her. Not only did she sleep around with Tory, but you're the one that supposedly hooked me and Tory up. So why would you sleep with a guy that I'm trying to hook you up with? So in her eyes, she has more vitriol for Megan, not necessarily like she shot her, but as you go back and think about stuff, when you sit down after something traumatic like this has happened, you just go back and you sort of kind of think, and it kind of actually makes you a little more madder, right? So I do think that she's upset, but I don't think it's more of a hurt. It's not like, oh my God, I'm so pissed. I'm hurt. I knew this girl for 10 plus years. And this little, I don't know, 20-minute situation, and I'm not friends with her anymore.
But here's the thing. I don't
And I've been writing with you for the last 10 years. She's also thinking that.
Hold on, you guys.
Sorry, I really do think that the people that are backing her are 15
Hold on
on
for a
one.
minute now. Hold on for a minute, boo.
Yes, yes, sir.
And I'm loving everything that you're saying too, and I completely agree with the 1501 situation. Sounds all about right.
Yep.
Marquez, you're making the argument that Kelsey would have had more of a motive than Tory. I'm with you in a sense that we know historically that women definitely, if there's anything that bring out violence and viciousness in a woman, it is putting a man in between them. However, I also want you to look at the screen. I also want you to, I don't want you to be so quick to minimize Tory's motive, because Tory did this to someone simply because he didn't want to shake his hand. So
facts.
If you're looking at the screen at the level of injury that August Alsina acquired because he chose to keep it moving, we know that Tory Lanez is somebody who doesn't need a whole lot of motive. Simply just perceiving disrespect on any level is enough for him to do the absolute and total most in a situation. And hold on. And don't forget that our ground troop, God is Don Speaks on YouTube, who's been a part of the trial for the past 4 days, came forward yesterday and told us that when prosecutors, not yesterday, but the day before that, when prosecutors had asked Megan Thee Stallion, or either it was his team or the prosecutors asked Megan Thee Stallion, did she in fact basically tell that nigga that he was a better artist than her? Goddess Dawn says you could literally see the veins protruding out of Tory's fucking face and head when she said yes to that question, that you could see he was holding back even a reaction then, just for being reminded, just for them reiterating that whole statement to her, and her having the audacity to say yes confidently. So we're talking about a man who doesn't need a whole lot of motive. I'm not going to negate the fact that Kelsey, yes, has a motive, because you know there's a man inserted in this, and yes, I have seen mama and daughter beat the hell out of each other over a nigga. I've seen women tear each other's weaves and hairlines out of their heads over some dusty nigga. That could be very much so true, but it could very much so be true too that Tory Lanez absolutely did this. He was getting that work in that car, and if Megan's mouth is set up anyway like her lyrics, yeah, I know she wore his ass out verbally in that SUV.
And also, can you do me a favor too, Conscious? Can you pull up the tweet that he put out saying that he wasn't there, all those things, and right after that, I want you to pull up where he actually.
Oh Lord, why you didn't pull all that up? Asking me to do
No, because I feel like a lot of times, because the thing is like.
No, I said why you didn't do it. Now I gotta go find all this shit.
Oh no, because the thing is like I feel like a lot of times people really try to demean it, and it's like, do you not know that he literally went on Twitter and acted like he was not there at all, at all, and then
Video
we
comes
see
out,
him
he's there.
Forget he
going
violated a court
past,
order.
like, and we'll literally see him going past August Alsina. August Alsina does not acknowledge him, and then we actually see him after he punched the living shit out of August Alsina. I punched him.
And dabbing people up too.
And here, hold on.
It is what it is.
She asked me to bring this up. I want to show this. I don't know what everybody is talking about, but I've been in the studio. I'm not in anything negative. I've been working on myself and being a better person. Angel emojis. And then the footage erupts of his ass beating up on August.
I see, that was different. That's a different situation.
I feel like a lot of times people really try to negate things.
What now?
No, okay. I want you actually to pull it up and show it because I feel like a lot of people really try to negate things.
It's on the screen right now. It's on the screen. Can you see
the actual footage?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, the footage?
Yeah, like the footage of him actually walking by.
I showed
and then people actually catching him talking about, yeah, you punched him. And he was all hyped up. And we even see him, and plus anybody know if anybody's from the hood, you already know when a dude pull his pants up a certain way.
It's on.
We about to get
in. We about to fight.
Exactly. So it's just like don't get me wrong. I can get with the whole Kelsey thing, but at the same time, it's like.
But then my thing is also the same way that y'all pulling this up. Are the lawyers not pulling this up because everybody keeps insulting Meg's character? Can't this insult his character up about his personal life?
And also, guys, good news that I guess it just got out, but the judge, because of Kelsey's antics, the judge is now allowing the interview to be used as evidence from September.
Thank God.
Okay, what's that supposed to mean? That's supposed to be a big game changer? They are going to eviscerate Megan's argument.
Absolutely a game changer because she admitted. So she told these people what this man did on that night. So just because she chose to get up there on that stand with, I'm pretty sure what they're going to do is bring her up on charges.
They about to snatch that immunity from her. They about to prove she perjured herself, and they're gonna snatch that damn immunity from her. Yep.
That's right. That's good.
They're gonna treat her like a hostile witness.
Because she didn't see the big picture and she tried to throw Megan on the bus, they about to fry her. They about to fry her.
And she should, because at the end of the day, as I stated earlier, you are also a victim of this man as well.
Absolutely.
You see there's a clear, consistent pattern of terrorizing people. Let's be for real. And people want to keep talking about, because he's short. He's so little. He could have popped. She's an Amazon. Look. There is a way to get everything done that needs to be done. Okay, and he did it. That's the bottom line. It's just really crazy.
Are you saying that because of the facts? Or are you saying that because of the lies?
Hold on, before y'all go any further into the conversation. Reckless asked me to bring up this footage. This is the footage here.
Don't do it. You already shot Megan.
You knocked his ass out, Tory? You knocked him out? Tory said he just knocked August Alsina ass right out. One punch, crunched him, Tory.
Okay, so there's that.
And people celebrate that shit. That's crazy. Right. People celebrate that shit. And he's a menace. I'm sorry. It's like, I was sitting back he's a menace. I was sitting back it's really crazy. People are really trying to defend a menace. A menace. He's a menace to society. He's out here literally assaulting people. And other than him settling out of court with what's his name, Prince or whatever, show me where he's been held accountable for his actions. I don't see nowhere where the legal system has literally held him, and now they're trying to hold him. But instead of people actually seeing that this man is a menace, they want to attack Megan. Y'all want to talk about everything But what the fuck has happened to this woman? She was motherfucking shot.
All right, but we
Yes,
gotta
she was
hold
shot, but she
everybody
lied about who
accountable.
shot her though.
We gotta
Sure,
hold
Tory
everybody
Lanez been to
accountable.
jail, but come on, man, stop it.
What reason
Stop
did she
it.
have to lie on him? Just tell me what reason, because she
She
could have.
lied, bro.
Think about this. You
Technically,
let's. I don't know if you know what.
technically she lied.
I don't even know if you know what the term of logical means. Let's just deal with the facts. She got shot, right? She could have
Yes.
easily said, if Kelsey shot her, considering the fact that they had a fight, she could have
Right.
easily said, Kelsey shot me.
This is the same Megan that said, and I quote, she wouldn't take a black man in jail, and she ain't no snitch.
I'm not even finished talking and making a statement.
Well,
Hear me.
Tory said he not a snitch either, and you already know he already said that Kelsey didn't.
What reason would she have to implement him versus saying it was Kelsey? Make it make sense, because at the end of the day, Kelsey was the one that Kelsey became unhinged. Tory did as well, but Kelsey the one that became unhinged. She's the one that flew off the handle and helped ignite a fucking situation. She's the one that really, like, even though Meg was wrong if her involvement with him was sexual, but she's the one that escalated the situation. So why would Meg protect her and point the finger at Tory? What reason would she have to do that? What reason?
And you
So
also
why
have to
would
take
you
it.
lie about?
You
Okay.
also have to You also have to take into consideration that they're no longer friends too. Once again, why would she cover Kelsey? Why would she cover her? They're not
Why
friends.
would Kelsey be in this? Why would Kelsey even come to? Why would Kelsey even come to take this interview if they're no longer friends?
They're not
They're not
friends.
making. So why would Kelsey take this? Why would Kelsey go to court?
Because the
They're not
motherfucker,
friends?
because he beat her ass too. She traumatized too. But instead of her getting out of her fucking feelings and doing what is actually,
what do you mean? Why did she came to court? Because she was summoned to come to court.
She was summoned, right?
What you talking about?
my thing is, like, y'all
She was summoned. They're always summoned when they need them. God forbid. We still haven't heard about the security guard who was there too.
Summons to come to court? Was she not summoned to come to court?
So wait, I have a question, Marquez. I have a question. So because I didn't notice that when Anya said that Tory is a menace, you laughed. So do you think he's a menace? Yes or no?
Well, how did my laugh sound? Because that's my answer.
He was like,
how my laugh sound? Because that's my answer.
Okay, so obviously he doesn't think he's a menace. So you're actually biased, right? So, Mr.
Does that make me biased because I'm laughing? I'm like, okay, it's different when a dude goes ahead and fights another dude.
No,
it's different
that's not what I'm
circumstances.
saying. But you said that I had bias because I said that I thought that Tory shot her. I can't laugh. I have no dog in this fight. So
right, because I can't laugh. But again, why would you lie again?
Wait, everybody.
He's not going to. That's fine.
Wait. The thing, Marquez. You're not gonna try to play that game with me, okay? The
play game what?
That's the reason why I asked you about your laugh, because me and you and everybody on this panel knows exactly what that laugh represented. Okay, so
I don't agree. Tory is listen to me. I don't agree with Tory's actions. I'm saying this right now. I'm just laughing because how is this just past aggressions when a man always is in any type of situation, his arrest, everything gets taken into play. But I'm like, that doesn't matter because at the end of the day, it's the jury has to make the decision.
Aren't they doing the same thing to Megan? Isn't her past transgressions being brought up in court?
She's not going to jail for that. You can't compare.
She's not on trial for that. Tory's literally facing deportation and literally finna go to jail almost 15 years for this. She's not on trial.
Mr. Barbara.
So you think
She's
that
not on trial?
Wait. Do you think that it is okay to go around inciting violence on people? Now, and not one of these cases where we have seen video footage has the victims of his assault been the initiator to throw fists, to cause any bodily harm, to threaten this thing. Not video. Video. So you don't think that he's a danger to the community, the culture, to society?
Can I answer your question? Tory's if you're asking this, I can answer this two. I'm gonna answer this two different ways. The first thing, if you're asking me, yes, he's technically a menace. How society is labeling him, he's a menace. But everybody makes mistakes though. I'm not done though. You allow me to answer the question. I'm answering your question. He said, like, you're saying that he's a menace. He's a menace due to society's ways of looking at him. But if we're being honest, plenty of women have lied on men plenty of times. Women have lied in the past about who's their child's father. And you mean to tell me that Megan did? And you mean to tell me Megan went lie?
Oh, we're not talking
What's
about
up?
what other people have done. We're speaking specifically to Tory, Megan, and Kelsey. Not what no other woman has done. Because you guys like to celebrate and talk about what other women have lied. We know women lie. We ain't talking about that. We're talking about Megan, Kelsey, and Tory. Stop deflecting.
She a liar. She lied to you. She literally lied in the court.
He's a liar.
She lied.
He's a liar.
Lied.
He's
Is
a liar.
you serious?
Why is her lie?
You're trying to convict somebody. You're trying to convict somebody, and you.
Sir, why is her lie? Let me look. Why is her lie of omission superseding his lie that he has been found to be a liar? Without him omitting, he's still lying. How is
let me tell you.
But he
let me tell you. Let me tell you though. Let me tell you. Right, but let me tell you though.
Kelsey didn't shoot her.
You told me to answer your question. I'm going to answer your question. You told me to answer your question. I'm going to answer your question. Why is it that his lying doesn't matter towards her lying? Because his life is on the line here. Let's really think about this. She lied and switched her story for months.
Hold on. I want us all to take turns.
All right.
So you said her lies are jeopardizing his life. How about his lie, his action jeopardized her life? Because guess what?
He didn't shoot her by going to a party with Kylie, bro. Come on, man.
Depending on how erotic he was, irate he was, enraged he was, we don't know that, but those bullets could have easily went to another place in her body. It didn't have to hit the concrete and break apart and ricochet. So to think that because what you're giving me, and most people that are trying to defend him, caping hard as hell for him, are still not acknowledging yet again she's the victim. Y'all are so busy trying to prove this man's innocent that nobody wants to acknowledge that this woman is a victim.
The world has acknowledged she's a victim. She got a Grammy Award off of sympathy. She literally was pushed in her face for months. And
delusion, right? Y'all are arguing with a black man's delusion.
You're never gonna win. I have a question. Wait, Marquez.
All right, bro.
Wait, I have a question, Marquez. Bro. I have a question. So why do you think she got a Grammy off of sympathy?
Because she was, let's be real. WAP was one of her top songs. Savage was one of her top songs. I'm not trying to discredit her from that. That went number one. I'm not trying to discredit her from that. But she was still, by her own definition, an up-and-coming artist. She said in court, and I quote,
Beyonce,
this affected, hold on. She said, and I quote, that this affected my career, right? But if you got a Grammy after this, how did it affect your career? Tory lost millions of dollars.
Beyonce.
All right, bro.
Wait. Hold on. First of all, to Mr. Matthews.
All right.
Let's just keep this a buck. Beyonce was on her stuff. Anything Beyonce's on is about to blow up. Period. That's number one.
And TikTok.
So it wasn't. Hold on. Stop. So it wasn't just the simple fact that it was Megan. The song was hot on its own. They did that remix, and that remix was hot, and it was being played everywhere. They made a whole dance out of it. Period, point blank. Stop talking about this girl's artistry. Period. That has nothing to do with the case. Sir, please don't bring up a Grammy again. That has nothing to do with the case. That has nothing to do with the case. It's not no sympathy.
If she lied on this court, somebody got to get some form of accountability, regardless of what it is.
Sir, Mr. Matthews, Tory lied too, because Tory, in fact, said that who didn't shoot? Kelsey didn't shoot her, but then went in the court and said Kelsey shot her. Lied. So unless you're gonna call out his lies, be quiet.
They both lied.
I mean, everybody lied in this case. I'm not trying to take anybody from lying in this. Everybody lied in this case.
Like his
come on, man.
Or minute, dude. And his and her lies are just this huge thing, and his lies are minute. The fact is, he said himself that Kelsey did not shoot her. He said it. Him. He did.
Correct.
Not when he was drunk, but when he was sober. Right? Okay.
Right. He said that.
He said it. So that only leaves who? Who do it leave? Megan shot herself? No.
We don't know that.
Hey, but hey, I'm gonna say this again. We still got a whole week in this case. We still got people, witnesses at the party. If she was at that party drunk, and she told cops she didn't remember, for sure, it's game. It's over with.
They all were. So what does that mean? They all
then
were.
Tory's getting
So
off.
what does that mean?
Tory's getting off. I'm just letting you know that.
That's all he cares about.
Getting off.
I'm being honest. I'm okay. So let me just be honest, and this is kind of like the disgusting part. No shade. It's really.
If we don't apply, let it fly.
No. Well, apparently, what I'm about to say is about to apply to you. It's very disgusting that you guys literally get on this panel and try to completely diminish her actually being a victim. I think that's the part that's really irking my spirit this whole time.
You know why they can get up here and say
it's
that?
rhetorical.
No.
You know
The reason why I'm saying that is because
they do the same thing in real life. They do the same thing in real life. That's how they roam around in real life too. That's why he can get up here and say that.
I know, and that's the reason why.
That's the way they do it out here in real life too.
No, the reason why it's irking me is because in the exact same comments, we literally have people talking about protect black men. And the thing about it is that if you look at a historical aspect, black women have always protected black men. So it's like, y'all return the favor. Because I think, okay, fuck this. This is another reason why I went off yesterday. Because the simple fact that women, when it comes down to it, y'all are going to be like, oh, we're going to try to choose a side. But yet when the men, they always choose one side, which is the man's side. Yeah. Like that shit is like so freaking aggravating. You wonder why? You serious, man? Why, when you're the victim,
nobody believes you.
Everybody's against you.
Yeah.
That shit is aggravating my soul.
Are you serious?
Yes, I'm 100% serious.
Are you serious?
I'm 100% serious because her lying about who the fuck she sleep with is different.
So the patriarchy don't pander to women. So the patriarchy don't pander to women.
Did this man just say patriarchy?
So the patriarchy don't pander to women.
Are you wild?
Who she slept, who she spreading her legs open to, and credit to who the fuck shot her.
Okay, hold on, wait a minute. Mr. Matthews.
No. As if someone lying about them having sexual activity can actually be much closer linked to someone lying about who shot them compared to Tory Lanez, who has a history of being a hothead, who has a history of violence and lying about it, and just so happened in this situation, he is the perpetrator or alleged.
What does that have to do with the case, man?
Lying about the situation.
What does this have to do with the case? Because in the court of law, in the court of a person's opinion, it's innocent till proven guilty. So what are we talking about here?
Okay,
not only does it speak to his character, but it speaks to a pattern. You see the pattern here. That y'all want to turn blind eyes to. There's a whole pattern of this man doing shit like this.
Thank you, Rob. I'm not even gonna say that. Thank you, Rob.
But you're gonna not.
Wait.
Thank you, Rob. I wasn't even gonna say that, Rob. But thank you, Rob.
Wait. But here's the thing. Y'all keep talking about domestic violence. Megan was shot. It doesn't matter. And plus, if her back was turned, the self-defense does not work.
And she could hit a man.
I need for y'all to use your brain. It does not work.
She has a domestic case. She has a domestic violence case, which means she's violent against men as well. Come on, Reckless. Come on, Reckless.
Okay, Mr. Matthews,
person walks away. You can't.
Come on, Reckless. Come on, Reckless.
Once the person's back is turned, you cannot do self-defense. So y'all keep talking about domestic violence. That's only if she was a direct threat.
Which I said yesterday. She got
all right.
She actually the vehicle away.
Again, hey, hold on. Again, Why does as soon as I go against the narrative on this panel and including in the chat, I
Because you
say something
keep
that people don't like,
contradicting
I'm the
yourself. You keep
incel.
contradicting
Guess what?
yourself.
I'm the incel. I'm the
You know,
incel
but
allegedly,
no,
and I'm the
okay,
one who
this is
beats
the
women
thing. This is
because
the
I
thing.
want
You
to listen
keep
to the facts before
contradicting
I make an
yourself.
opinion. For
Your
sure.
bias
You
is
keep
clear.
contradicting
For
yourself.
sure.
First you
For
just
sure.
said that Megan lied. You made a big thing about Megan lying. Then when
Did
we
she not
said
lie
Tory,
during the
okay,
case?
hold on a second, let me speak. Then
She
we said,
lied.
okay, well, Tory lied too. Tory said that Kelsey wasn't a shooter, and now he's in court
Exactly.
saying
So
that
why
she's
are
the
you trying to
shooter,
pump
right?
fake for Megan and
So
say that her
what
lie
I'm
didn't
saying,
matter? She
okay,
still lied.
I let you speak, let me speak.
All right.
The reason why people keep coming at you is because you keep contradicting yourself. You
Oh,
keep
is it
making,
contradiction or you don't understand?
everything that Megan, you keep making everything that Tory do minute. And you keep making
That's
everything
really
that
what you're
Megan do
doing
this
with
big old
Megan.
thing. They both lied. So now
You're
what?
literally doing that with Megan. You're literally
No,
doing that
you're
with
not.
Megan,
No,
though.
I'm not. They
You
both
literally are
lied.
doing that, and you don't even notice
Are you
that you're
not
doing
listening
that, and
to
that's
me?
the issue.
Are you not listening to me? I just
All right,
said
bro.
they both lied. So what? They both was drunk. So what? Now what?
You can't make this
Now
shit
what?
up. You
Now
can't make
what?
this shit up.
You
Now
know
what?
what? You know, fuck this. I'm actually feeling reckless like I was yesterday. So when people like all the black men, you know what we're gonna submit. We just gonna leave it alone. When it comes down to the situation between y'all and Miss Barbara, let's be very clear. What's gonna end up happening is that Kelsey and Megan are just gonna go to jail. That's it. Because that's what they want. Even though Megan may be the victim, it's it. They both gonna go to jail. That's it. We're gonna let Tory off. But let's be very clear. When he attacks y'all motherfucking ass, don't come back over here asking for goddamn help. Don't come back over here asking for sympathy and all that other shit. Because guess what? When he does it to y'all, okay, that's perfectly fine. Black women, take my word for it. We all gonna listen. When he comes out and when he gets free, he does some fuck shit. And just so I can be a black man, do not say nothing. Because you see right here, when it comes down to y'all,
but at the end of the day, as black men, we'll make sure he's accountable for that.
Clear and straight.
Wait a minute, but y'all haven't made sure he's accountable. He fucked up.
Because
He
he didn't
fucked
do
up
it.
one of y'all. He fucked up one of y'all, and guess what y'all did? Y'all laughed. Y'all thought that shit was funny. Y'all thought it was cool.
For sure.
That's the reality. That's the
We
reality.
said, and I quote, that
No,
Megan
really,
slept with
let me
Kelsey.
tell you
We
something.
said, and I quote,
And
that
the
Megan sleeping
I'm gonna
with
yell over you because
Tory doesn't make
you're
it.
not gonna
All
cut
right,
me
for
off.
sure.
At the end of the day,
For
the
sure.
reason why y'all coming at Megan the way y'all coming at her
Okay.
because she has the audacity to be a fucking black woman that's standing up for her
No,
motherfucking
she's a
self.
liar.
That's the motherfucking
It's not
problem.
always
Just
about
like
black
him.
women,
It
period.
fucked
She's
with
just
his
a
ego.
liar, dude.
It fucked with his ego
And
when she
so
raised
is
the shit out of
Tory.
him.
She's a
Y'all
liar,
hate a
bro.
strong black woman. Y'all
I ain't
always
never
want to
seen a
say
group of
that.
women
Y'all hate strong black
beat
women.
up a black woman knowing that she lied.
Black women, y'all hate us. Y'all despise us. Y'all want to
Oh
break
my
us
God,
the fuck
she's
down. That is
lying,
the
bro.
reality. And that's what y'all was trying to do to this woman. Y'all
All
thought by attacking
right,
her
bro.
fucking character, to bringing up her sexual motherfucking
Hey,
orientation, character, and activity,
because you got to
y'all
bring up the
felt like
sexual
doing that
activity
was
if
what
the
y'all
person
thought
who's
that was
also
going
a
to break her
suspect is
down.
part of the
But what
case.
y'all
What are you
motherfuckers
talking
forgot
about?
about, what y'all forgot about is that's what the fuck
Oh
part
my
of her
God,
image
bro.
was. That's what has
There's
been
too
her
much emotion here,
platform
dude.
was built on her being a motherfucking hot girl. So
Can I
every
say something?
motherfucking
Well, if
tactic
her
they're
was
trying
being
to
a
try
hot
to
girl,
do
allowed her best
to
friend to
help
get
this
upset one
bum
night and
ass
shoot her
nigga,
ass, then that needs to be talked about.
sir,
Wait, hold up,
sir,
hold up, hold up, hold up,
sir.
you guys.
Kelsey
I just
saying
want
I
to point
quote in
out
the song
something
that
real
whenever she
quick.
shoot at somebody, she don't never miss.
Can I
So,
point out
all
something
right,
really
bro,
quick,
for
you guys?
sure, for sure. All right, for sure.
I just want to point out the fact that you, you're kind of showing how you play things and how you gaslight. You just said that she's way too
Gaslight,
emotional after we heard you bang on the table for like a half an hour and scream.
gaslight. First of all, I was never banging on the table.
I ain't never done
That's actually my microphone. I ain't never banged on the table because my microphone fell. So before you start to build your argument
So you
and try
so
to shoot
mad that
somebody
you
down,
rattled
you
your
keep on these
microphone off
points and
your
keep it
desk.
straight. But continue to keep going though.
You're being emotional. You're really yelling right now.
I'm giving, hey, emotion or not, man. A black man is on trial
Oh God.
and potentially
And
going to jail over a
And that's
fucking
the
how
lie.
only
about a black
focus.
woman was shot?
Not
Over
what
a
the
lie?
man
How about
saw,
a black
not
woman
what
was
has
shot?
happened to
For
men.
sure, bro.
That's your only focus.
She
Okay,
How about
hold
a
lied
black
on.
though.
woman
Can
was
we?
shot?
Okay,
She lied
I
though.
heard Conscious speak to
And
this,
actually meet the
and
algorithm, I'm
okay,
black.
hold on, Mr. Matthews, hold on. I
So
heard Conscious speak to this, and it was the simple fact of that Kelsey wasn't seeing the big picture. And that's sort of kind of what I don't know, the one with the green do-rag just brought up. This is what I need for Black women to stop doing. In particular, is going at each other and alleviating these dudes.
Yep.
Like she went in there and completely acted a monkey because
sure.
she's so mad at her that she's willing to let him walk. That's a problem. And I won't, hold on. I will not blame them for that. I will blame Black women for that. We got to stop doing that. Letting them go. And just like he said at the top, for them to go and do it again. This is not these dudes' first time offending somebody. They got away with it. That's why they keep doing it.
Yep.
Come on, man.
You should still using emotion, though,
I'm
man.
not. Hold on, Mr. Matthew. Just come on. Stop, please. That's the bigger picture right now. That's really what needs to be, what really needs to be said is that for real, we gotta, like, do you not understand that these dudes would never protect you in the same way that you protect them? You're seeing it play out in court.
Let's not do that.
I'm done, bro.
You're seeing it play out in court, though.
I'm done.
I'm a Black woman and I have a Black man and he gonna protect me to the end of the day.
And ma'am, and guess what, ma'am? We're not talking about your one case. We're not talking about your anecdotal experience. We're not talking about your anecdotal experience, ma'am.
Oh my
We're
goodness.
not talking about your anecdotal experience.
That's fine. Can I finish? Everybody
We're
else
not
is
talking about your anecdotal experience.
I heard you, ma'am. I heard you. Can I finish?
We're talking about the majority, not the minority.
All right. Can we not make this a race thing? Tory lied. Okay, let me finish. Y'all just keep cutting people off. I didn't cut anybody off. Please let me finish.
Go ahead.
Jesus. Let's not make it a race thing. Tory lied, Megan lied. They're both liars. They both need to be held accountable. Is Megan a victim? Yes. Like, I don't understand why everybody is. Let me calm down for a second. Like, I just been listening and listening. And it's just like, we weren't there. We were not there. So how is anybody on this thing so sure what happened? None of us were there. We can't say Tory did it. We can't say Kelsey did it. We don't know if Megan did it. So we can't sit here and want a man to go to jail for 23 years and be deported or be upset. Like, we don't know what happened. Only thing we can go off is what was coming out in court. That's it. That's the only thing we can go off of.
Right, but one thing I don't even understand what that has to do. Okay, hold on. I don't understand what that has to do with what I was saying.
Thank you, whoever said that. Thank you. God bless whoever just said that.
One thing we do know,
because Conscious made the same point and nobody objected to it
at all.
Thank you. So
this way they both
stop. Okay, so what I'm saying is the bigger picture here is that they are in court. Okay, please, they are in court, which is something serious that you just said. Okay, to huge magnitudes. But at the end of the day, Kelsey knows who shot Tory. She knows. But she's so mad at the girl about sleeping with somebody, then her getting beat up and Meg getting shot.
How do you know?
Wait, how do you know that she was beat up though? Is there proof that she was beat up? And was there a arrest warrant? Was there a police report that was saying that she was beat up, or are you just saying that?
Do you not understand how wild that is? That she's so mad at her that she's willing to let him walk.
Hello, is that confirm what you're saying though?
If that's the case, then
they
she
showed
needs
the
to go
image
on
of
jail.
her and actually her damage.
Yeah, I want to speak to that possible that the whole theory that Meg could have possibly shot herself. That theory can't even be a part of the conversation. Really? Let's be logical. Let's use critical thinking. The state would not have brought Tory up on charges if they would have thought Meg had shot herself. You know they have investigators that go out and investigate the scene, right? You know that
very bad investigators.
You do know that doctors also give information to help in the investigation, right? Doctors can tell, and they help with cases. They can tell how the injuries occur, to some significance in all of that. So the theory that she actually shot herself
doesn't make any sense at all.
It just is. Let's be logical.
I mean, you never know because she is a drunk. She is known for drinking a lot of liquor.
What does that have to do? This is gaslight, and I don't
I'm just saying she is known for drinking a lot of liquor. Kelsey was passed out at that party.
I do,
know, but drinking that Ciroc and that Hennessy. I'm just saying.
But her being drunk, this is the reason why her being drunk does not equate to her almost losing her life. Like
no, but her being drunk and her being drunk and her mind is hazed. All her being drunk and being hazed could change how she saw the events happening. You're drunk. You're not seeing everything killed.
But you do know. But here's the thing: you do know she lied just about everything because she didn't want the situation of her sleeping with.
Well, whose fault is that for lying?
You know, she protecting a black man. Protecting a black man is so important.
So whose fault is that for coming?
Wait, hold up. So if she was drunk and doesn't remember anything, then how?
Now whose fault is it? But so as soon as something like George Floyd happened, all of a sudden, if everybody be like, whose fault was it? We be fucked up.
Yeah.
And this is what we talking about.
See, I don't see. I say what my opinions on the George Floyd. I'm a coon, so I'm not saying.
Okay, but my thing, Mr. Matthews,
you are
about her drinking like he wasn't drinking himself.
But he wasn't passed out drunk.
Dude,
there's a difference.
You're contradicting yourself.
Kelsey was passed out drunk.
I have a question, guys.
Kelsey was passed out drunk, though. Was not Kelsey passed out drunk at the party? Wasn't Kelsey passed out at the party? Wasn't Kelsey passed out at the party?
Go ahead and
Megan get kicked out. Did Megan get kicked out for being drunk and belligerent?
Passed out at the party, right? It didn't happen when Kelsey passed out at the party, right? It happened
after. It happened after.
So your point is what? What is your point?
I'm saying she was drunk at the party. She was drunk. She was under the influence. My point is, when you're under the influence, man, you're going to remember certain stories that's not true.
Okay, and what I'm telling you,
I have a question,
what
guys.
I'm telling you is if they got amnesia,
is this logical, emotional, or this is a case and law rule? Come on, man.
Okay,
I have a question.
He was drinking too. So if
okay,
what are you
oh my God. The victim Olympics is crazy, bro. The victim Olympics is fucking crazy, bro.
Are faulty because they were drinking.
Oh my goodness.
Would Tory's story be faulty?
Okay, y'all. Somebody trying to ask a question.
When Tory's story be faulty?
I'm getting dumped by so many different areas, but
okay. So what?
Go ahead and ask your question.
I have a question, Mr. Matthews, because this whole time you have been talking, and it's like my question to you is. You can seem to hold everybody else, but Megan, you're not holding anybody else accountable for their actions. Like,
that's not true. I've told countless of times, Tory is not a saint. Tory is this, Tory is that. Don't do that.
Excuse me?
I've been talking and saying that Tory, I don't agree with Tory's actions. That's me giving Tory accountability for his actions.
Not what I said.
That doesn't mean I have to go all the detail how you do and give this emotional soliloquy.
Being able to acknowledge and hold accountable.
I'm asking you.
Oh, for sure.
You can see, like you said, Megan is a drunk. But the fact is, they all were drinking. I'm not saying that she didn't lie or she didn't change up her story, or they all have. Right. Everybody. But it's like your vitriol for Megan is just like, you are just like going in. That's why I'm like, are you on Tory's payroll?
For real.
Not on Tory's payroll. I'm just simply seeing what's always constantly happens. In the situation, and I'm just explaining it to you.
Are you
Very
serious?
simple.
Did you really just say what constantly is already happening?
Hey, listen. You can't listen.
Hold on.
You can't cut me and expect me to answer. You ask the question and I'm responding.
Everyone jumps to a black man defense, sir, including us. Even when you do shit to us. You're not making any sense.
My fucking God.
Okay, so wait.
That was her first thing to do, was to protect Tory.
What are you talking about? My God. She didn't need to protect Tory because no matter what, as soon as the cops would have got there, they would have questioned Tory anyway, because no matter what, he's a black man, and regardless, he's a man, period.
They did it because Megan told them that Tory didn't do anything. That's why. That's why they didn't question him.
Come on,
talk
man.
about she's a black man, but
you think
however,
that you're
she's the
not
reason why
like
he
you're not
Hey,
even thinking
you can't make
rationally.
this shit up, Chad.
That's how I know you're not
Emotions
even
and not
thinking
off of
You
rationally,
can't make this
Mr.
shit up, Cat.
Matthews.
Are you in
from court.
Mr.
denial?
Matthews, I know that's why you're
That's
not
what it
thinking
sounds like.
rationally.
Why
Because
would
the only
Tory
reason
cut
why
me up a
they
check?
didn't really, the only reason why they didn't really question Tory is because of
Child.
Megan.
Oh my
It's
goodness.
because of Megan.
You're
This
right, y'all.
guy
I'm
is
on
What are
Tory's
you talking
payroll.
this
about?
guy is
No,
acting
but
off
I'm
of
not
You
emotion
sound
understanding.
and
like
not
you
Wait,
on
logic.
Tory's payroll.
Like
You
Wow.
really do.
alias.
wait,
You
I'm
wow,
on Tory's
fool.
payroll.
no, wait.
You ain't got no
I'm not
common
understanding this.
sense.
Wait. Okay, so this is the way it's breaking down in my head. Okay, so the situation
No,
happened,
whatsoever.
right? No. So wait, so the situation happened. Okay, cool.
Oh my
Everybody's
goodness.
drunk, but however,
Yes.
no one, from what people are saying, Megan has a possibility of not remembering who shot her or her actually being shot. But then everybody can remember helicopters, cop cars, all this other
Yeah.
traumatic stuff. But Megan is not able to remember exactly who shot her. Okay, cool.
Right.
Then the cops come, and
Right.
now she says that she stepped on glass because to protect everybody in defense, because everything happened right after George Floyd. Things end up happening. Tory ends up coming on live and also pushing out lies, and then that also gaslights Megan to come out and say something. And now
Right.
we're in trial, and now we're in present day saying that black women don't protect black
on.
men, when literally the initial thing was that she was trying to protect his
Even
ass.
when she got hurt, that's what I'm trying to get him to understand. That's what I'm saying. You're like, that's wild that you act like you don't know what he's talking about.
No. All right. Can I explain myself?
That's what happened.
Can I
Since you want
explain
to say
myself?
in fact, that's what happened.
But can I explain myself?
Oh
You're coming
You've
out
been
towards me,
explaining
and you're
yourself.
going
You
towards.
contradicting yourself
Let me
since
just
you've been
talk
on
to
the
you.
panel. You've been on the
Let
panel
me
since
explain.
before I even got on here.
Again, but let me explain. Let me explain. Just relax. Let me explain. I'm just trying to. I'm not trying to be biased in your situation.
You are
I'm just
biased.
using
Period.
logical sense in court. And in court, if that defense attorney talks to Megan Thee Stallion and rips apart her own statements, I'm just letting y'all know. Logical sense doesn't matter, bro. Lie in court now. If I'm the defense attorney, I'm flipping it.
You finished? Cause I ain't never had a chance to talk. You finished?
Yeah, go ahead. Let her talk. Go ahead.
Go ahead, because I'm on Tory's payroll. But go ahead.
You finished? Cause I ain't never had a chance.
Go ahead.
Listen, I'm gonna do it from all angles, from where I'm sitting and looking. I am very much confused. I'm gonna say that from the get-go on who exactly shot Meg. But I also believe that Meg is being still to this day a friend to Kelsey, outside of the fact, because I'm looking at how elements have played out through the whole thing. I'm gonna say from the beginning, she protected everyone. And then I'm gonna tell you that Kelsey has more residue. And I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe when they do GSR that they do it on the hands. I don't believe that they go to the clothing and what have you. And Kelsey has most. That's where that confuses me at.
Well,
But
you see what
I no, you had your chance.
But
Please
you're
let
saying
her talk. Mr. Matthews, please let her talk. Let her talk.
And I'm being very fair. I'm looking at all from all angles.
Okay.
And I'm just what's confusing me is how Meg is playing along in the situation towards Kelsey. I'm gonna tell you, I don't believe that Kelsey nor Meg feel a way about scoring the same dude, because again, I'm me for my personal self. I've heard Meg speak and say, "This is what we do," and for her to hook him up, there may be a moment in there where they communed as bonding over the loss of parents and what have you, and Meg may have slipped. Okay, that's the fact. But also the fact that Tory is the only one saying that he has slept with both girls. I haven't heard where Kelsey, other than the fact that Tory said it, that Meg slept with him. That's where I'm getting that from. When Meg was shot. She said glass. They go to the hospital. It stands. I'm not sure if the doctor who had the issue with the fragment, the bullet situation, was he the first doctor who the intaking doctor that was going with the glass theory? And then when she got to the other doctor who said, no, this is not glass, we're going to do surgery, and reported it to the police, because at that point, Meg was still holding, I'm going to say, everybody down.
Mm-hmm.
And not making a thing of it. She trying to slide through the door on the glass theory.
Right.
Get to this doctor say, no, this bullet fragments, we're going to have to do surgery. I'm going to go on your feet. I'm going to get these fragments out of here. I couldn't get them all. I stitched you up.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to report this to the police. There was a point in time where Kelsey returned back to the hospital. Now, I'm going to say this in all fairness because I'm just being observant. That could have been a point in time where us as two females, because again, I am not a believer of it was such a big issue. I think the fact that Tory was going at Kylie was the big issue. And Tory threw in, oh, well, you shouldn't be, she shouldn't be on your side because I done been with her too. I'm looking at the fact that after Meg was shot, Kelsey at the hospital. Now y'all saying the fact of she even asked her about helping with the house on whatever level, however. And I remember they becoming angry at each other when Kelsey saying, why you just don't say I didn't shoot you? Why you just don't say I didn't shoot you? And Tory come in and say, hey, shut up. I got this. Kelsey did not shoot me. Tory chose to apologize to Kelsey. So when that young lady says she think Kelsey was the girlfriend, I think Kelsey was the girlfriend too.
Mm-hmm.
Then we're going to look at, like I said, she went back. They went back and forth. The issue, Kelsey, I believe Kelsey is still so angry about the sleeping with situation.
Right.
To the point, not I don't believe they care so much because they done it before. That's why I believe they don't care, because they done it before. This didn't happen. Y'all have been friends for how long? And for the record, that man Ben said he did not sleep with Kelsey.
So if he didn't sleep with Kelsey, then what was the big issue of him trying
No.
to?
Leave it alone. Because they're putting it on there because everybody wants to ostracize that Meg a hope in so many words.
No, and he did admit that he slept with the both of them.
He did say out his own mouth
He said Ben replied on Instagram saying that he ain't never slept with Kelsey. He did not say he didn't sleep with Meg, but he said he didn't sleep with Kelsey.
All right.
Come to find out. You got Tory. If she gonna believe the Tory, and I think they both didn't have the baby. Whatever. Okay. Meg look like she's still going to protect. By them having both gun residue on their hand, I believe maybe Kelsey was the first hit, and that pause was when Tory took over. But Meg gonna stand by, and since Tory won't get online and say Kelsey didn't shoot her, well, okay, you justifying her. I'm gonna take her out of this here. And the 1501 play, I'm glad that lady brought that in there because that is so real. That's an element too. That's so real.
All right.
These two, I believe they was. I said this before when you was reading the transcripts. Conscious. It's like, and I believe Tory had a play. I can't figure out Kelsey and Tory who both got gun residue. Kelsey is going to protect herself, but then Tory is what you paying for? What you was offering money from? See, this is Kelsey words. It's Kelsey words. And I don't care what nobody say. And I'm quite sure the jury is very understandable. And when you even say this September, this September, that you went up in there and made this here reference. And I believe Kelsey, because she had a plan in pulling that trigger to an extent, that's what she's going to protect herself from. And Meg sitting there still protecting, being a friend of Kelsey. She really sitting there still being a friend of Kelsey. And Kelsey is really everything, but like you saying for that 15-1, everything that Kelsey is doing is to free Tory. What I ain't gonna say free him, but she is. That's what she's doing at the end of the day. But she taking in the questions that she's preferring to answer to is the ones that make Meg look a certain kind of way. I believe that's a 1501 play.
Bingo.
And then
Bingo.
Then turn around and you don't remember when it comes to Tory.
Right.
That's where your memory lab says you fall apart. And then you come in and you saying in September you put all of this here and he done whooped on you. And see this, like that lady said, this is what's our problem as women. We can't see past the jealousy part.
Yeah.
To just go ahead on and say what it is. And the reason why I'm excluding Chelsea and I have an issue with Kelsey being the shooter, only because Tory the one that said Kelsey didn't do it.
Boom.
That's what he said.
Boom.
That's what confusing me. Because I believe it by the gun residue, she having the most on her. I believe that she's the one that shot that. And I believe that Meg is willing to still be a friend, even if it's in a, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know you was that serious. Because I'm telling you, I've heard this myself, that we rock like this. Now you won't go and say later on that this ain't us and this not this, that, another. Nah, hoes gonna be hoes all the time. Now some hoes got a problem with you facing them off saying, oh, you know you're a hoe. You don't want to be called a hoe, but they still be a hoe at the same time.
That's crazy.
So that's my feeling on that. Them two don't have no problem because you went in that hospital behind Meg at a point. And I saw when you got mad because she didn't clarify that you were not the shooter. And I believe that's when the friendship took okay, we no longer friends. This right. The way that Kelsey's sitting on the stand and the way that she's performing and the way that she's acting, she's all about herself. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a deal in the 1501 mix for her. You already done dropped one. It's sold for what the boys have these
but
worth.
wait a minute, that's what people have to realize. It is.
Can
It
get off.
is. Like it
So
is.
much stuff.
It is. And that's why she has memory lapse when it comes to Megan, because y'all also have to realize that Megan's also in court with 1501 too.
Yeah, I believe Kelsey has been.
Come on.
I believe Kelsey has been a step ahead of everybody,
yes,
and that's why she
really
remained
is.
quiet. I believe that's why she stayed quiet. I'm mad at you. I'm mad at you because you didn't supposed to sleep with him. Listen, we didn't got into it. We didn't have a fist fight, and then you on the ground saying, "Meg, you all right? You all right?" You mad at her, but then you going to you're going to the hospital, and as far as them text messages going, where you were saying like, it sounds like it could be two people. It definitely does to me as well. But it also sounds like I'm setting the stage. I'm putting these here because at first we wasn't sure of the timing of the Tory shot Meg. At first, at first there was a dispute on what time. Central, Mountain, Eastern, whatever. It was an issue at the beginning of this, of when that text message came through. Some people were saying like it was hours and so later, but I'm sorry. I did remember that it's supposed to have been at least 5 minutes after. I believe Kelsey was setting the stage to clear herself at that point. That's why I have an issue of, is it Tory or is it Kelsey? That text message read, I'm saying this here, I'm setting the stage for this to come out. When it comes out, it's gonna be said that I'm putting it on Tory. And then you gotta realize Tory chose Kelsey to apologize to. Tory is the one that said Kelsey didn't do it, but now he's sitting in court and every aspect is Kelsey did this.
Exactly. I mean, that's
I
the
think the
part.
top player, I think everybody done told their versions of lies for whatever reason. But to me, Meg lies have consisted on protecting everybody at one point, and then I feel like she's protecting Kelsey. I really do. I feel like she's protecting Kelsey at a point too. For the part that Kelsey played in it, I believe, you know what I'm saying? Because if Tory putting hands on you with gun residue, just in my opinion, that's wherever he landing them licks. That's not your hands. And again, I believe that I might be wrong, that gun residue, when they're swabbing the hands.
Oh, they're not. They're checking the whole. Gun residue doesn't just end on your hands.
It doesn't just land on your hands, but when they go to swab, the swab is they're trying to figure out who's the shooter. And so they're swabbing the hands. I don't think somebody's taking and rolling over face and then rolling over hair, rolling over clothing.
But
for the gun residue, it can go in spurts, but the swabbing, and I believe there's a light that they can shine to see where gunpowder may have landed.
Gun residue?
Gun residue may have landed. That's the residue, the powder, the gunpowder.
Sometimes most gun residue. Sometimes people do the swabs. Police do the swabs, and not much. They can't really find that much gun residue on their hands. So what they would do, the next step would be how much gun residue would be on the person's clothing. It takes very long for gun residue to come out of a person's clothing, whether they shot it or not. So it's not just the hand being swabbed.
So
go ahead.
If we and that was Queen Intro who was speaking, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because I was imagining what you were saying. So on the reverse, something of the sorts. Shenanigans at the pool lead to SUV shenanigans. They teaming up on Tory. Megan ass mad. I still think Megan was mad over just him doing the most at the party. I'm not sure if I believe that Megan was that emotionally invested in Tory since he had already passed his ass on to her friend and all of that shit. Anyway, I just think that she was just upset because she felt like he was being professional and fucking up a situation with the Jenners and all of that, and she just wanted him to have a better decorum. It was already bad enough that Kelsey ass was sloppy and drunk and passed the fuck out on the side of the pool. So they get in the car. She upset. She agitated. He deflects from Megan getting off in his ass by just trying to redirect, because that's what he does. He's a deflector. Right. And he inserts this whole narrative that, okay, I've been fucking her too. Boom. Kelsey ass is triggered. This would have been her third, fourth offense with Megan already when it came to a nigga. She going ballistic and ham. Megan is over it. She tries to get out the car one time before. They're like, look, we almost to the crib. Get your ass back in. You can't sit at the bus stop in your drawers. So she gets back in the goddamn car. Take their word for it. They hauling ass. More arguing. Kelsey pressed. Megan pressed. She cussing out Tory because she don't know why the fuck he would insert all that. Blah, blah, blah. He know that, yeah, I might have let you eat the puss. I might have sucked the dick. You might have even hit the puss. But, bitch, we ain't on that type of time. We ain't, I ain't looking for no relationship out of you. I ain't trying to turn you to no fucking husband. You could have still been kicking it with my homegirl without you even inserting that shit. Because, I ain't feeling you on that level. Like, you cool and, yeah, we smashed. Because I had to take care of you while my girl was back in Houston suffering from COVID and shit, bitch. I had to keep the dick warm for her. So, it is what it is. I took one for the thing. So, they going. All of that shit going down. Kelsey ass frustrated. She picks up the gun. She starts shooting at Megan. Tory intervenes.
Yep, and that's the dance bits may have been a warning.
The dance bitch thing was a warning. Now they outside the vehicle. They outside the vehicle. But, well, let me pull back around. So, well, I ain't got to pull back around. They outside the vehicle now. Megan ass shot. She's bloody. Tory Kelsey ass still turned the fuck up. All that's going down. She gets back in the vehicle. Kelsey, she gets back in the fucking vehicle. Megan on the ground, bleeding. Kelsey ass hyperventilating. She's scared. She don't know what the fuck going on. At this point, Tory grabs the gun, takes the gun completely away from Kelsey. Now he's trying to talk to Megan. Hey, yo, we sorry. Get back in the car. Da 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 da. He goes back around to get Kelsey outside. He's like, look, I need you to help me to get her ass off the ground. Blah blah blah. You shouldn't have shot her. Kelsey ass is frantic. He snatches her ass up out the vehicle. He's forcing her ass to come over there to deal with Megan Thee Stallion. Like, nah, bitch, you put us in this fucking situation. You're going to get us out of this motherfucking situation. Like, come fucking apologize to her. It's a bunch of motherfucking mayhem. And when Kelsey is heard on the body cam footage talking about hyperventilating and being scared, at this point, she can see that Tory trying to protect everybody in the situation too, because they all tried to haul ass out of the situation and was going to handle this a whole nother way. He helped to get Megan back into the fucking car. Megan was willing to get back in the motherfucking car, but she's nervous because she knows she just put this motherfucking trigger. Now police done pulled up, etc. She don't know what the fuck nobody gonna say. She don't know whether Megan about to spill all the tea. She don't know whether Tory about to spill all the motherfucking tea. She reading the room, feeling like maybe they not, but now police is here and niggas know how niggas switch up when motherfuckers' freedom is on the line. So she going through it, etc. Then she shoots the text. She trying to shoot the shit, asking Megan if she okay. She trying to be normal. She trying to normalize all this shit and act like nothing ain't really popped off. And then she shoots this text like, girl, I don't know whether to go to the ER from all the fighting and from what Tory did, etc. Girl, I got injuries, etc. And she's expecting Meg to clearly play nice with her, because at this point they still all on code. They ain't none of them wanted the police to get involved. They all was willing to haul ass back to Meg's house and to just deal with everything there. So none of them called 911. 911 intervened from outside of their situation. So they all on code. So I can, as I'm listening to you talk, because, you know, when this whole thing first popped off and I heard about the GSR from the attorney and that more of it was on Kelsey, and then I kind of dug into Kelsey's situation and saw that she was also kind of had issues with Meg, and come to find out, blah, 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 and all of this and all of that. I was like, okay, I can see the motive. I can equally see how Kelsey could be responsible for this. And this might be the one fucking time that Tory Lanez ass is not the perpetrator, but that's what makes the situation so convoluted, because you have so many, you got so much going on that the pendulum can swing from left to right, from left to right. If you entertain whether Tory shot her, it makes sense. If you entertain whether Kelsey shot her, it makes sense. I could see Kelsey being the best friend, also trying to save her friend, standing up to the nigga who just shot her. He beating on her like Ike Turner. Da 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 da. I can also see Kelsey getting in her feelings, etc. And maybe with the 1501 shit coupled with Tory fucking Lanez, you know, he playing nice with Kelsey because he really does feel fucking bad, because he know he gaslit the whole fucking situation. Ultimately, that he inserted some shit. He was having sex with the both of them. Then he weaponized that shit at an immature fucking time. And now Megan is hurt. She's at a hospital. He's at a precinct. Kelsey got caught up in the motherfucking moment. He might have did really like her and care for her and care for Megan, etc. So he's trying his best to reconcile with everybody. And so I can see how it's all fucked up. And that's why I said from the beginning, I don't think we're going to get the truth per se. because now everybody is in their bag, and it does lend more to why is Kelsey, why she got so much anxiety, girl? Like, you freaking out like you are the shooter. Like, even if you weren't, you acting like you are. You, like, why you sweating like this? Why you fucking pussy popping like this? Why you are doing the most as if you are the person who pulled the fucking trigger. Like, you're acting like a fully guilty motherfucker while claiming you didn't shoot her and this wasn't your gun, but you also not willing to incriminate Tory. And
Exactly,
she's still
CTV.
even willing to pussy pop in front of him despite his team throwing her under the bus, because maybe she knows she can't even really oppose it because it is the truth. But
Exactly,
she
CTV.
got Tory's word that he not going to explicitly incriminate her. So she's still struggling to, like, I can't say he did it because the nigga protecting me. I gotta protect him. His team throwing me under the bus, but all it's gonna take is for this nigga to testify against me himself. And then,
but that's also why he's
if I call his name and say he did this, he got to get up out of that chair and take this fucking stand and say that I did this shit.
But
And
I
that's
think
gonna
that's
be her
part of the
fear.
reason why I think that's part of the reason why she is like acting like she has amnesia. And I'm being quite honest, y'all. I really do think 1501 has something to do with this. I don't know why nobody's really bringing it up, but I really do think that they do. But that's a part of the reason why she's also playing dumb on the stand as well. Like, just like he said, that's true. If Megan loses this case, one day, if y'all haven't noticed, they're trying to assassinate her character. So that's gonna come up in this next trial with her with 1501. And they're gonna say, no, Megan's a liar. She lost the last case for lying. They're gonna insult her character, which that's exactly what they've been doing. And the money piece behind Kelsey being quiet is 1501. It's not Tory's team.
CTV, you just gave a very level-headed analysis of what you think the chain of events are. And something that you pointed out was something that I pointed out yesterday is you have to evaluate a person's, like, how people are responding. Kelsey was the one that was extremely panicky. Even when the police pulled them over and the helicopter is there, she was even aggressive with the police officers when they was asking her to get out the vehicle. She had an attitude. When they asked her to walk backwards, she was talking back to the police officers. If you listen to the video, when they told her to get on the ground, when they told her to spread her legs, and then she kept asking Megan, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" That right there is also an indication that somebody is nervous and worried about something, along with the body cam footage. So you are absolutely correct that the reason why Kelsey is up there essentially not saying what the prosecutors want her to say is because in the end, she really is the one that's guilty. And Tory is trying to cover for her. And if she throws Tory under the bus, it will force his hand to get up there on that stand. And this culture of not snitching, but he would be forced, because he's facing 20-something years in prison. He would be forced to get on the stand and really tell the chain of events. Because remember, Kelsey and Megan was at Callie house several hours before Tory got there. They were already wasted. Tory had only been there for a short period of time, so he was not as intoxicated as Kelsey and Megan. So I think that is her fear of him really laying out the chain of events of what happened and how things happen, which is why she got the immunity. She's pleading the fifth. She's covering herself, but she's also not trying to throw him under the bus either, because he has a lot on her.
And her anger.
And look
And
at
her anger
and
So
jealousy.
can I speak to that theory?
And Megan, hold on. I just want to add one more piece. And Megan, because we was fair on this platform this whole year, entertaining every perspective. We even talk, I even said entertaining the Kelsey narrative that just like Megan nor Kelsey want to acknowledge that girl fight, and it's because of what Kelsey said when she spoke out earlier, 2 years ago, that her and Megan used to laugh at girls who do this shit to each other and girls who fall out over dick, etc. That Megan might have known who actually she might know that she either was too inebriated to know, or Tory did in fact shoot her, or she knows that Kelsey did. But once again, the situation would destroy Megan's entire brand. Like this whole she broke girl code for one. That's so anti-feminist. She was fucking on her best friend's dude. I mean, that is terrible. Now, mind you, most female rappers like to make the distinction between their persona and their real life. So this will actually make all the slutty shit she speaks about in her art look like this is who she really is. And even if it is really who she is, it's clearly who she don't want nobody to really know she really is. So if she acknowledges that Kelsey shot her ass, all that comes out. And then it's also the fact that Kelsey shot her. That also goes against her bad bitch persona. Bad bitches don't get popped. They do the popping. So here it is. You fucked on your homegirl, dude. Gaslit her. She whipped your motherfucking ass and popped your motherfucking ass. How's that going to work for a bad bitch in the industry? It's not. She just looks trashy, untrustworthy, scared probably to lose her female demographic, assuming that it's most women and gay men that make up her consumer base. This would be embarrassing and humiliating predicament for her to be in if she acknowledges that Kelsey popped her, because it opens up all the circumstances around why that happened, and then she ends up popped. See, Remy Ma can get away with talking about her popping a bitch because she's the one who popped the bitch. Remy Ma would not be so flippant to speak about that situation with confidence if she was on the other end of the gun. But it looks better in street code to be the one pulling the trigger than to be the one popped by the trigger. So you got all of that there. And I kind of forgot what the fuck I was going on that rabbit hole based upon what you just had said, Queen Intro, or whoever was just talking to me. But all in all, what I was bringing it back around to is, damn, I kind of lost it because I was going somewhere real good with that shit. It'll come back to me. Somebody else was about to trying to pop off. I think it was Reckless. Were you trying to get somebody was trying to speak?
Me.
Okay, yeah.
I wanted to speak to the alternative theory. So, in entertaining that, what if possibly when they were struggling over the firearm, Kelsey May was like, maybe she actually got it while his hand was still on it. Maybe his finger was, what pulled, the trigger. For that shot, maybe the last one, or maybe the one prior to that in some way. And it's been thrown in her face in a sense where, made aware, like, yo, yo, you see what you did? You pulled, you know what I mean? Like, especially if it was the last one, the last discharge. And so it's been made clear to her that she can also be charged, like, in a way, like, you did it. You know what I'm saying? Because you was tussling with me, you pulled it, yanked it, whatever, however they would have said it to her. And so that is a reason why she also wanted the immunity, because, and in some case, she may have inadvertently
caused him to discharge the last one that actually injured her.
Yep, that's what I just said. I stated that could have been impossible. The reason why she had more residue on her hand is that she was trying to fight him to get to, to from her, I guess from him shooting her. And they were tussling so hard to where his hand was probably still already on it, but because they're tussling, the gun fired with his hand on it, but her hand was on it too. So if she say he shot her, maybe that can also say, well, he's gonna say, oh, well, your hand was on it too.
Because two things could be true at the same time.
Absolutely.
Thank
Okay,
y'all so
I
much
wanted
because
to.
y'all
Can I
helping
say
me.
something? What I wanted to point out also is that when Kelsey first did the interview in September, like a week after that was when she was supposed to go testify. And if you guys remember that at first they're supposed to have this trial about 2 months ago. And that was the time of her interview with the prosecutor. So I'm guessing that when Tory got it delayed again, because he's the reason why this trial has taken so long to go to court. When he delayed it again for the last time, that's when he got to Kelsey. I still strongly don't believe that Kelsey is the one who shot her, but I do believe that there's some damning evidence that Kelsey sent to the bodyguard, because people keep pointing out, there was no communication between Kelsey and Tory, but that's not what anybody said. Like, of course, there's no direct. Who's stupid enough to do that? So I think that that there's some damning evidence that Tory has against her with the bodyguard. Maybe she said that she's willing to do something to get back at Megan, and that's what they're holding. Like, if you explicitly tell on me, I'm gonna release this, and that's gonna get you in trouble. So I think that's why she had went for the immunity.
I can see that.
Yeah, I'm just
I don't
saying.
think that because the trial was supposed to start in September. And the reason why the trial was delayed is because Tory's first attorney, she already had a trial that was scheduled around that time. So the trial was changed. He had a hearing in September. And in September is when Kelsey met with the prosecutors. So when Kelsey met with the prosecutors, around the time that the case was supposed to initially go to trial. But it was pushed back to start in December when it started, but it was initially scheduled to go to trial in September.
Yeah.
So
that's what.
Hold on for a minute. I want to read
ahead.
the neighborhood talk real quick. They did 3 updates recently. The first one is tomorrow prosecutors will play their 80-minute recorded interview they had with Kelsey in September. Megan Cuniff said court is out for the day, and Judge Hereford said he is going to allow prosecutors to play for the jury Kelsey's entire 80-minute recorded interview with prosecutors in September. They will that will happen tomorrow morning. Also, Megan Thee Stallion says her boyfriend is embarrassed by the media's constant coverage of her sexual history. The public perception of the shooting has affected her current relationship with boyfriend Partisan Fontaine. Quote, I feel disgusted. I feel dirty. My own partner is embarrassed, she said, explaining that they both have to deal with constant coverage of her sexual history. I can't even be happy. I don't want to talk to friends or family. Jesus. Also, 22 minutes ago, they reported that Kelsey reportedly claimed that she doesn't remember sending some of those text messages. Assumed Tory shot Megan and says the alleged fight between her and Megan was possibly just them bumping into each other. According to James Quealy from Twitter, Kelsey Dunn on the stand, prosecutor presented text again that she sent immediately after shooting, reading Tory shot Meg, and later describing Tory physically assaulting her, but Harris keeps saying she either sent texts in a panic or doesn't remember sending them. At one point, BDA Kathy Todd tried to go through a process of elimination to get Kelsey to acknowledge Tory as shooter. Megan didn't shoot herself. Kelsey denies to the shooting, and the driver didn't do it. but she maintains that she simply assumed Tory shot her. Both lawyers have reminded that her immunity doesn't protect her from a perjury charge, etc. I think I read this earlier. Kelsey hesitated. She said repeatedly how drunk she was. Like I said, alcohol. Kelsey, I understand it was alcohol. Tory's lawyer, George, whatever that name is, said, asking if there was any physical fighting between her and Meg. Kelsey, we probably just like bumped into each other. The lawyer asked Kelsey if anyone said dance bitch before the shooting, which Meg testified. Tuesday, Tory said, I don't know where that came from. Kelsey said, in it's so stupid tone of voice. So no, she continued. But yeah. All right.
The black
Yeah,
folks
and the other thing is that I think the prosecutors got to her in September because they really needed her to corroborate Megan's story in order for them to properly make their case. And they had to have threatened her because she even testified on the stand that the only people that she had an issue with was the prosecutors pressuring her and possibly threatening her with possible jail time or putting charges on her if she did not cooperate with them, which is why she hence got the immunity deal before she testified and started pleading the fifth. I think they got to her at that point in September because the trial was supposed to start in September. So if the trial would have started in September and they had not already had Kelsey on recording, making those allegations that Tory pulled her by her hair, that Tory punched her, that she saw Tory shoot Meg, they really don't have no case. They're relying on her testimony.
That's what I'm saying. Because it was like 2 weeks they had got her testimony before the trial was supposed to start, and then Tory pushed it back and said that because his attorney had another case, even though his attorney had been pushing back this case for over and over, so she knew she had this case coming up. It was just very convenient that they used that excuse to push it back once again, once they found out that Kelsey was going to be a witness. And then when Kelsey got on the stand, she switched everything up. It's like they were waiting. It's like they saw that, and then we're like, oh crap, we got to figure out something. And they pushed it back again with, my attorney forgot she had another case today. How do you forget when this has been this is one of your biggest cases? This is a high profile case, and you forgot, and you pushed it back as soon as you found out that Kelsey was going to be a witness. And then when Kelsey goes on stand after the pushback, now she switches on the prosecutors. Like, that don't seem weird?
Well, that's not true because Tory and them had requested the trial to be pushed back in July, and he had a hearing September 14th. Yeah, he had a hearing September 14th. Kelsey met with the prosecutors after Tory had left the courthouse. That is documented in the article. She came after Tory left. So he didn't know what she was going to the prosecutor's office for or what she was going to go put on record. It's in an article. She arrived after Tory left the courthouse.
That's literally not the timeline, but I don't want to go back and forth with you.
I also want to add that the more that I'm thinking about the other side from I think this is what I was going to add is that it's just everything that now that I'm like really zoning in on Kelsey ass, like it's just really giving me shooter guilty vibes in my personal opinion. Like even her fucking hyperventilating and looking into the goddamn judge's eye, telling him like I can't do this as this interview, as she's questioned about these statements she made in an interview, because now it's a different situation for her to make those claims to the prosecutors behind closed doors. But now what may be a lie has to be spoken about out loud in front of Tory. And the reason why she's now like, I don't want to answer. I don't know. Like, I don't know why I said that Tory did this. Like, I don't know why I said I was panicked. Is because like, bitch, you only say he didn't do it because you actually fucking did, for one. But now it sounds so, now you shook it because you don't know what Tory is experiencing inside of himself as he looks at you and realize that you sat down with these people and told them that he did something that you in fact did. So when you're pussy popping on stage, who you really pussy popping for is really Tory. You're really trying to convince him that, oh my God, I didn't mean this, Tory. I don't know why I said this. I don't know why. He ain't do it, like, because now, once again, you got to worry about gaslighting his ass to get up off that bench and to take that stand and to tell the whole truth, nothing but the motherfucking truth, especially since the GSR is on his side in terms of his favor, not yours. So all it's going to take to throw that little narrative right over the cliff is for Tory to have to testify. So I believe that Kelsey, in fact, could be a panic, manic, sweaty buffoon on that stand because she had to fucking all those lies she told about Tory to prosecutors now are being said out loud in front of him, and she's worried now about what he's going to say. So now she's going over and beyond to completely exonerate him so that she don't have to worry about him taking that fucking stand against her ass and entertaining what his lawyers are already on fucking top of. And then add insult to injury, she also already done sat there and told the prosecutors all this shit too.
Cause she added to it too. Where the whooping came from, and then she produced pictures to go along with her saying that he had did this, that, and other. Y'all might want to change that theory that
yeah,
Kelsey
and for all that we know, like
I
when
think
he came out,
Kelsey.
and for all he came, and when he came out and said, I was protecting my girl. Okay, so let's even go a little further. Since those shell casings were not found near the vehicle, but were found in the yard, then it can be argued that the shooting took place outside the vehicle and everybody was outside the vehicle at the point that Megan was shot. If Kelsey had that gun, and all this is allegedly, and was shooting at Megan, yeah, it's very possible that Tory could have intervened. And then after he got the gun from her, after she took those shots, he beat the fuck out of her motherfucking ass on behalf of Megan, getting that gun out of her hand, dismantling her ass, and I mean, like, and him just intervening, like he intervened in that way by like by roughing her motherfucking ass up.
Yes, Conscious. Yes.
But
yes.
Conscious, you know what's interesting is that when Megan testified, Megan said that she didn't see Tory beat Kelsey, right? But that's what the prosecutor said.
Oh, once again,
And when
though,
Kelsey
remember,
testified, Kelsey said that he
remember,
didn't put his hands on her.
I already said that both Megan and Kelsey trying to stay on girl code as well, because neither one of them want to be those girls in this situation.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is that when both of them are in court, they both are saying that didn't happen. However, the prosecutors have Kelsey on recording saying that this is what happened. But when they're in court, both Kelsey and Megan have testified that didn't happen. So I find that kind of ironic that the prosecutors started with that. Megan is not on code, and then Kelsey is also not on code.
But the thing, I just wanted to speak on as far as the bullet.
And hold on, 1 more second. The other thing is that they showed Kelsey's picture from when she went to the police station. She didn't have any bruises or hair out of place or anything. They also showed her picture when she went to the police station when they both were detained.
Okay, I just wanted to speak as far as the bullet casings not being found by the car. That's because they had drove off from it. When they say that they were found in the yard, they didn't mean the yard right where they were caught. Because remember, everybody was like, well, why would you get back in a car with someone after you've been shot by them? That's because they had already driven off and the helicopter had followed the car and found them. So, of course, the casings aren't going to be found by the car.
True.
I mean, but how would they still end up in the yard? Because if the shooting took place in the middle of the street where they stopped at, and Megan claims she got out of the vehicle and he shot from the vehicle, all those cases would be in the street and not in somebody's yard.
Yeah, and while they were trying to convince her to get back in the car, they could have been just trying to get rid of it because they could just like drive away and get away with it.
It's
they could have
possible.
just been like trying to hide that crap and go. But I was just speaking to it not being by the
Because
car.
I'm just entertaining like the other side of it, because we definitely spoke to that side of it too earlier and said that it could have kicked the fucking shell casings, off to the side or whatever the case may be. But it's possible. It's definitely possible. Or it's possible that this shooting did take place outside of the vehicle. After all, somebody also came up here and said that none of the GSR was even found inside the vehicle.
Well, yeah, of course I could take out outside the car. There were no bullet holes in the car.
No, but the GSR either wasn't found in the
Yeah.
car. It was found on their persons.
Yeah. So I do think that it took place outside of the car. I was just
I
talking
was
about.
wondering if investigators had even tested the side of the vehicle that Megan claimed she was shot on for GSR. Because if he stood out of a window, then that
Right.
GSR would have also kind of vaporized all on the side of the windows and all on the backside of the SUV. But I'm not
That's
sure.
true.
Well, Conscious, what you're gonna
That's
have to
true, but
remember is that
unfortunately, they weren't.
Megan did not tell the
That's
officers
what I was
she
gonna
was
say.
shot.
Right.
So they didn't find out that that she was shot to even investigate a shooting
Right.
until she made a post on Instagram that she was
No.
shot.
No. When
Yes,
the
They
that's what
found
she.
it at the hospital.
when the
that she
doctor
was shot.
notified that there were bullet
Mhm.
fragments in her feet is when this became the issue. It
That
was
didn't
all the
happen.
way up until then. All
That
the way
didn't happen,
Meg went in
ma'am.
the door, all the way to the
That didn't
hospital.
happen, ma'am. That didn't happen. When LAPD said that they first learned about Megan being shot, and there's articles out there, they learned from Instagram. The hospital did not contact them and did not notify them of a shooting, nor about finding any fragments in her feet until after her
I'm gonna
Instagram
dispute
post.
that because Megan never said Tory shot her in the Instagram thing until Tory was doing a little tour
I'm
to
not
all the
talking about
blogs,
that. I'm talking about the
making a
initial
scenario.
investigation. Yeah, I'm not speaking upon that. I'm not speaking upon when she decided to name who she felt shot her. I'm talking about when she first made the allegations of being shot. It wasn't the hospital that reported the injuries. It was Megan that posted on Instagram on July 15th, 2020, that she was shot with the intentions to cause harm to her.
So you're
That's when
saying that the
people, TMZ
doctor
was
who
reporting
pulled
it that
bullet
it was
fragments out of
flash.
her feet did not report to the policeman that he pulled bullet fragments.
Conscious, can I give you the article so that you can read the article?
Yeah.
It's stated that LAPD did not know that she
Yeah.
was shot until they
Send me the
saw it on
audio.
social media.
If you got my Instagram, you can send it to my DMs.
Well,
Okay.
I just want to speak on what you said about they didn't know until social media. That's not true because Megan actually got on her Instagram live and said she was like, I told them there was glass in my foot, and when they pulled it out, all of a sudden here come the police. So they found out the same night, but
Thank
by
you.
then they could have washed the car. I don't know why. I'm not sure if they looked for the vehicle to test it for gunshot powder outside of the car or not. But I know that they did find out that it was a shooting while she was at the hospital because she talked about trying to cover for him. And then when the doctor left out the room, police came back in and she was like, oh shit. Like she literally said that on her live. So I think that that they knew before it was posted on social media.
I'm bringing up a timeline thing too to see when. Let me Monday, Megan Thee Stallion, Kylie Jenner. Okay, I'm gonna read this quick timeline
There's
too.
a thing called mandate reporter, and the doctor has to.
Okay, hold on, you
Absolutely
guys.
has to.
Hold on, because
Yeah.
I'm gonna read.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
did.
read
She
this.
said that.
You sent it. I'm waiting for the article that was said to be sent. Okay, so let me just read this real quick because I just want to see when like the LAPD got involved. According to fan social posts, Megan, Tory, and Kylie looked like everything was all good in the hood as they took to a nighttime dip in the Kardashian sisters' pool. The video arrives a few months after Megan Tory was seen getting chummy and busting out dance moves on Instagram Live toward the beginning of the pandemic. Tory Lanez is arrested after Megan Thee Stallion reveals foot injury. Okay, so July the 12th of 2020, Lanez gets pulled over by police. Officers arrest him for carrying a loaded unregistered firearm in the vehicle. Megan Thee Stallion, who was with him along with Kelsey Harris and driver Jaquan Smith steps out of the car, revealing her bloody foot injury. She's taken to a local hospital for treatment. On July 15th, in response to the video making its way to the internet, Meg confirms that she suffered from a gunshot injuries on the same night that Tory Lanez was arrested. At the time, she did not ID the shooter. Quote, on Sunday morning, I suffered gunshot wounds as a result of a crime that was committed against me and done with the intention to physically harm me. Stallion writes, I was never arrested. The police officers drove me to the hospital where I underwent surgery to remove the bullets. I'm incredibly grateful to be alive and that I'm expected to make a full recovery, but it was important for me to clarify the details about this traumatic night. She later deleted the post. On July 17th of 2020, Megan defends herself against backlash after the shooting. This is the first viral instance in which Megan Thee Stallion felt compelled to address people who were minimizing her traumatic experience. It's the first of many statements she made to combat those who didn't believe her story. From her Twitter page, she writes, Black women are so unprotected and we hold so many things in to protect the feelings of others without considering our own. It might be funny to y'all on the internet and just another messy topic for you to talk about, but this is my real life and I'm real life hurt and traumatized. August 20th of 2020, Megan Thee Stallion formally accuses Tory Lanez officially of shooting her. Over a month after the shooting occurred, Megan officially accuses Lanez of firing bullets at her in an Instagram live session. She claims that the artist had his publicist and his team tell lies to the blogs. Quote, yes, this nigga Tory shot me. You shot me, she says in the lengthy video. On September 25th of 2020, Tory Lanez breaks his silence by releasing Daystar album. After refusing to directly comment on the shooting, Tory Lanez decides to vent about it on his album Daystar. The album, inspired by his birth name, Daystar Peterson, features numerous bars that allude to the incident. Quote, we both know what happened that night and what I did. He raps on Friends Become Strangers. Quote, you could have asked nigga what happened. Did you do it? He says on Sorry I Had To. The album also references her comments on Instagram Live, cancel culture, and the backlash she received. He even includes samples of people talking about the incident. On October 4th, Megan Thee Stallion references the shooting on her performance for the Saturday Night Live. And then October the 8th, the LA County District Attorney Office formally charges Tory Lanez. October the 8th, in a press release, LA County District Attorney Jackie Lacey announced that they charged Lanez with 1 count of felony assault with a semi-automatic firearm and 1 count of carrying a loaded unregistered firearm in a vehicle. They also acknowledged the allegation that he personally inflicted great bodily injury with a gun. On July 12th, the defendant and the 24-year-old victim got into an argument while riding in an SUV in the Hollywood Hills. The victim exited the vehicle, and Peterson is accused of shooting several times at her feet and wounding her. So did that clear up anything for anybody? That October the 8th, he was actually formally charged.
Conscious, I don't know your
as far as,
Instagram, but I put the TMZ article from July 15, 2020 in the private chat.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just trying to clarify that when the lady said that, oh, the people the people didn't know that she was shot until social media. I was just saying that that's not true because she literally said when she got surgery on her foot, the doctor left out and then the police came in, so they knew that night when she had her surgery that she was shot. But as in that article, it says that she just didn't ID the shooter, but they knew that she was shot as soon as the surgery happened.
And by law, to be honest with you, anybody in the medical profession, especially doctors or nurses, if they know that a patient is like shot or something like that, they do allow the police to come up there and they will call the police. So that's just
Thank you. This is a
I'm
mandated
just being
reporter.
honest. So
yeah.
So does
I
that mean?
understand all of that logic, but I'm just telling y'all what happened.
Hold on. I don't be clear. So does that mean that the hospital was negligent in this case?
no, actually,
No.
no, they would not be negligent because by law they actually have to do that.
Yes,
They actually
No.
Yeah,
have
but
to.
they didn't though.
Yeah.
That's
They
the
did.
thing. They
Is what I'm
yes,
didn't.
they
saying. So,
did.
Okay,
no.
Conscious, can you read the article and then afterwards everybody can
Okay. Yeah.
debate?
This is a TMC article, right?
It says it in the article that he just read, though, y'all.
Hold on. Yeah, it's in
Facts.
that one too. But I'm gonna
She
let
didn't
me.
I do the shooter, but she did say she did agree with them and said that
Right.
she was shot.
After the night that the police must come in, the doctors called the police in.
Can y'all let Conscious read the article that was dated the July 15th? What he was reading was a timeline from July 18th. This is from July 15th. The shooting happened July 12th.
Okay, so the TMZ article says Megan shot in the foot. New video shows bloody footprints. TMZ obtained new footage of the incident, stating with Megan being asked to exit the vehicle and back up toward police. As you can see, with each step she takes, she leaves a trail of blood. Meanwhile, Lanez is already lying face down and sprawled out in the middle of the street. After Meg sits down on the sidewalk, the other woman in the vehicle is asked to come out. As we told you, she can be heard saying, "My hands are up," as she follows the cops' instructions. All three people appear to be in swimwear. According to Megan's Instagram story, she and Lanez were at Kylie Jenner's pool party earlier that night. The LAPD tells TMZ Megan never told them she was the victim of a crime. The spokesperson said at the time Meg Thee Stallion was with police, she did not report that she was the victim of any crime, and the LAPD has never received any additional information at this time. Megan was shot in the foot early Sunday morning when she and Tory Lanez were pulled over and he got arrested for gun charges. Megan says the narrative is being reported about Sunday morning's events are inaccurate, and I'd like to set the record straight. On Sunday morning, I suffered gunshot wounds as a result of a crime that was committed against me and done with the intent to physically harm me. Megan does not say who pulled the trigger, but she wants to make it clear she did nothing wrong. She adds, "I was never arrested. The police officers drove me to the hospital where I underwent surgery to remove the bullets. I'm incredibly grateful to be alive and that I'm expected to make a full recovery, but it was important for me to clarify the details about this traumatic night. I'm currently focused on my recovery so I can return back to my life and back to making music as soon as possible." As we reported, police were responding to reports of multiple gunshots outside of a Hollywood Hills party where Meg and Tory had been. LAPD found a handgun in an SUV that was driving Tory, Meg, and another woman, and Tory was booked for possession of a concealed weapon. As for Megan's injuries, our law enforcement sources say she told the cops that night that she had cut her foot on glass. That's why officers took her to the hospital for treatment. To this point, police have not connected Tory to the shots that were fired outside the party.
Again, the doctors
reported it, but she just
Hunters,
didn't
you
want to
read
talk
that
at the
part where it
time.
says that the police did not know that she was shot.
When they
It
were
has
taking
dated
her,
July 15th, and
But that was when they were at the actual thing in itself. When
no,
she
no,
was
no,
at the
no.
hospital. Okay.
He just read what Megan posted on social media, and then TMZ asked LAPD did they know she was shot, and they said that they were a rep from LAPD said that they didn't know that she had been shot. They
my
learned
people
from
really
social
disappointed.
media.
That's why they took her to the when they took her to the hospital. Don't switch those words around. It's mean stated clear as day in that article there, and the one before he did of the timeline as well, that Megan went to the hospital with the theory that she had stepped on glass. She maintained that theory until the doctor pulled out when she come out of surgery. That look, it don't have to be reported to the crowd, but it's being told, guaranteed, hey, okay, now this is not a stepped on glass and we're going to stitch you up. We have removed, the doctor have removed bullet fragments that was reported to the police. So that took place before any of Meg saying anything on there. Now it's aware that I done been shot, because my story all the way up into the hospital was that I stepped on glass. It became an issue when the doctor says, no, this is not no glass, this fragments in her feet, and I'm going to have to do surgery. Now she's got to tell that story.
And then soon after, she
Hold
said,
on,
And she
because
still
I
wasn't
want to.
blaming him then.
Hello. I want to make sure that we're not making any assumptions either, because we don't get an actual timeline about when the shrapnel was given over to the police, because it wouldn't have been until, according to the timeline, it wouldn't have been until October 8th in a press conference release where LA County District Attorney Jackie Lacey announces that they actually charged Lanez with 1 count of felony assault. with the semi-automatic weapon. So I don't. So then, as far as I'm concerned, that might have been when the transaction, when they revisited the hospital to then relook into the case. It seemed like the hospital might have overlooked it, and it wasn't dealt with until all the information came out about her being assaulted, and LAPD then charging him on October the 8th with the actual assault, and then they went back and looked into things. But I don't know if we can, like, it doesn't seem like there's a timeline between when the hospital extrapolated those fragments and then gave them over to police that was then lost in their custody.
No, that wasn't the thing. I wasn't saying that the hospital gave the fragments to the police for evidence at the time of it. She literally said that after her surgery, the police walked in and said, "Hey, I know it's not glass. Hey, this is bullet fragments. What's going on?" And then she admitted that she was shot, but she wouldn't tell who, which is why, like, soon after she said, "Hey, I was a victim of a shooting," but still didn't name the person. And then after that, she says that Tory, like, started smearing her name in the media, and that's when she named the shooter. And I'm guessing after that is
I
when.
wasn't speaking to your situation because it was stated that that police had already left by the time she had confessed it to her surgeon, because she only made this confession to him about a shooting.
No, that's not. She said that after the surgeon completed the surgery, the police walked in and asked her, like, "Hey, we know it wasn't glass. It was bullets. Were you shot?" And then she said, "Yeah," but she never identified the shooter. She didn't identify the shooter until later. So I'm guessing after she identified the shooter and was like, "I'm not protecting this man anymore," is when the state picked it up.
Okay, because
Where's that article? I never read that.
Yeah, because I had read it, because when I had read in all of the coverage, all the articles kept saying that police had already left.
Yeah.
And she had reported this to her surgeon, and it didn't come up until he brought up the notion of surgery to her, that we're going to need to do surgery. And then she broke down and told him what happened. But by the time she did that, police had already left the hospital and all of that.
No,
That's
because
what all
then they had to report it.
It's on these articles right here. She was taken to the hospital for surgery. That's what she was taken to the hospital for. Because she was hurt and she was bleeding.
Yeah, but what you're saying is that that the police came in the room. Where is it in the article where it says the officer came in the room? The officer say, "Hey, I know you got shot," and she acknowledged to the officer, because there's no article that says that.
No, what I'm saying is that when she told the story, she said that that after the surgeon did the surgery, the surgeon left out, police came in, and then according to the article, she came out soon after that and said, "I was a victim of a crime," but she still never named anyone.
I
I think
don't know.
what
I think I'm kind of confused.
I
Well,
think what
I
she's
can
saying
I can
is
guarantee.
after the surgery, she can no longer lie and say
Thank
it's
you.
glass.
Yeah.
So the police was called at that time, and they're like, okay. The hospital called the police, which is their duty. They have to do that.
Yes.
But until she underwent that surgery, and like she said, the police came in, they did know at that time that she got shot, because you can't lie about it, because the doctor's telling you, no ma'am, this is not glass, this is fragments.
Conscious, I wonder, in those line of questions where they had the doctor on the stand, do you know if the attorney asked the doctor, after he discovered that it was bullet fragments, when did they actually report it to the police, or if they actually reported it to the police?
Yeah, because that's the part that I'm saying is unclear.
Because
It's not clear
because
when that is.
Isn't the surgeon or something supposed to be testifying or something like
He
that?
already did. He testified to
He
her.
already did. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And but like that's what I said. What I said earlier. That part has not been made clear about what the interim was with all of that. All we know is that they extrapolated 3 major bullet fragments from her foot. Megan didn't tell the surgeon that, because she had just got examined first by another medical physician. Then her surgeon came into play, and he looked at the wound, x-rayed it, etc., and was like, "Oh, honey, you're going to need a deeper situation than that." And then she told him she was actually shot. She didn't step on glass. Blah 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 blah. But in everything I read over the past year, it never said that police were then put on notice and they came back to the hospital after surgery had taken place and these fragments had been extrapolated from her foot, etc. So this is the first time that I'm hearing this, which I'm shook that I am, because I never read that in any of the stuff that I've been
because
reading
even
from
Megan
TMZ
herself
and
said
my
that she never
posts and
spoke to the
everything.
police, and Rock Nation flew her out right after her surgery to New York. So at what point did she go down to the police station and give a
Or did
sworn
they come up?
testimony?
So
Or
she wouldn't
No,
have
she
to go
didn't
down.
go
Hold
to
on,
the
wait.
police
She would
station. You
she would
guys,
actually not
like,
have to go
keep
down to the
on.
police
They
station.
saying that
As someone
that
that
the
works in the
hospital was
hospital,
supposed to put them
the
on
police will
notice,
come
and
and
they can't.
interview you at the hospital.
Right, but that's what.
yeah,
They
but what I'm
will.
saying
But that's
is
what. Hold
Megan
on. But that's what I'm saying. We never read, like, where is that information? Can somebody just bring me the article then? Because all the 50 billion 11 articles I read never spoke about the aftermath. When the surgeon pulled those fragments from her feet, the only thing that was said was that officers had already left the building. It never said that then the hospital contacted police. Police then went back to the hospital at some point to speak to Megan, and she clarified to them that she was shot, even if she didn't identify the ID. I never read that in any
No,
other.
if that wasn't released, I don't know. But what I will say, as
So
somebody
where
that
everybody getting that from then? Like, so where does that come
no
from? Is what I'm asking.
hold on, wait,
yeah,
I'm
because
trying to
it
get
sounds
there.
like people is just
What I'm
making up their
saying,
theories at this
no,
point.
I'm not making up a theory.
That's coming from
I'm
Megan
being,
herself,
hold
you
on, can
guys.
you give me a second? What I'm saying is, like, if somebody shoots themselves and they end up in the hospital, they're not worrying about who shot you. They're gonna get the bullets out and send you to surgery right away. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, once they pull the fragments out of her and she can no longer lie and say that, what the other girl was saying is that the hospital has a duty to call the police. And they
But that's
do.
what I'm asking for
By
the proof
law, they
of.
do. They might not
No.
release it publicly because they don't have to. They don't have
Oh,
to.
okay. Hold on, because that's what I'm trying to straighten out. So
Oh, okay. Yeah.
yeah. So the
Yeah. So
assumption,
the hospital does not have to
yeah.
tell the public that they call the police,
So
but it is a most hospitals policy and by law that you will have to call, because they're gonna say, like, okay, if
HIPAA, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
that's the
Who just
mandated
said that? I
reporting
don't know
clause
who
of the
just
HIPAA
said that.
laws.
I don't know who just said that, but yes, I was gonna
okay,
get
so
there.
that's what I'm trying to straighten out, because we never heard it. So whoever said that earlier was speaking from the traditional protocol of the hospital.
Absolutely.
No,
Okay.
Yes.
and
Yeah,
I was
but when we're
also
talking
speaking
about a
about
public
what Megan
figure
said
that
herself.
was pulled over because of
It doesn't matter if
gunshots
it's a
being
public
fired,
figure. That does not
can I
bypass
speak?
HIPAA.
Can I speak? I'll let you speak.
Yeah, sure.
When we're talking about a public figure that was pulled over because of alleged shots, and she went to the hospital because of alleged glass in her feet, and then the surgeon discovered that it's not glass in her feet, that it's actual bullet fragments, and that surgeon actually contacted the police and reported that should be something that is documented, or that, I mean, it would have come out in the public. We're talking about public figures, not private parties. We're talking about public figures where this situation is playing out publicly.
But
And
that's part
at
of
no
her
point,
medical record, though.
at no point in no
That's
articles,
part of her
and
public. Hold on, wait a minute. That is part of her medical record. They do not have to release that. And matter of fact, that goes
Period.
totally against HIPAA.
They do not.
No, what I'm saying is though is that I never even heard Megan stated either.
Exactly. She said she never spoke to the police officers.
Hold on.
Oh no,
Hold
Megan
on, wait
did
a minute.
say that, guys.
Hello. Because we're talking about HIPAA, but they also released the medical exam to the public. They also released the images of her feet and its injuries. And I never heard Megan say the police came to interview me at the hospital after my surgery was done. And not only would have happened to y'all's point, because the hospital had due diligence and contacted the authorities, who would have, by y'all's point, been mandated to come back and investigate it now that they know this is an assault. But I'm just saying, I never heard that narrative, even though I understand it's the protocol. That's why I was trying to figure out, okay, like, where did y'all hear this from? But y'all are just stating that it's traditional. I understand that, but that's why I asked if this was.
And when the officers came back to the hospital, they would have picked up the fragments in July, not in October.
And I wanted to say that it was heard first from Megan herself when she released that live. Like, she said that she was scared because when the surgeon walked out, the police walked in and asked her. Like, she said that out of her mouth herself.
And she said she
If
lied.
you watched that live.
And she said she lied. And she said she lied to them. It's the whole point. She lied to police, and they left because they thought it was just an injury from a party over glass.
No. That's what I'm saying. She said that she originally lied to the police on the way to the hospital, and then once the surgeon did her foot, the surgeon left out of the room, and then the police walked in and asked her about it. And then when the police asked her about it, she said, "Okay, yeah, I was shot." And then right after that,
where did you hear that part at? I want that. I want
on the live. I think that the live was on the article. Her live when she said Tory shot me.
Okay, the one where she said Tory shot me.
It's on that TMZ where you said like her lengthy lives, like she explains everything that happened.
So is it the one with her with the hoodie or the one of her in the white?
I believe it's the one with her in the hoodie.
Yeah, it is the one with her in the hoodie.
The one in the hoodie? Okay.
But I just wanted to speak to the part of the hospital that is protocol for normally, unless they think this is, like suicide or something like that, they're gonna call the police.
Yeah.
And even in a suicide situation, they'll still call the police, but they're also gonna have somebody watch you.
And they should, because that's exactly how it's yeah, and then right after that, she was still trying to protect him. Like, yeah, I got shot, but I was victim of a crime. She never said his name, nothing.
Okay, I want to listen to some of this. Since it's been so much conversation over this. It's only I think like a few minutes. But it should get to the point.
This is not the full one, so I'm not sure if she's gonna say it in this one. But I'm just
gonna scan through and see if
the full live.
Okay.
This cool ass woman from the motherfucking South Side. It ain't like let me go run and tell my business to the motherfucking internet. Let me go run and tell my business to the police. Like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't never been that type of person. Like, but I'm not gonna let y'all keep playing in my face. I'm not gonna let this nigga keep playing in my.
Okay, hold on. Let me mute myself.
Face either. So, since y'all hoes so worried about it, yes, this nigga Tory shot me. You shot me. And you got your publicists and your people going to these blogs lying and shit. Stop lying. Why lie? I don't understand. I tried to keep the situation off the internet, but you dragging it. You really fucking dragging it. Motherfuckers talking about I hit this nigga. I never hit you. Motherfuckers was like, oh, she mad because he was trying to fuck with Kylie. No, I wasn't. Like, you dry shot me. Like, everybody in the car, it's only 4 motherfuckers in the car. Me, you, my homegirl, and your security. Everybody in the car arguing. I'm in the front seat. This nigga in the back seat. I get out the car. I'm done arguing. I don't want to argue no more. I get out. I'm walking away. This nigga from out the backseat of the car, start shooting me. You shot me. I ain't get cut by no glass, but let me tell you why they saying that. When the police, because the people in the neighborhood, there's a witness. When the police came, because the neighbors called the police, this did not happen at Kylie's house. This happened damn near back at the house I was staying at. I was just trying to get home. We was 5 minutes away from my spot. The police come. I'm scared. All this shit going on with the police is shooting motherfuckers for anything. The police was literally killing black people for no motherfucking reason. Soon as the police tell us all get out the motherfucking car, the police is really aggressive. You think I'm about to tell the police that we niggas, us black people, got a gun in the car? You want me to tell the laws that we got a gun in the car so they can shoot all of us up? Nigga, I'm scared. It's a fucking helicopter over us and some more shit. Why the fuck would I tell the laws somebody got a gun in this car and this nigga shot me? So I can get shot, you can get shot, she can get shot, he can get shot. I ain't tell the police what happened immediately right then because I didn't want to die. I don't want the police to shoot me because it's a nigga with a gun in the car. I'm leaking, I'm bleeding. Motherfucker, somebody, I'm lying, bitch. Did I pay a helicopter to come over me and record my feet leaking blood? No. How the fuck I'm gonna fake that? I didn't tell the police nothing because I didn't want us to get in no more trouble than what we was already about to get in. The fuck? I get to the motherfucking hospital, the police bitch being so rude to me. Well, what's going on? Like, da-da-da-da, you're being detained, da-da-da. Ma'am, I'm being detained, I'm leaking. But I'm still not saying what happened. Shit crazy. The motherfucking doctor, the police finally let me go. I ain't go to jail. Them 3 motherfuckers went to jail. I get to the hospital, the doctors do x-rays on my feet. Oh, ma'am, you got bullets in your feet, got bullet fragments in your other foot. I'm thinking the doctors is the police, so I'm still trying not to tell them, like, no, I didn't know I got, you know what I'm saying? I'm scared. Like, I've never been shot before. I don't have to lie about that. Why would I lie? You want me to be a bad person so bad, and y'all motherfuckers want to believe the lie before you believe the truth. Stop trying to come on the internet acting like a black woman, a grown-ass black woman, really got any reason to be lying on another grown-ass black man when all the shit fucked up going on in the world right now. If you really want to tell the motherfucking truth, I've tried to save this nigga. Even though he shot me, I tried to spare him. And y'all motherfuckers is not sparing me. That's crazy. That's fucked up. I go through so much shit on a daily basis anyway, than to have to get on the motherfucking internet where I'm just trying to make my music, do my shit, pop my shit like the bitch I always been. And I'm trying to save niggas. And y'all on the internet talking about, oh, bitch, you ain't get shot. Oh, bitch, you this. Oh, free tour. That nigga not in jail. He not in jail because I didn't tell the laws what happened as soon as it happened. And I should have. I'm smart. I didn't have to spare that nigga. I don't have to spare nobody, but I did. And I'm done. Y'all asking where people at? Why ain't nobody saying nothing? Ask them why they not saying nothing. I haven't talked to the same people. Y'all worry about where they at. I don't lie. I don't lie. I don't have to lie. Ask that nigga why he not saying nothing. What the fuck he gonna get on here and say? Yeah, I shot her. Why? Tell him why you shot me. No reason. Stop fucking lying on me. Stop fucking acting like black women is the motherfucking problem. Stop acting like black women is aggressive when all they be doing is speaking the motherfucking facts and you motherfuckers can't handle it. Stop spreading lies. Stop getting on the internet acting like this shit your motherfucking diary. Stop lying on people. Truth motherfucking is, bitch, you shot me. You scared to come tell everybody that you fucking shot me, and you got your whole fucking team on the internet lying, trying to cover your motherfucking ass. And I'm tired of it. Stop doing that shit. Stop dragging me, and y'all motherfuckers don't even know what really motherfucking happened. Y'all niggas wasn't there. Y'all motherfuckers be so quick. Oh, but bitch, you a dry snitch. Oh, da-da-da. Who? You niggas talk more than bitches do. You niggas go tell on other people quicker than a bitch will. So don't ever play in my face like I'm wrong. Y'all niggas don't know no code. Y'all niggas don't know no loyalty. I don't even know where half you motherfuckers be from on the internet. Stop playing with me and don't play in my face no more.
Well, that definitely wasn't the live where she confirmed that police came to investigate her, and she
Yeah, I
told
can't
them
pull
that
it.
she got shot up.
What I could do is I could actually look it up. I can't. I'm not gonna be able to find it in time for you to this, but I could definitely get that like email to you by like tomorrow.
Okay, that's
Just
cool.
to, cause I understand why you like. I ain't heard that. I don't know none of that. So I get that. So I could probably like get that to you or whatever.
It's,
Like by tomorrow.
but it is interesting watching her, or watching her back and listening to her. I still don't. I mean, a lot of things can be true at once. I mean, I still stand by her reasons for lying to police. I mean, I can't say that I would have. I don't know what I would have done under the same circumstances, especially at that time, at the height of everything that was going on. Whether it would have been Martin, whether it would have been Sandra Bland, whether it would have been George Floyd. I mean, that shit had us shook. I mean, it still has us shook. So,
Yeah, and in that video,
I can't judge her. I can't judge her because, and here's the thing about it: people keep saying she lied. At the end of the day, Megan. At the end of the day, Kelsey. And what's his name? Adele Quan, Laquan, or whatever the fuck the driver name is, and Marie. They all stood by that lie. So they all made that choice. They all stood by her telling. They all stood by her telling police what she told police. So obviously, that was a unanimous decision.
Conscious. In that live, she actually I know that it's not the one where she says that the surgeon looked out and the doctors walked and the police walked in, but in there she even points to the fact that the doctors were like, "That's not glass, girl. That's bullets," and she was just like still scared to, you know what I'm saying?
Conscious. Can I say something real
And
quick?
said that she still was lying to them.
Yeah, to protect him, which is crazy.
Hi, Conscious.
Hey,
Can you hear me?
Who is it? Oh, hey, let's be real. Yes, I can hear
Hey,
you.
honey. I just wanted to. You had asked something about where is the article for that. That whole situation with Meg at the hospital, like the doctors reporting, etc. I just wanted to give a little bit of clarity on that. As a nurse, what the young lady, I think I don't know what her name is, but what she was saying is correct. When you go to the doctor, or when you go to any hospital or any medical facility, the way it works is it's kind of like domestic violence. A patient comes in and they say, "Oh, I hit the floor," or "I fell on the floor," or, "Oh, okay, in Megan's case, it's glass." Okay, the doctor will take your report. Once they start to investigate further, "Oh, you hit the floor, but you have a contusion, you have bruises, you have this, you have that." Now suspicion starts to, come into play. In Megan's case, bullet fragments. Okay, she definitely, this is a bullet, this is a fragment of a bullet. So now it's like, okay, we're mandated now to report the domestic violence, what we suspect. The doctor's mandated to report a possible criminal action that's ensued. For example, she's saying it's glass, but it's not superficial. It's deep. It's something deeper. So they'll basically say, okay, this is criminal. We have to report this. If we don't, and also another example is, for example, I'm a pediatric nurse, so there's many times I've had to report abuse. If if I'm talking to a kid and I suspect abuse, I'm mandated to report that. And if we don't report these things, our license will get snatched up, and those things are not privy to the public. What we report are those things are confidential, and it's covered by HIPAA. That's why.
Because
I'm a
everybody.
nurse too. If she's talking about me, I'm a nurse too. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah,
hold on.
The young lady.
Okay. And thank y'all for y'all services to this great country, kinda to this great country, but to y'all great service for sure. So we all agree that definitely is protocol. We were trying to figure out if that actually in fact happened, because I would say Megan had never, in all that she divulged about how even about the hospital and all of that, and even what happened on Stand Today with the medical examiner, it still never came up that police came back to the hospital after the fact to speak to Megan about those fragments. However, one of the members up here has said that it was in that live stream that I just played, but she said she'd get me that exact situation where Meg spoke about that. But even Lil Nay here says, and to the nurses can speak to this. Also, I was literally shot, and when I told the emergency room, I didn't want to report it because I was still with him, and I didn't have to. Police were not involved.
Okay, well, that's negligence, because if they, for example, suspect, she said, also, I was literally shot, and when I told the emergency room I didn't want to report it, if they did not report that and they just went by what she wanted, that's complete negligence. That's a mandate. We have to do that. So as far as your question, when it comes to Megan not saying it or the police coming back, you know, that stuff, there's certain things in the hospital because of HIPAA, it's not going to be divulged. The only way, for example, these medical records and all of these things that hit the courtroom, those things are subpoenaed. Like, you can't just, HIPAA is so secure and tight to be able to get medical records, even to present in court. It has to be a subpoena. A judge got to order it. So all the details of the call to the doctor and the police coming, that's not going to be divulged. And Megan
would have been able to tell all her business because she divulged all of it. She divulged the pictures.
She probably didn't. But what I can't. But Conscious, what I can
the medical exam had came out. She divulged all of that. And
yeah, but
my only question about the hospital was, I'm not refuting the fact that is the protocol. I was making a question of, since I had never heard that, and all that had been stated, even all the way up to the medical examiner speaking today, they never talked about the police after the fact. And Megan, I never heard talk about police after the fact. I was just making the statement that could it have been that this was one of those moments, since this investigation was sloppy from top to bottom, including how handled the gun, including how detectives handled everything with the interviews and not documenting things well, including the way that Meg, Victoria, and Kelsey all handled it, that now we also have, you know, a flaw in the hospital that for whatever reason actually did not divulge that at the time to police.
Oh, okay. I got you. I get what you're saying. Basically,
I just want to add this part, because somebody had brought up her celebrity, and maybe this is where the power of clout comes in.
Yeah, her celebrity. I'm like, what does that have to do with anything?
No. I'm saying that in the opposite, that there are, and this is commonly known, celebrities are able to control these type of circumstances, even when there is a technical protocol involved. They're able to get prescriptions for things that they don't even have a real diagnosis for. They have pull with the police. They have pull with hospitals. So maybe this is something that Megan was able to keep under wraps. She did not want police to get involved, etc. Whoever was the head nigga in charge there might have honored that, etc. And at that time, that just was something that didn't have to happen, which was police coming back for her.
So, Conscious, what to answer that last thing that you said, not all the information you said why was in the report, is some things are just basically trivial. Like it's considered trivial. It's like, this is
I'm not saying no, I didn't say why it was in the report. I'm saying that in all of the talkings, Meg I never heard her talk about that aspect of everything she talked about being in the hospital, and even the medical examiner today understand. They, like, the police have just never been in, according to them. I'm not really even talking about the medical. I just mentioned that all that came out, but that's what I'm saying. All of that stuff came out, but I never heard that conversation around the police coming back to the hospital before she left to speak with her.
Oh, you're saying that she came back? Wait, I'm confused.
Yeah, because somebody on here is saying that since it's protocol, that after, you know, a doctor is aware, a hospital is aware that there's been a domestic violence situation or there's been a whatever, that the protocol is they have to alert the police. And then the narrative became that this hospital, Sinai, whatever, that the police came back to the hospital at some point to speak with Megan, and Megan told the police then that she was shot, etc., but did not identify
okay, I understand,
as the shooter. But I was just saying that I had never heard.
You're right.
That it came back to the hospital.
I understand. I misunderstood the whole thing. I thought so. Basically, the person was saying they basically was something that we don't know that they would have to put out, like them basically coming back to speak to her, whatever the case may be. Yeah, we don't know that. I don't know.
Yeah, because I was asking if that was just an assumption based upon the protocol that, you know, hospitals have to operate that way. But I'm just saying that we never we never heard that from Meg or from the medical examiner or from any of that she spoke to police while in the hospital again after she had her surgery, etc., and told police that she had been shot, because he wasn't even charged for the shooting until October.
Okay, so basically it's the coming back part and the
Yeah, it's the
aftermath.
coming back
So
part and her talking to them and all of that I was trying to clear up, because I didn't.
Yeah, I wouldn't know that either. All I know for sure though is that we definitely report it. Like as soon as the person comes in, we suspect it or the doctor gets it, it's reported. Now, what the police do after that, whether they come in, come out, we don't know like that part. But as far as the report, it has to go, or everybody license getting snatched up.
Okay, so it has to be
what I was saying. That
everybody license getting snatched up, baby. I'm gonna report you. What? Domestic violence? Oh, you fell? But I said couldn't you? Hello. This is yeah, it has to go like that. And if they don't, for example, the young lady that was on the platform, if they don't do that, that's that's negligence. That's a
and
big
the hospital
case of
can actually get sued for not doing it.
Absolutely, they was
So
no
that's
doctor
what I
in the
was
world is going to risk their license like that.
But what you are also establishing, hold on. But what you are establishing, Lex, is that they have to report it, but the expectation around when police get involved with the victim is kind of another thing. Or do
once they I'm sorry,
or do police have to come back and meet with that victim before they leave the hospital after nurses, doctors find out what the real situation is? Do they hold the patient there until police come back? Like, because
well, basically, once the report is made and they basically establish, okay, a criminal activity basically took place because of this, that, and the third, this report that the doctor is giving, the police, of course, they're going to come. They have to come and question the patient. They're going to come and question because now it went from accident, glass to criminal. So now you gotta go. The police has to come and question you. Now, as far as the how long it takes the police to get there, we don't know. The police, do they leave and come back? Whatever, we don't know. But for sure, once you report that, the police then has to come in and they will question the patient. The patient then, they can't lie anymore. They're going to ask you what happened. They're going to ask several questions. If you keep denying it, they're going to keep asking, and and that's how that goes. And so basically at this point, when she finally, they said she revealed it to the police officers once they came.
No, I think what she was saying, hold on. I think what she was saying is that they got to the scene. They didn't know whether or not it was gunshots because she said it was glass. They dropped her off at the hospital. As a nurse, they're not okay. So you say it's glass. Once they figured out it was a bullets or fragments, they took her to surgery. They're not worried about who shot who. Da 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 da. They go off to surgery. She's saying that after the surgery is when the police were notified by obviously the hospital, and that's when I'm thinking what she was saying is that's when they would come back up.
Yeah, they're gonna come.
Sometimes they do question you there, and I mean, but
the priority is the patient, so they're gonna always treat the situation in the wound first. But then after that, like you said, after surgery, after whatever they do for you, the police is definitely gonna come and interrogate you because it's now criminal. It's not glass anymore. It's criminal.
I was just making the argument that everything that I had read, Megan never spoke about speaking to the police after her surgery while in the hospital. All of the articles all of the information that I was reading throughout the year ended with they dropped off to the hospital. She maintained she stepped on glass. It wasn't until her surgeon said we're going to need to do surgery that she then divulged that she had been shot to him. But by that time, officers had already left the hospital. They went forward in performing surgery, and then that's where it ended. We did not hear that after surgery, police came back. She told police, I in fact was shot, etc. That was what somebody had said. So I was just trying to figure out where that came from.
So,
but in the live that you just played, I'm still gonna get the live up. But in the live that you just played, she did say that the surgeons during her X-ray were like, "That's not glass, that's bullet
Right,
fragments."
right. They're gonna tell you.
And then she also said that she thought that the doctors were police and she was still maintaining that she wasn't shot. That's what I'm saying. She never
Yeah, and
told
once
the
you
police.
maintain that, they're gonna tell you, "No, ma'am, this is a bullet fragment,"
Yeah,
and then
I'm
they're
fine
not
with
gonna.
that. Like, I know all of that. I'm trying to
think
get
we,
to the part where
yeah,
the police. I'm
I
trying to
think
get to the
we
part where
understand the protocol.
hold on, because I'm speaking plain English. I'm trying to get to the part where she spoke to police after her surgery that allegedly came back to the hospital as a result of the hospital following through with protocol. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Wait, repeat that one more time for me, Conscious.
Okay,
I
I
get
see.
it.
You're confused about what part?
I
Uh,
think he's saying that
Somebody
he's looking
said that
for.
Megan spoke to police and told them she had in fact actually been shot. I
At
was
the
telling
hospital?
them, yes, while she was at the hospital, I was telling her I never heard that at all. That she divulged that to police because all the information had been that she didn't do that. That she
Right.
did not
Okay.
tell police that she had been shot, and that it wasn't until she spoke with her surgeon that she told him. And then the surgeon, they all acknowledged that police had already left the building by the time they had gotten that information from her. They went and did the surgery, and then there's no more conversation around her in the hospital. So when somebody had said, well, she spoke to police, and had told them, once they had discovered that it was bullet fragments in her feet and all that, she had, spoke to police or whatever. They came back to the hospital and she told them that they had been shot. I was just simply telling them I'd never heard that part about the aftermath and her and police. I had
I understand clearly. I'm the person that was saying about the man Deadpool. I understand conscious exactly what you're saying, where you didn't hear that, and where the dispute came in between me and the young lady. And I can even see now what where she may have gotten the confusion at, and that's why I was trying to state that, hey, look, it didn't become an issue of bullet fragments. At this point, she has to say something. She has to come clean and say this here. And where me and the lady was disputing that, she was saying that they brought Meg is the person that notified the police
through the media.
through
That's
the
what she said.
media.
Yeah, that's
But
what
that's not
it was for me.
accurate. That is so not
That'll never
accurate.
happen, Conscious. They will never ever consider the media. Even if they see the media, it has to be a professional that lets them know this is what it is. The media is very fickle. You can't trust the media. Anything can be said. So they'll never ever consider the media as a way to know if somebody got shot or not. That's media. That's talk. To them, that's gossip. It has to be a professional that calls them and says, we have a patient here, yada, 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 yada. And that's
And we
when
literally just saw her say on video that during her X-ray, they told her that it wasn't glass, it was bullet fragments. Like they knew that even before her surgery.
How would they know that if they didn't operate? What are you talking about?
We just watched and all of that on her foot.
Yeah, we just watched a video to where she said she was lying about the glass thing, and they told her that's not glass, that's bullet fragments.
Because because the doctor already figured it out. They already did what they had to do to figure it out.
Right.
They already
And they were
evaluated. You
saying
think so?
no.
So
The
wait, she
reason for the
walks up in the
questioning.
hospital and they're gonna just basically say, "Oh, those are bullet fragments." We know from the media. No, that doesn't work like that. They had to have looked at that, looked at it, reviewed it, and
No,
assessed
that's
it.
not what
There's an
she's saying.
assessment.
She's saying that Meg said, that even she was still lying up until that point, saying no, it's glass, not bullet fragments.
And then when the doctors examined her foot, they told her this is bullet fragments. It's not glass. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, and she was still continuing to lie, but the whole, she had to, like she's saying, she continued to lie. She had to continue, because she's trying to stick to the story of the glass. And the doctor's saying, well, baby, I know you're lying. This bullet fragment. I'm telling you from my professional opinion, and the fact that I got to now perform surgery opposed to just stitching you is because this is bullet fragments. And then that's when the police are called in on the situation. The argument was that Meg brought that she had got shot to the media first. No, Meg didn't bring that to the media because it's already knowledge from what she done did in the hospital, even if she didn't speak on it, even if nobody reported it to the media that she had then spoke to the police, it is period that, hey, this became she's telling you, hey, I didn't say nothing. I'm still not saying nothing, even when they're saying, baby, this is not no glass, this is bullet fragments. She's saying, I still was trying to maintain the glass factor. And I'm telling you, that's when the police got called and alerted of the bullets, it being a shooting, a shot. And then you got the people who called the police because of shooting. So it's definitely matching up. So I could be out at the scene. I could have left and went back to those people on the scene that called and said, hey, you heard gunshots here? Or even after being notified from the doctor. Go back to the scene. You heard bullets, and then somebody saying no, the muzzle kid, the shot came more toward what you call them. You got all those factors that done took place before Meg even spoke. That's what I was trying to give clarity to. Before you saying that she the one that brought that she had been shot to the scene. No, she didn't. She had to admit that it was that she had been shot. The police had been notified, and they were making a case out of it, which is the reason why, because Megan still to this point has not pressed no charges and said this, that, this is the state doing this. They're filing off of that protocol. That hey, they got a call, and then we got witnesses calling about a shooting, and we got somebody saying that the muzzle flash was closer to Chelsea, and all of this here.
Because
Megan,
when
that's
you
the
think,
person
when
that
you
said she
look
got
at it,
shot
when you
first.
look at it, imagine all the cases that would go unnoticed of domestic violence abuse if we went by what people were saying. That's the whole point of the protocol. We have to assess. We have to look. There's an assessment that we have to do. We have to evaluate the doctors, the nurses, and we have to report that because people lie. And so that glass situation, she was lying all the way up until she couldn't lie no more, to the point where okay, now it's like, shorty, you, even if they don't tell her to her face, they'll tell her. But even though she keeps lying, they're gonna contact the police, and that's why the DA charged, the state press charges, not her. If it was up to her, this would all went away. But because of that protocol, because of that sacred protocol we have, that's what got us in court right now. That sacred protocol we have, that's what got us in court right now.
And I'm glad Conscious played that video because for everybody who's talking about me.
Hello. Somebody got feedback somewhere. Like, hold on, I'm gonna have to mute everybody to figure out where to go this feedback. Hold on. What the fuck? Oh.
I know it wasn't me. I put my thing on mute.
No, I actually think it was Conscious, but no, that's what I think. I don't know her name with the P. That's what she was trying to say, and I think they kind of miscrewed what she was saying. But that's what she was saying. What the other nurse just explained. That's what the other girl was saying as well. I don't know who debated her on that, but that's what the other girl with the black, I don't know, like the black thing that says like Presley. I don't know. I can't see all of that.
I think an assumption had got made because it's the protocol of the hospital that police came back to speak to Megan, and Megan told them she had actually been shot. That's the part I was arguing, which seemed like an assumption based upon the understanding that that's the protocol of the hospital, but that had never actually been confirmed.
What got me was when the girl, it was what made me come up here Conscious, honestly, was the girl that said the media is who told what is it, somebody had said earlier, they said the media.
It wasn't until she had went live and said blah, blah, blah,
that's when the police found out.
I was the one that said that.
But hold on, but ironically they didn't charge him for it until October. So, and she had already went live and had doubled down on the fact that he had shot her. They only charged him with possession of an unregistered gun initially, but ironically, it wasn't until in October, which was long after Meg had did these lives, stating that Tory had in fact shot her, which was the first time she had went on record and said his name, and had also said she had never said that to anybody prior to her saying it now. That she never told police this. She never told the medical folk this. She did acknowledge that she had been shot, but she never identified who.
Well, I think that it took like a month and a half after she actually pointed out who her shooter was, because they're not going to just do anything without vetting all of the evidence. And also, I think that's why new evidence is being
But they
allowed
would
in
have
the
had all of
trial,
it.
because
But they would have had all of it by then. They would have had the bullet casings from the scene. They would have had the GSR from when Miss Mamas and Tory had went down initially to the precinct. They would have had the X-rays. They would have had the medical exam. They would have had all of that.
They
I
did,
agree with you there.
and that's why. Can I just like say something like this for like a minute or two?
Yeah.
They did, and that's why the DA has been like, we're gonna get him, and so all of this new evidence is being allowed in the trial because of Kelsey just being just and so that's why now her full interview in September, before all of a sudden it was pushed back because it's that the lawyer forgot she had this case and had a different case. That's why the Instagram post is now being allowed. That's why all of the evidence they already had is now being allowed in the trial, because they were going with Kelsey's actual witness statement, and because Kelsey didn't do the witness statement, now they're going with actual proof to go ahead and get it going. So her whole little plan of thinking, I'm gonna just be, I don't know, when she could have just told the truth. Now they have proof, and now she's gonna go down.
Conscious, you were right. Remember, you told me that earlier. You were like, she should have just told the truth or whatever. And I was like, hey, well, is she like, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, boo.
Oh, I'm sorry. Lime green, do-rag, and Conscious. You remember earlier I was like, well, her saying I don't know, is that implicating? Is that like, perjury? Or you were saying she should have just told the truth, and now it's like she really did bamboozled the prosecution side. And so now, like Lime Green Do-Rag, you were saying to me she's gonna go to jail for perjury, and I'm like, well, gosh darn it, look at what as soon as the news came out and they said that they're gonna basically play her whole interview. Okay, so you going to jail, sweetheart.
I said that. I was like,
it didn't click, because after that I'm like, oh, you going to jail, girl. Real bad.
More than that, now she's stupid. She's trying to cover for Tory and all this stuff, without realizing that the reason that the prosecution is telling you, hey girl, you know that you can go to jail for perjury, you know you can go to jail for this. They have proof. They had proof. So that's why after, during the little whole mid-break lunch, when they were like, girl, it don't cover perjury, right? And then after the break, they came back in, and now the judge has allowed the interview, has allowed the post where Tory said that Kelsey didn't shoot her, and I believe that they have more proof.
And could this be the interesting way that karma works? Could this be the interesting way that
It's about to be the interesting way that karma works. It's about to be the interesting way that karma works, because now she just screwed herself, and because she didn't tell the truth, Tory already threw you under the bus. Now they about to get you and throw you under the bus. They tried to help her. They tried to help
the
you.
prosecution fund drag her,
When
and
they
the
kept
defense
telling
fund
that
drag her,
girl,
basically.
hold on, when they kept telling that girl, you know that you can go to. They were warning her. They were warning her to see if she was gonna tell the truth, and when she didn't, they said okay. And they kept
and then an hour later they came back with the proof, and the judge was like, all right, allow it in.
Boom.
Yep, she about to get illegally jumped by both sides.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
Exactly. Exactly. So the very same thing she went in there trying
She
to
already got a
like.
bald spot. She about to be completely scalped.
That's what she said.
She about to be scalped.
So the very same thing that she was scared of is about to come to pass.
Called back to the stand, being that her she's done with her actual testimony, could she be called back to the stand?
Yes, because the judge allowed new evidence against her in the trial.
Okay, so what I'm thinking is the reason why the judge allowed her testimony, her original testimony, those texts to Megan's bodyguard, and that testimony that she gave, that interview that she gave back in September. I'm thinking the judge allowed that because she was acting so dumbfounded on the stand the last 2-3 days. So he's actually allowing that as her testimony, as her original testimony, because she couldn't give any answers on the stand the last couple of days. So that could be counted. The jury could listen to all that. They can consider those text messages that has been allowed into evidence. And by that, they can determine that Tory shot Meg.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know why she thought that she was protecting him by her doing that. She thought she was protecting her and Tory, when in reality, her doing that put her in danger and Tory in danger, because now they have proof that Tory did it. They were relying on her testimony to save her, but Tory's side has proof that she was she was down with being bribed. So they have that. So either way, she's going down. And I'm not sure if the jury will go with the prosecution's actual facts, actual verified facts that Tory did it, but they have proof of that too. So now they both going down when it could have just been Tory going down. Now they both going down when she was trying to protect Tory.
I'm sorry. So I don't think she even cares about potentially going to jail for perjury, because for one, it's hard to prove, and our prosecutors would have to prove that she blatantly told a lie under oath. Just because they recorded her in an interview in September, it's about what she said when she got on the stand under oath.
Right.
They would have to prove that she perjured herself. For 2 years, Kelsey hadn't said.
But in this instance, it's not what they can prove, because they've already allowed her interview from September to be admitted into evidence. So it's not a point of perjury or what they can prove. This has been allowed for the jury to consider as evidence.
Yes,
but I think she means her going on the stand and Scott vague things.
I'm only talking to the perjury.
The judge
Kelsey
was like,
has
you know
already
what?
stated that when she did that statement with the prosecutors in September, that she lied. So even if they play that statement, that still doesn't give them enough to have her arrested for perjury. They still would have to prove that she's lying on the stand versus lying when she gave them that statement.
Well, no, I was just talking about, I wasn't talking about her being charged with perjury or anything. This goes directly back to the Tory Lanez case. It goes directly back to her saying, yes, Tory Lanez shot Megan, not on the whole perjury aspect.
Okay, but the thing is, the prosecution has physical evidence that confirms everything that she said in her September thing. So even if she like try to get off like, oh, I didn't know, yeah, maybe she won't get charged with perjury, but everything she said, they have physical evidence for. They wouldn't. This is prosecutors. This is not Megan's lawyer. This is prosecutors in the state of California, in the city of LA. Okay, they have physical evidence for everything that Kelsey said that corroborates her story. So if she's gonna lie, then that's fine. We won't get you on perjury. That's cool. Even though she did perjure herself one time, I call it one-time perjury, where she said that I didn't see her limping, and there's video of her literally watching the girl limp. So that could be one thing they go after. But
and who knows? The case is not over yet. They can also subpoena Kelsey's bank statements, because she said, because it wasn't a definitive, no, I did not accept any money or $1 million from him. What she said was something around to the effect of, I wasn't the only one he offered money to. But we do know that Megan did not accept the money. Didn't you accept this money?
No,
They
she
can't
also said
prove
in
that
the
she
interview.
got it.
No,
They can't
she
prove
said,
that she got it from Tory, but they can prove that she got it from the bodyguard, which Megan said that she was meeting with. Tory thought he was slick going through his bodyguard. They got all the proof to corroborate her story, which is why they gave her immunity, just to come up and do the witness thing. But now she want to play smart and be like, I don't know. Girl, they got proof. This is not Megan against Tory. This is California. This is the people against Tory. Like, are you dumb? Now you go like stupid.
She done disrespected
Conscious, I can ask you
California.
a question.
yes.
Has the bodyguard been on the stand?
No, he will be taking the stand at some point. But they don't let anybody know like who's going to be taking the stand.
Yeah, I don't see that the bodyguard really buried any fruit.
Oh, I don't know.
either.
Hold on. Are you asking Meg's bodyguard or Tory or the driver?
The driver.
Yes, the driver will be taking the stand. Yes.
Okay, he'll be
perfect.
taking
Because
the
I'm like,
stand.
where
Because
was
I was
he?
wondering, like, because he's the person that
Mm-hmm.
nobody. He. Well, Tory. Well, I'm wrong. He would defend Tory if
Yeah, he will
anybody.
defend Tory because he's being called in by the defense. So
Yeah,
Oh,
and
he's been
that's
called
what
in
I
by the
was just
defense?
saying. I don't think his testimony would bear any fruit at
Yeah,
all
because
because I think it would basically be another Kelsey on the
yeah,
stand.
he's gonna act stupid. Yep, because that's what I said on yesterday that he gonna follow suit with Kelsey. He gonna play the amnesia game. He gonna play the I heard the gunshot, I ain't see nothing. And all
Yeah.
that.
And
Bitch, they gonna get all their ass on fucking perjury, bitch. Bitch, they gonna get all their ass. All they gonna do is put the text messages. Things like, so what is the text message between you and Kelsey? That'd be a key.
Is it
Well, they just
perjury
great.
if the person says like those vague responses that Kelsey was giving? I don't know. I don't remember. Can they still consider that as perjury, or can she slide or slither with that?
She does know, so you can't say you don't know. So you'll be lying saying that you do not know and you know.
So
I think
omission
they
is basically
overrode
also
her
counted
by
as
adding
perjury.
in her testimony. So her previous testimony will cover
Yeah,
all
what
that
she
bullshit that she was
actually
spewing
said on the
today and
oath.
yesterday.
Conscious,
I
I
feel
have
like they
a
just everybody
question.
should know she lying.
Didn't someone say earlier that she met with the judge, her and her lawyers, earlier
Yeah,
today?
that's what Flacco said. I believe that no, that's either what Flacco or that's what God has said that her and her attorney had met privately with the judge in their chambers, and
then that could be another factor.
And she told the judge why she wanted to plead the fifth, but she didn't want to answer that when she was examined by the defense. She didn't want to give them that information, but she did divulge why she wanted to plead the fifth to the judge privately with her
But
attorney.
that could be another factor why the judge is allowing it. You know, her
Exactly.
deposition to go into to be presented because
But
she
that's
knows that
also
she
the
knows.
fact that
Wait,
she
hold
got
on,
on the
hold on.
stance and
She
irritated the
knows
judge.
exactly that Kelsey is lying, and she's like she has reached her breaking point with Kelsey.
Yeah.
So it's like
yes,
that's so good.
Because I was told on yesterday that when she pulled all this pussy popping, that the judge was pissed off when
the judge has had enough.
Yeah,
because you wasting her
Yeah,
time. I
you
don't know.
wasting
I
her
don't
time.
know.
And the taxpayers' time. She keeps
And
forgetting
then
that
she
the
want to go to
And then
lunch
she was
too.
given a second opportunity to get right too this morning.
And
They
then
tried to
Kelsey's
help
playing
her,
with the
but
judge lunch break.
and then also that video,
Like you
Conscious,
lying on this girl, I gotta go to lunch.
and then Conscious, that video that you just played, it's like they think that they're so freaking smart. Like the video that you just played of Tory walking out of the courthouse and looking at that woman and being like, "Oh, don't fight today." Like he's trying to be like, "Oh, look, I'm a peacemaker. Look at me and my son walking out of the courthouse.
He
I'm
walking in like he Jesus, like he the
I'm
damn black
actually
Jesus.
helping." Like they have physical proof that corroborates Kelsey's thing in September. They were trying to save her. Like
They
that girl
was. She had it
stupid.
made. Kelsey had it made.
She really did.
She even got partial immunity. The girl had it made. She jumped out of the window, and now she gonna need a parachute.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
now all the stuff that she was trying to protect herself against,
It's
Yep.
which
about to
I
It's
happen.
believe
coming back to haunt her.
personally,
Yeah.
Exactly.
yeah,
Yep.
was
And that's good for
bribery.
her.
Like she
And
probably
she
told
about to be in
them,
Tory's seat. She about to be in Tory's seat.
That's
she
good
probably
for her.
told them I was gonna accept a bribe. Can you guys not prosecute me for accepting a bribe? And so they were like, okay, just go on and tell exactly what happened. We won't get you on you accepting a bribe to go against Megan. And now that she's playing stupid, they gave her 2 days. And now that she's playing stupid on not knowing anything, literally an hour later, the judge they brought evidence to the judge. The judge was like, okay, we'll accept this evidence. We'll accept this evidence because the evidence that they have implicates her taking the bribery. That's why they didn't include it because they were thinking that she was going to be smart and tell
Oh.
everything. But oh, you want to play? Okay, so now we gonna get you on taking bribery, ho. Like,
Oh, she's
So now,
going
I didn't
under
even think
jail,
of
girl.
that.
so now
Bye.
you done fucked up
Wow.
immunity. You done fucked up the
You done
prosecutors,
fucked up
and
everything.
now
Yeah,
you
Kelsey is
she,
also
going
done
to
fucked, and
God.
now you done fucked up 1501 money. So bitch, they
yep,
about to
she
come
done
in for that
fucked up the
cash.
church's
So
money,
now
honey.
so 1501 pulling up with the U-Haul, bitch. Give me my smart TV, give me that furniture, give me all that shit, bitch. I want my stove, I want my refrigerator hole, recoup all that shit. You done fucked
But
up, Kel.
wasn't
Kelsey
that a
fucked
whole
up
position supposed to be
bad.
under her immunity? Wasn't that supposed to be part of her immunity deal?
That's why
Partial
she went
immunity?
for immunity.
But
Because she did
Well,
the
say
no,
reason
something.
no
She
that's
one
was
the
guilty
reason
knows.
of
why they were
something.
trying to help her, because they were gonna do it in regard do it for her to tell the truth, but she went up there and played fool.
And acted a fool. Ooh, they
Yeah,
finna get her real bad.
She
I
went up there
playing
and
in
understand
that
now.
played
judge's
fool.
face. She was playing in that judge's face, and the judge was like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
"No,
Yeah.
And
And
she
ma'am."
that judge
wasn't
was
offered
upset.
in the beginning. She wasn't offered full immunity in the beginning. It wasn't full immunity,
No,
and
I
that's
know
what
they
they
said it was
wanted to stress
partial.
to her.
It was partial, but I think they said that with the immunity that they granted her, whatever she said in the deposition wasn't supposed to be presented.
Right.
Am I wrong?
yeah, that's right because that would have revealed that she was taking bribes.
Yeah, she just went up there and all this just blew up in front of her face. So you should have
Right.
just came in there and told the truth.
Yep.
So
Girl,
now
she should
the
have
whole
just sat
public
there
want to
and
know
ate her
everything
salad.
now.
Or at least told a better lie. You know what? If she would have came in there, for real, if she would have came in there and would have been like, I don't know, in a more subtle, more, like, really, I'm devastated, not this
Believable.
hostile type of chick who says she don't want to be there. She could have been a little bit more believable. But she came in there hot for Megan, hostile against Megan, someone who seems like they have a vendetta, and they're gonna add that to all of this bullshit that she's causing. She just
Yeah,
don't know
they
how.
are.
She's just a
Honey,
hot
I
ass
know they
mess.
are. I know her
Yes.
husband, that 1501 team, whoever's behind it, whoever she got a bribe from, they are trying to scramble because they are running scared about what's going to take place in that courtroom
Absolutely.
tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I genuinely thought that she
Absolutely.
didn't take the bribe, but the deposition, basically, you guys are telling me they were helping her. The prosecution was covering. They knew, but they said, "Come tell the truth, and we won't say nothing." And
But
basically,
you
she went up there
guys,
acting
But she
stupid.
I
also
don't know.
openly
She did.
denied though. But she
Yeah.
openly denied on the stand too that she took a bribe. Like because
But the
when God
prosecution was gonna let her slide with that. Y'all saying?
I
Not
don't know
she
because
didn't
she
she
said
didn't
on the
explicitly
stand
say she
that
didn't
she was
take the bribe.
mad. She
That's
was
where she
mad
thought
at
she was
Megan.
smart because
Okay, go
she
ahead. Go ahead.
okay, I'm sorry. But she didn't deny taking the bribe and she also didn't confirm that she took the bribe. That's what she thought she was smart at. Like she just played stupid. She said, "Oh," when they asked her, "Oh, did Tori offer you $1 million?" She was like, "Not just me." And they were like, "Okay, so was it a bribe?" And she was like, "Well, bribe wouldn't be the word." Like, girl.
Yeah, well, they asked her, was it a bribe for the shooting? And she also said, well, he didn't say shooting. Yeah. So, and I also, but she said on the stand also that she was mad at Megan because Megan was lying on her. And one of the lies that was said was that she took a bribe.
So she got immunity. So something she was covering up something.
Yep.
And so
Well, yeah, I know what I think. I think she was coming up because it might have been her goddamn gun, or I don't like. Maybe they shook her and said, "Look, your DNA, the GSR is just as much on you, boo. And if you didn't do this, you need to tell us who the fuck did, or else we're gonna have to. One of y'all gonna have to go down for this. So you can either. So you got your opportunity now to work with us and tell us what the tea is, and if you are identifying Tory as the shooter, then we can protect you in this because there's just as much evidence to
pursue you.
Yeah, to pursue him, etc. But because there's enough to pursue you too. But so it's come down to either one of y'all. But if you're saying, if you're going to acknowledge that what you said in the text to Justin, Megan's bodyguard, that Tory shot Megan is true, and if you're going to acknowledge that Tory Lanez also threatened you, he also assaulted you, as you also said to Megan in a text that same night, then we got Megan's testimony that he did this. We got your testimony that you did this. And even though this GSR is on you, right? We once again can shield you from being prosecuted in this situation if you're going to aid and abet in identifying the suspect as such.
And don't forget, Conscious, the other element that the person who witnessed said that the spark went off closer to Kelsey than Tory. So all that, yeah, we got all this. We could put this on you. We got this. We got this. We got this that we can put on you. So if you are willing to say yes, go Conscious. Go.
So them people got all that information on her, gave her immunity, and she went and played it in people's face. So they're gonna drag her and reveal every single last thing that she did. We're going to find
they played a whole interview. How they trying to get into all of it.
Oh my goodness. They are going to say Kelsey shot the girl.
They get into their Kelsey bag now. She done fucked up the
They
church.
gonna say, you know what? Forget Tory. Let's get this hoe.
Yeah.
No, they're not gonna forget Tory. Hell no.
No, that's a joke, just to show you the gravity of what she did. Like she bamboozled, she played it in people's face. Like, we're gonna help you, scratch my back, scratch your back. We scratched your back and you screwed us.
Yeah.
And
so now we gotta make an example out of you.
Yeah.
So do y'all think that they will revoke her immunity deal?
They can though.
They
can.
Do you guys think that they will?
Yeah,
I do.
I do too.
The prosecution is currently right now figuring out.
The prosecutor could go at her as a hostile witness, but can I approach her as a hostile witness now? Yeah, because you're not saying what you said. Yeah, at the least. Yep.
I think they feel like she made a fool of them when she thought that she was.
Yeah, she was.
She thought she was smarter than the state of California. Them people are conjuring right now. They're like, we finna 68.
Honey, if Kelsey said she had bald spots before, she really about to have them now because they about to snatch her all the way off.
If she
better get her a bonnet. She better get her a bonnet or a cap, because honey.
Scout.
Heart is not gonna murmur. It's gonna sing. No, I'm.
She said she had bald spots.
Yeah, because her injuries. It was injuries.
Oh, okay.
It was the pictures of her injuries that came up in court today, and she had acknowledged that she got dragged out of the truck by Tory, and he had pulled her ponytail out of her head and all of that. But when she got on stand, she lied and claimed that because it was a picture shown of a big ass bald spot that looked like that of a burn victim. And she was like, and she giggled and said, "Oh, like, you know, I've always had a bald spot there."
Oh wow, yeah,
that is crazy.
That's but that's what it is. She upset the judge so bad to where they would allow stuff that they wouldn't allow previously before because they're gonna come after her the same way they came after Tory. But they're gonna get them both though now.
Yeah,
she really screwed herself over with that. I didn't know she said that. Wow.
She giggled too.
That's crazy.
Said it.
Conscious, can you please can y'all explain to me why y'all once again why was Kelsey lying like that? Why didn't she just tell? Because I remember I said I think it's to get back at Megan, but you can't be that slow. What do you think? Why would she go up there and do that? I'm trying to understand who would she protect? What?
I think she took the money. I think she took the bribe.
It's the bribe. You think the money? It gotta be the money.
Things, definitely has something to do with it. She's married or engaged or dating one of the 1501 manager executives. I think that definitely Meg's in court with 1501. They hate her.
Yeah.
Hate
Yep.
them.
Yeah.
I think she got in bed with 1501. You know, she's friends with Jay Prince, and Jay Prince have issues with Megan too because he's affiliated with 1501. You know, it's just it's a lot. And then on top of that, this happened, and she takes the bride from Tory, and you know, and Megan basically disowns her. Which, you know, I have no dog in that fight. You know, maybe it was right, maybe I don't know, but
at this point it was right to disown her. She's
but
crazy.
also,
She's
if you
disloyal.
notice
she's
that
definitely not
all of
loyal because even if I get into a huge fight with my friend, we're cussing, we're fighting, and if my friend gets shot, I'm still going to get on the stand and tell the truth. No, we're not friends. Yes, I hate that bee. No, I'm not talking to her. Don't want to talk to her. I think she's disloyal, but did Tory shoot her? Well, yes, he did. I think she was never really loyal to Meg. I think it was a part of, you know, them being friends in college and Megan blowing up and Megan allowing her to tag along and introducing her to a lifestyle that she's never been, you know, had before. And I think at this point, it could be even a bit of jealousy.
Oh
no,
yeah.
but
I
if
mean,
you
if she's
also
doing this to
notice,
Meg on the
all
stand,
of Tory's homeboys who are in like media are trying to report this in a way like they're using certain words to where they're telling the truth but trying to not tell the truth. Like they're
They
like
still trying to
they're
smear Meg.
slanting it
trying
in
to
a certain
manipulate.
way. But also you notice that Megan's sitting pretty. Megan, there are no blogs out there like major blogs that are on Megan's side, and she ain't said nothing. She is sitting pretty because she knows that she got all the physical proof, and that she was actually trying to help Kelsey being from being prosecuted for taking bribes and all this stuff. But she want to play, okay.
She tried to protect Kelsey the entire time. Yes, she had cut Kelsey off because Kelsey was too close to the trauma. And sometimes when a situation is really fucked up and it involves other people, you avoid the people because they remind you of the trauma, even if some of those people didn't even do nothing to you. Maybe they were even victims as well in the situation, but because they were in the situation and you trying not to think about the situation, you don't even want to focus on the situation. You ain't trying to get the situation none of your emotional time because it's that taxing on you. Sometimes you will cut off everybody else in the situation just for your own sanity, just so that you don't have to have no conversations with nobody. You know that if you don't deal with nobody who were in the situation with you, y'all don't have to have no conversations about the trauma, about the situation that bother you. You don't even have to look at them and see that night, you know, because when you're looking at people standing next to people, they're a reminder. They are a indirect reminder of the shit that happened. So yeah, she cut her off, but she did try to protect Kelsey. She said that girl did not shoot me. She said this was not a cat fight between two friends. She did not acknowledge they had a blowout, a fallout, no nothing. Kelsey was just pissed because she went back to Texas broke immediately after the situation. She had given up her home. She had given up her place and all of that. She was in a hotel. She was scrapped for money. She lost her little gig working with Megan Thee Stallion. She also went through the situation too. So she looking to bond and looking to also use Megan as a trauma bonding friend because she needs somebody to rely on. But Megan don't even want to rely on nothing but just forgetting the whole shit. So Kelsey mad. She done lost her job. She don't got her place. She back in Texas, not in LA. Should have been cut off from the industry. And her friend who she went through this done cut her off after she, you know, calls herself trying to stand up for her in the situation or however the fuck the situation went. So she pissed. And by Megan speaking out against Tory, etc. And then, you know, she does her diss track and shit. Because and now we know why Megan was pissed and said, bitch, you must have took a bribe because Kelsey, you've been pussy popping this whole time. If you pussy popping now, you've been pussy popping then. You didn't want to choose a side and you knew what happened. And that's exactly what she cut your ass the fuck off and you proved why that was justified then.
Yes,
It
you're
makes
not
sense
lying,
now.
Conscious, because that shots fired record that Megan made. I think the whole thing told the whole story. It told everything that happened. I don't think she lied not one time. Yes, she may have told a fib about sleeping with Tory or whatever, but I don't think she lied about the details of the SUV and the shooting. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think either. And you know what? Even if the facts are something different, I believe that Megan believes whatever she perceived, even though she was drunk, even though she was inebriated. I don't believe she's intentionally lying about whatever she experienced in that SUV regarding the shooting. Even if the facts are not that, I believe she believes what happened, like how her perception of it. Because you know, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not somebody who do drugs or who drink, so I don't know what it's like to be like in altered states and shit. I mean, I do know what it's like on a spiritual level, but I'm not like controlled by a substance when I'm in those states. So I don't know, you know, how your perception is. I don't know what this type of circumstance look like when you drunk and fucked up, when you got alcohol in you and you inebriated and your perception is all over the place and there's drama and then there's a shooting. I don't know if you can recall, you know, precisely and accurately and factually what took place. I'm sure that whatever you perceive to be, whatever you see in all of that is whatever you see in all of that. Now, so I don't believe she's intentionally lying, even if it didn't quite happen the way she thought or thinks that it did. But I think that would just be due to the circumstances that her perception is fucked up like that, due to the alcohol and all of that. But and people saying that, well, Kelsey protected her too. I don't see how.
She threw her under the bus bad.
Where at?
But can real quick? I'm so sorry. I don't want you to perceive me as me cutting you off. I just wanted to just say something really quick to piggyback off what Conscious said. Also, all of these people on these blogs that Tory has been friends with have been saying, "Oh, you see how Megan said it was an argument just between Kelsey and Tory, just between Kelsey and Tory," when we literally just saw in her live where she said we were all fighting. She never said I wasn't involved in the arguments at all. She literally said
But
we
you know what's
were
so
all
funny?
fighting.
She
I
did
don't want to
though.
fight, so I
She
got
did
out.
though. No, and she did in her interview with Gail. She said that this was the one time that I didn't raise my voice. This was the one time that I ain't had nothing to do with this. I can honestly say that this was the one time that I didn't have anything to do with this. I didn't raise my voice at nobody. I didn't whatever. She did paint herself in that interview as very docile, as very like far removed from everything. And, you know, she wanted, you know, like she did paint that about herself in that situation.
Well, in that interview was a mistake
She
because in
also
her
did that in
live,
her
she told the
GQ
full truth. She said
magazine
we were all
interview.
arguing. Like in her live, she said we were all arguing. I didn't want to argue no more, so I got out. So I'm not sure if I'm not like that Gail interview was stupid then, because in her live, she told the full truth. She said we were all arguing, and I left.
I don't think it was stupid. I think what it was, I think the label was trying to do damage control. And I think, you know, they were trying to do damage control, trying to protect Megan's image. But ultimately, at the end of the day, like I said earlier, everybody was lying. She lied, Kelsey lied,
in her lives, they
Tory
were all
lied.
fighting.
Everybody was doing what they felt was best to protect themselves. And as far as maybe Tory and Megan, to protect their images, you know, because they are in the industry. But it's just unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. But at the end of the day, the fact still remains is the woman got shot.
Yes.
Conscious.
Somebody.
If you look at the TMZ when they were coming out the vehicle.
Yeah.
If you look at Kelsey doesn't even have a ponytail. She has a bust down.
She does.
Her hair is all intact. You could see her hair from the back. You could see her hair from the front. There's nothing pulled out of her head.
No,
I don't know.
Remember, no.
Prosecutors?
No, she had like a little bun piece that was attached to the back. Like it was like a braid piece that was wrapped around the back Where her
No,
ponytail,
what
or
I'm
what it?
looking at, it's all laid down, flat, like a
Okay, hold
bust
on.
down part.
I thought I saw a little. Okay, hold on. Let me go
Yeah,
look.
because I'm looking. This is a 34-second video from TMZ. It's from a different angle. Let me tell you the title of the video. Is Megan Thee Stallion and Tory Lanez sworn by cops by TMZ. This is 34 seconds. I'm sorry, let me put on back on pause. But when you zoom in on it, her hair is like it's like a bust down. She has a bust down.
Because I was looking at her the back of her head, because that's where some of the angles was from the back when she was walking up. Well, when cameras was walking behind her. And matter of fact, hold on, I can just pull up my live from yesterday because it's in that live. Yeah. Thumbs up the video. Oh, we at 39.4. Shout out to the new subbies in the building.
I gotta rewatch that Galen.
I really gave Kelsey the benefit of the doubt. I said, "Oh, you."
Okay, see, like this is what she was wearing to court, y'all. Let me show my screen real quick. She had like a little bun piece thing going on. Okay, can y'all see the screen of her hair? She had like that situation going on right there, and that's where her bald spot allegedly was to the top middle part of her head.
Oh my god,
it's giving WAP.
Yeah, so this was actually a strategic hairdo to cover up the bald spot.
It's like a nest and a worm.
You said she had this type of hairstyle when the fight happened?
No, I'm saying going into court. I don't know what type of fight, what she had on in the fight.
Yeah, no, because I was talking about the statement that she allegedly gave the prosecutors that Tory snatched her by her ponytail and punched her. She didn't have a ponytail.
Yeah, her hair was flat.
Her hair was flat, and if he snatched out a bald spot, I mean, where did he snatch the bald spot out? Because you don't see any hair pulled out of her head on the TMZ footage.
Well, what I do know is that everybody in court today has saw actual images that she sent to Megan, and pictures that she had took on her phone of her injuries that night, and it was pictures of her hair, and she had a bald spot in her head, according to those who were in the court today. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna pull up the whatchamacallit. Let me see.
It looked flat and like
flat.
Yeah, I mean, she probably showed images, but what I'm saying is usually when somebody hair is snatched out that night, you're gonna see that. So
like her hair,
she probably already had bald spots, but her hair wasn't snatched out that night. She had a full head of hair.
So what are you watching her? Are you watching them outside the vehicle or something?
I'm gonna it's a 34-second clip. It's from a different angle. It's not the one where she's walking backwards. It's the one where she's in handcuffs.
Okay.
And then they have her sitting on the side. Like before they put her sitting on the side, you're gonna see her. You're gonna see the back of her hair, and then when they have her sitting on the side, you're gonna see the front of her hair.
But what if her hair? What if he pulled her hair while they were in the car fighting? What if he did it before they got out of the truck? What if that happened?
Well, I'm saying as a woman, if somebody snatches a patch in your hair, the hair is gonna be out.
Well, no, but I'm saying, what if the hair was inside the vehicle? Like, where if she's saying he snatched her hair and beat her up, maybe it was left in the vehicle. The hair, we wouldn't have seen it anyway. By the time the helicopter.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the prosecutors, when they said that they interviewed her in September, it was the statement that he snatched her by her ponytail. She did not have a ponytail in her head.
I think she did. I think she had like a half up, half down type of hairdo. But I guess we won't know until maybe Conscious to pull up the video.
It could have been a half up, half down, or unless this was a bald spot that developed over time. Because you know how sometimes your hair falls out in clumps over time after there's been like extreme pulling on your hair. Like he might not have had actually ripped it all out at once, but over the course of the next few days or weeks, she lost a big chunk of her hair in one particular spot where that tension was concentrated at, and lost her hair there. I've heard of girls who like had their hair pulled in fights, and then like that part of the hair fell out over time, not like all out at once. But the whole issue.
Yeah, I only brought it up because to me it just sounds like the prosecutors is making up some type of, because I still wouldn't understand why didn't they charge him for assaulting Kelsey if they believed that he actually snatched her by her ponytail and punched her in her face and threatened to shoot her.
She didn't reveal that until September, which is a couple of months ago.
I understand that, but they also just added a charge about 2 weeks ago.
I think because
they were charges once she testified, but she got on the testifying thing and acted stupid.
They could have also added that to the charges.
Yeah, but they couldn't have added that to the charges until she testified against it. But she got up on the witness stand and acted stupid. They were on her side.
I mean, Megan, the state picked it up for Megan. So I'm saying the same thing. I'm saying if the state picked it up for Megan, because Megan didn't go down there and press charges, it was the state that picked this up. This is the state prosecuting Tory.
Unless it was simply just because by this point, the trial is about to happen 3-4 months out now. They now have Kelsey cooperating with investigation and everything. So at this point, they probably said to hell with that charge. It could have been a lesser charge. He probably even had added that much to the situation. So they were just going for the gusto now.
Right.
The main
no, that's the thing.
And
they weren't
the
ignoring.
reason that they put the gun charge back in is because it was the original charge. So it's not like it just came up.
Yeah.
You know,
They weren't
not like
ignoring
it just
the
came
charge against Kelsey. It's just that Kelsey just admitted it in September, and they were banking on her telling everything because they had proof. And then once she did that, they were going to add another charge on top of that. But she got on the witness stand and acted stupid, so now that charge can't be added. Like, that's why, because she didn't admit that initially when it first happened, but when she went there and they had a proof to corroborate her whole confession, they were like, okay, so once you get on here on the witness stand and say everything, then we can add the charge on. That's what they were banking on, but then she got on there and acted stupid. Like,
I think this debate is kind of pointless because what I'm trying to say is Megan already testified that she did not see him physically put his hands on Kelsey or threaten to shoot her. Kelsey testified that he did not do that, although she made a statement in September that he did do that and that she had a ponytail that he pulled and he punched her and he threatened to shoot her. However, on the TMZ video, she did not have a ponytail that night. She had a bust down along with Megan. Their hair was
never
similar.
said ponytail. She said he pulled. She said that she was pulled by her hair. She never said ponytail.
It said that she was conscious. Can you pull that up, please? It says that he pulled her by her ponytail.
Yeah,
I'll pull up what exactly.
Pull that up.
I'll pull up what. I know that's what my ground troop said, unless she misheard. But she
thought it was just hair.
Huh? That's where I had got it from. So where are y'all telling me to get it from?
I thought it was just hair. She said that he pulled her by her hair.
Hold on. I'm gonna read her email again because like that's where I had first discovered the whole hair pulling thing. It's when Goddess Dawn said it. She said, hey, I'm surprised her injuries. Hold on, what is this? She said, okay. She said, child, Kelsey was back on the stand. She talking about from on yesterday. Kelsey back on the stand. The defense hasn't been up yet. She basically has amnesia at this point. She asked to plead the fifth at least 2 more times. Even dead ass looks at the judge, doe-eyed and exacerbated, and said, "I can't do this." Looking to be rescued. Clearly something she does when not getting her way. The judge stayed silent with a blank stare, and the prosecution kept grilling her. There was questions about her injuries. She was very low level on pretty much everything. Then the prosecution showed pictures on the big screen of her injuries. in all caps, a big bald spot in the middle of her head. Her leg is all bruised and her arm was fucked up too. Kelsey took the pictures but claims to not remember how she got them. Said with a giggle, she's known for wearing ponytails because she has bald spots. That bald spot was given alopecia or burn victim. It was startling, actually. And then I do think that the Shade Room had posted something talking about the altercation too, or her being pulled by her hair, which I'm going to go back to them and see if I can pull that up, because I think that's okay. Yeah, I think that's where. So we might have conflated the ponytail thing, because she stated she obtained a bald spot from wearing ponytails over a long length of time in her life. Doesn't necessarily mean she said she had a ponytail the night that all this went down. She was just covering up for the incident at that time, saying, oh, that didn't come from him pulling my hair. I already had a bald spot from wearing ponytails, which gave me, I guess she's alleging she had alopecia. But she did tell the prosecutors back in September that she was beat, she had told Megan in the text messages that her neck and her back and all of that shit was injured because Tory had grabbed her by the hair and dragged her out of the car. So I think that's how we conflated all of that shit in one. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now, all of that's going to be revealed to the courts. While she's saying, I don't know, now everything is going to be revealed to the courts. Now, how is she going to look on the stand when they're reading all these text messages, all her testimony? What is she going to do?
That's the $1 million question. What the fuck? The motherfucking side effects, girl. Like, she might as well say, bitch, she wasn't fighting me. I was just walking into the punches and shit. I mean, what the hell is she gonna say and do tomorrow?
She also said, you walked into my knife 8 times. Like, girl.
Okay, so here's the post from from the Shade Room. Judge will allow the text message from Kelsey Nicole that stated her neck was hurting because Tory was dragging her out the car to be submitted as evidence. Okay. In the text, Kelsey asked Meg if she should go to the urgent care because of her injuries. Kelsey said that her neck and side were hurting after Tory dragged her out of the car by her hair. Okay, yeah, so that's where we got the ponytail conflated, because she said to them in court, oh no, he never did all of that in her pussy popping, that I already had a bald spot from wearing ponytails. So
she's going to jail.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so she never stated that she actually had a ponytail the night of, but that she was pulled by her hair. So she could have had a bust down on that night, and allegedly he pulled that bust down.
Everything she said contradicted everything that they have.
She pussy popped. This is what called going left looks like. I mean, she got off on exit, get me the fuck out of here. Like, she got off the road completely. She pulled all the way over, honey. Like, she did a 360. You know, so that ain't gonna work out well for her.
And it's stupid. She has a man. Why is she still trying to protect Tory? Like, this dick hungry. I get so disappointed, as I'm a Black woman. I get so disappointed in other Black women who are attacking, like, and Kelsey is one of the attackers. It's like, girl,
jealousy is real. Envy is real, because Megan's the star. So it's like, it's really sad when you're successful, when you become unconscious, you're a successful person on this platform. When you're successful, it's beautiful, but then you have your friends, you like, oh, that's my friend, and it's like you realize, no, you jealous of me, girl.
And that's why I don't trust none of them hoes. I would never take Reckless with me to Cabo. That bitch ain't gonna bust me in my head, no nothing. I never take that bitch nowhere.
But seriously though, like, I get so disappointed because earlier I was working, so when like you called me on, like I couldn't explain it. People were like misconstruing my words. So I had to like say it quick. I was like, oh shit, I'm up, because I was like actually like working or whatever. But like I was just like so disappointed. Like y'all, like what are y'all doing? Like y'all allowing this emotional ass man who's trying to protect an
Come here.
abuser call y'all. Wait, can I finish real quick? Call y'all emotional, and I'm sick of it because people who are
What?
feminine, not just women. Can I finish really, really quick? It's gonna be like
I
less
thought
than a
it's
minute.
like something that you
Less
like
than a minute.
like
Can
a
I please
thing or
finish?
something.
I
Yeah.
get so disappointed because like
Yeah.
people who are feminine get called emotional, so that they can shut up. It's like when you're trying to speak your truth and when you're trying to speak your case and when you don't have concrete facts, then they call you emotional. But when you have, and then you're trying to defend it and defend it and defend it because you know you don't have concrete facts, but you know what the hell happened. And that's why Megan has always been just blah blah whenever somebody's saying that she's lying, but now she's sitting pretty. She's not emotional. She's not sending out stories to blogs to have people paint her in a positive light because she don't need that because she know that the DA has all of the physical proof. So when I was working earlier, when I was listening to this guy being like, "Oh, you're emotional. Oh, you're emotional. Oh, you're emotional," just because people were feminine, like I'm so sick of that. But I don't want to go into the whole like straight black men against the gays and I ain't black women think that I ain't trying to go into all of that, but it does play a part. It plays a part. Like he literally sat up here being super emotional, yelling and tapping his mic according to him, and anybody who was feminine, he was like, "Oh, you're emotional. Oh, you're emotional," while being super emotional, and I was just like, see that this is why, and that's why I was so like disappointed and all like I was just disappointed, that's all.
Yeah. It's the whole fucking thing is tragic and annoying and frustrating and infuriating and twisted and just ridiculous, and I just don't know what the universe is trying to tell us with the back-to-back consistency with these type of stories. We have the Offset shit just happened in Halloween. Then get the Cabo Six Shanquella situation. Now we got this, and ironically, all these like major situations involve friendship dynamics and group
Right.
dynamics and like vetting your circle and all of this. And I mean, it's an interesting time to be alive. And it is a shame because there's so many things happening in this case. There's a lot of sexism on this case. I mean, there's a lot of everything. Everything is kind of happening in this case. It's very multifaceted. Um, yeah, it's a very
Megan must be
multifaceted
traumatized.
situation. Who?
Megan must be traumatized to think that her friend since
Oh, she
college
did. And Megan
could do
said on
this.
the stand that she wished that he would have unalived her because that would have been
Oh,
easier.
that hurt my feelings when she said that. That
Yeah,
really did.
that would have been easier to live with than living with this.
Yeah. Your
Yeah,
best friend, you think y'all
and she
good, and
said,
it's like,
mhm. And a nigga, and it's a nigga it's a nigga you think you good with. Like, he becoming a very
mm,
close confidant to you. And
mm,
then and then it's all of this. And it's hurtful and it's painful. Now if Megan has responsibility to bear in this at all, um, she got to do her shadow work as well on
mm-hmm.
wherever she went wrong. If it's true that she was smashing on Tory while Kelsey was back in Texas recovering from Carisha 19, and then her and Tory end up getting a little bit too close, and things end up going a little bit too far, maybe one night or two or three or four.
Mm-hmm.
Then she got to deal with muddying up the waters between not only her friend but her employee because there was a professional violation and then there was a personal violation that would have happened in that. But
Yeah,
you know, it's and that's why I say it's a lot of shit.
And
Yeah,
I
Megan
also think
irritated
that
me too, because
Megan
I'm
was
like,
embarrassed to
because
actually
Kelsey's not the
say
only one that was
out
trying to protect
loud.
the dude. So was Megan. Like, ugh.
Huh?
No, I think also a part of Megan not telling the truth about Tory, she was actually embarrassed to admit that. Like I think she was embarrassed to admit that she actually slept with Tory.
I'll be
To say that
embarrassed
out
too.
loud, if that
I
makes
would,
sense.
yeah.
Like to say it
I'd
out
be
loud
embarrassed
is
But I
too.
would,
different. It's
I
different
wish
when
I,
you know and nobody else's knows. But to say that out loud and for that to actually be on the stand, it hits you different.
yeah. But
She
she should have
literally
gone
said
from
that.
all of the women that have had to be strong enough to tell what their husbands did to them and what their neighbor did to them and what their son did to them and what their boyfriend did to them or what some dude who they, you know, only have class with once every Tuesday on a college campus did to them. It wasn't any, like, I understand emotionally why she would have been embarrassed, because at this point she's disgusted with Tori. She don't even want to. She don't even want to remember the nigga. I don't even want to claim no part of our experience, nigga. Like that, I'm disgusted with you. Like I don't even want to. As far as we concerned, bitch, we ain't never been friends. We never been no nothing. We damn sure ain't never been sexual. Like, and I get all that on an emotional level, but considering the circumstances, considering that, you know, this tied up in a trial, it was in her best interest to state it, even though it would have made it would have made her vomit to do so. But it would have been best.
And that's
Yeah,
why
to
I'm
just tell the
so
truth.
Yeah.
disappointed because she was literally, because her and Kelsey like because it happened to her, she had a wake up call, and now she's like, I'm not defending these people anymore. But I'm still disappointed because it's like, girl, it's 20, like when it happened, it was in 2020. Like we have people have been telling you like the ways of these men who try to destroy people who are feminine, and you were still trying to protect them. So I'm disappointed in her in that way, but it's kind of the same thing as men who have daughters who are like, oh yeah, I hated women and I wanted to destroy them until I had a daughter, and now all of a sudden I love women. It's the same thing with pick me's, because I'm not, because even though I know Megan is a victim, and even though I know she's standing up for herself now, when it initially happened, she was being a pick me just like Kelsey. Like it's the same thing.
I don't view
Like
it like that.
people don't snap out of the trance until it happens to them. It's the same thing that happens to men who have daughters who always hate women and, oh, women this, women that, or other communities this, other communities that, until they have a daughter. Like, oh, I hate gay people until they got a gay son. I hate women until they got a gay daughter. They don't wake up until it happens to them. So I'm not like, I'm still disappointed in Megan because she was being a pick me just like Kelsey was
But
until it
wait,
started happening to
she
her.
wasn't being a pick me. She was trying to protect her life. Do you know what happened before that? She's
Yeah, I
black. They're
know
all
that it
black.
was
They're
during.
Negroes.
I
Listen, listen,
know
listen,
that it
listen.
was during the
They're
George Floyd.
Negroes.
I know. Listen to me. I know that it was during the George Floyd thing. And if she would have gotten to the hospital and said, hey, yo, he shot me, then that would have made sense. Like, I didn't tell the police initially when they pulled us over because of this whole George Floyd thing, and I didn't want to get shot out there in the street. But when she got to the hospital, she didn't say anything until the x-ray showed that, hey, girl, this ain't glass, this is bullet fragments. And she still was trying to cover him.
Yeah, I
She
don't
didn't stop.
She thought she
Let me
had a
finish.
it's
friend.
a
She
fact
didn't
of
stop
being
cover.
her being a
She didn't
picnic
stop.
either
She
She
didn't
thought
in
that
stop
was
that
her
cover.
cooking.
friend.
She didn't. Can I
It's
finish?
it's
She
all
can I
about
fin-
wanting
Can
to
I
protect that
finish?
black
Oh
man
my
and
Hold on, y'all.
protect her
goodness! This is why
friend.
I'm disappointed.
Hold
She
on,
did
y'all.
not
Okay,
stop
because hold on,
covering.
because I am interested in exploring this too on a level.
She
But
did not stop.
I want Percy to finish her thoughts, and then everybody can chime in.
is literally like 5 seconds left of what I had to say. She did not stop covering him until the doctor said, "Hey, girl, this is not glass. This is bullets." And then bullet fragments. Sorry, because I don't want the ashy fucking technical people to come in and be like, "Oh, it was fragments, not bullet." Okay, sorry. She did not stop covering him until the doctor said, "Hey, this is not glass. This is bullet fragments." That's when she stopped covering him. But the thing is, even then, she still said, "Oh, I got shot," and still was covering him. She didn't stop covering him until he came out and came against her. Okay, so Kelsey and Megan are the same pick-me's, except that Megan didn't come out and say the truth and tell the truth until it happened to her. The same way men don't care about women until they have a daughter. The same way men don't care about gay people until they have a son. The same way, like, they don't care until it happens to them. They quick to cover up everything and follow this society and be okay and complicit in this BS that people go through. They're okay smothering people and disregarding people as long as it's not their family, as long as it didn't happen to them. But as soon as it happens to them, then they care. And that's what happened with Megan. She didn't care until it happened to her. So
Can I
I'm
respond
not
to that, Conscious?
excusing, like,
Yes. Everybody
Can I
can.
ask you,
I'm
what's
gonna
your
try to go.
what's your race?
Just a quick update, you guys, on Megan Cunniff. I'm conscious if you go to that after this young lady finished stating her point. 45 minutes ago, they posted an update in regards to the Kelsey Lane's Instagram post. Go ahead, sweetheart.
Okay.
Oh, let me hurry up so Conscious can get to that. What is your race? I wanted to know that because I have a point to make. Can I ask you, like, are you black of any? Are you black?
who's that question being asked to?
No, I was to you. I was the person that was speaking. The reason why I was asking that was because I don't think Megan was being a pick me in our black community.
Oh, she asking that to Presley, who was speaking.
Right. I don't think she was being a pick me. Megan was just, I feel like, was number one, they bonded over the loss of their mother. She said that. So she had a friend. She thought she had a friend. And number two, in our community, we have a code. We're not gonna just talk, it's a street code thing, girl. You're not gonna just you don't want to see your own go to jail or be sentenced to like 50,000 years. You don't want that. It's not being a pick me. It's basically, for the longest, the black community, it's kind of like a street code of ethics type of thing. It's like we don't talk, and we want to protect our own kind, and we don't want, we don't want our people to go down and things of that sort. That's what she was protecting. I don't think she was trying. A pick me is somebody that wants to be accepted, wants to be. Megan doesn't have to want to be accepted by Tory. She doesn't need to be accepted. She's the star. She literally, I genuinely feel like Megan felt like she had a friend, and also she was sticking to regular street black African American code. We don't talk, and we don't want to implicate our own people and throw them under the bus, and they catch a whole life sentence. Like, nobody wants to see that for nobody. That's why she didn't say anything. So I don't think it was pick me. It was literally just like, I thought I had a friend and I'm protecting my friend. And
So let me push against that a little bit. Let me push. Hold on. Hold on, Press. Okay, so because I can see where Presley is coming from, thinking about like some of the other implications of the way that Megan is kind of like socialized, because she also noted that like hip hop and all of this is a boys' club, and she was trying to maintain street code, obviously, to continue, just like Kelsey was trying to maintain street code, both to maintain the social equity that comes with doing things the way that the boys say to do things, and to do it the way that you see them do it when it comes to each other, which is the no snitch war. I think maybe what lends Megan and both Kelsey into somewhat of a mammy category is the fact that they were willing to adhere to those patriarchal, toxic street codes, while also wanting to argue that she's different from her persona, which this would have been a perfect opportunity to actually differentiate the woman from the character that she plays as a raptress by actually going against that street code. And by her not going against that street code, just like in Kelsey's case, she ended up protecting a man who perpetuated violence not only upon her, but another Black woman that she was close to. So she also aided and abetted in protecting him even after the initial altercation and everybody had gone home and police were no longer involved, etc. That she was willing to move on from this situation despite who he was, and leaving him out here potentially to hurt and harm other Black women just like herself and Kelsey. And she only didn't do that until she got triggered up by the so-called stuff that him and his team were weaponizing against. I mean, him and his team were submitting to the blogs and having them kind of speak and twist things in his favor. That
So
is a
pick
little
me
man.
basically
That is a
according.
little mammy like that's
Yeah.
that.
So let me ask you, Conscious. So I get it now. What I meant by pick me, I thought you meant pick me like Carisha pick me, like Diddy, please pick me. That's what I was thinking. But you mean pick me as in societal, succumbing to that and wanting to just remain down with the street culture,
And it still
that
is a
type of
pick
thing.
me. It's a pick me to hip hop. Hip hop, please choose
Right.
me.
Okay. I
The
was
street
thinking
code
pick me
still
like
choose me. Streets, I want the streets to choose me. I'm protecting the streets because I want y'all
right.
to choose me and accept me the same way that Kelsey wants that equity too.
Right.
I
I
want
was
to give you.
thinking the reason why I was denying, I was thinking Carisha, Young Miami. I was thinking of her type of pick me, like, oh my God, I want him to like me. Please, Tory, like me. That's what I thought. But no. Okay, I get it.
But no, it's completely two different things. I want to give you my definition of pick me so that you understand where I'm coming from when I say pick me. When I say pick me, it means that you're going along with the societal norms and will push down anybody to be on top, even if that somebody is in your same set. When I say set, it means the same person that you are, just to be ahead. And that's what I feel like Megan was doing initially. She's like, okay, I don't care if I'm suffering because if I don't tell on this man, I'm going to be seen as the realest B. I didn't tell on this man
Okay.
for
That sounds
hurting
like a
me.
clout chaser, not a
That's
pick
not
me.
a clout. I hope you recognize that clout chaser means pick me, because a clout chaser means pick me to put me on top. Clout chaser and pick me are very interchangeable. It means the same thing. It means pick me. It
Cloud
means
chasing is
support
an
me.
attribute of being a pygmisha.
Like, it's the same exact thing. And all I am saying is that most pick me's only turn against them being a pick me when it happens to them. Like, men can be pick me's too, because men are like, oh, fuck this. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say F, the full word, but F this, F that, until they have a daughter. Now all of a sudden they feminists
Right.
and wearing pussy hats. Like, like, are you serious? Like,
You're
Megan
right.
and Kelsey are the same. That's why they were best friends. And the only reason that they turned against each other is because Megan got hit. Kelsey was literally trying to take bribes from Tori because she was still in her pick me mindset. And she still is. Like, the only reason Megan is defending herself is because now she's being hit. Now let's see what happens once the prosecution brings out all of the facts and Kelsey can go down too. Is she still gonna be? I don't know. I don't know. I don't think so.
And I want to
Because
answer. I
I
want to
need to
answer
be
this point.
evaluated because I want to
I
make
want
sure I'm not a pick me.
well, you know what? Every woman does, because unfortunately, every woman, and this is why we speak so much about sociology and patriarchy and matriarchy and toxic masculinity and toxic femininity on this platform, because we all have been socialized to be in a sunken place. We just don't know it because the sunken place is actually the natural world that we live in. Like the world that we call normal is the actual sunken place. So we don't even know. Half of us don't even know that we're in a sunken place. So it takes a lot of that, like really evaluating why you do the things that you do, who taught you to respond this way, what are these responses, what's the root of the way that you respond to A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, and really exploring the way that you've been socialized as a black person, or as a black woman, or as a black man, or as a queer person, or as a whatever person. Just you have to ask your question. You have to ask yourself, like, how did I come to navigate the world the way that I do? And why do I navigate the world the way that I do? And how do I really feel about the way that I've been taught to navigate this world? And of course, like, and I can't say like I'm mad, because I understand why Meg and Kelsey both are protecting Tory, because black women have been socialized to do just that. They've been socialized to protect. They've been socialized to accept the dusty. Just like a lot of people like, oh, why Tory? Why Tory? Why Tory? You're talking about black women, a group of women who have been socialized to see the best even in Pookie ass, which is why even a top tier woman can find herself with a Pookie, dating a Pookie, fucking a Pookie, despite being a top tier woman, because black women literally have been trained to be that submissive, and to romanticize the alleged potential in all black men. So you will find some of the most self-respecting black women who are incredibly successful and can clearly do it without a man, who still may find themselves next to the trashiest of them. I mean, look at ASAP Rocky and Rihanna. Like, the fact that he isn't even fully, he don't even got to commit to her. He can just like shoot her club up. And
yes, such a beautiful girl. I'm like, why you deserve to be a wife? Like, why him? Like, her men choices. It's like you're absolutely right. It makes me
and
want to better myself.
look at how Beyonce rationalized Jay-Z's infidelity. She thought she had to be the one burdened with forgiving him, and went into the goddamn lemonade sunken place to find it in herself to forgive him, and to be able to forgive him, to give him the wife he always had, when it should have been his ass going into the depths of the divine feminine and going over into Africa in a kente cloth and getting baptized and shit by the ancestors, finding his goddamn light. But she was the one who took on all of that burden of not only dealing with what he had did, but also burdening herself with like doing the work to give him the life that she never dangled over him like a carrot in front of a muse to begin with. Like, it's, you always see this over and over and over and over and over again with women in general, but definitely when it comes to black women. And it's really so I think it's necessary.
Not even just black women, black feminine people, period. Okay, because like before, like literally, like I learned, like, it's not just black women, and I hate when people just say, "Oh, it's just black women," because it's black feminine people, period, Which is why I could keep on channel, because it's like it's not even just them, because black feminine people, period, no matter what sex you are, they will, if you present as feminine, they give the same playbook. Oh, you're emotional. Oh, you're not going off of facts, and there's no goalposts. If they say, oh, you're emotional, you calm down. Oh, you're not going off of facts, you present facts, and then all of a sudden it's, but hey, uh feminine people have said this about the black man, and you trying to bring a black man down. I was pissing me off earlier with that dude. Like, you say you're not emotional, but you're the most emotional. You're accusing black feminine people, regardless of their sex. You're accusing black feminine people of being emotional. Yeah, you're sitting up here emotional. Period. Like, there's been many cases, many examples of people in our community just going against black people who are feminine because it's just like you're supposed to be strong, you're supposed to be this, and if you're not, you're bad. But
Yeah.
guess what? If you're in a body that's supposed to be feminine and you go strong and you go hard, then all of a sudden you're a man, you're manly, you're a horse, you're Marcus the horse instead of Meg the stallion. But if you were feminine, then they're like, oh, you're weak, you're supposed to be able to stand up to this, you a strong black woman, right? Like it's just all
Yeah.
never, it's just everything of never
The
having
feminine
a
is always supposed to
goalpost.
be the silent hero.
Never.
The
Yeah,
feminine is supposed to be the silent hero.
you're supposed to be a mule. And you know what? Have you ever heard the sounds of a mule? You're supposed to be a mule. No matter what sex you are, if you're black and you're feminine, you're supposed to be a mule. Especially, and I don't want to bring this up, I don't want to make this into a separate conversation, but I just want to bring up the truth. Especially if you don't pass the paper bag test. If you are feminine and black and don't pass paper bag test, then you're supposed to be a mule. Stay in the mule's place. Period.
Ooh, conscious. I'm stressed out. I gotta go figure out if I'm a mule. I'm stressed
I
out.
no, but it's
figure out
I'm
too.
really stressed out because
it's
practically
necessary
everywhere,
for us. Look, it's necessary for us all to do
Trying to
work.
figure out too.
Every feminine force,
like y'all educating
and
me.
I'm glad that I oppressively use effeminate because there are other entities on a spectrum of femininity aside from just biological females, like gay men, trans women, that anybody who is supposed who either is in a feminine body or personifies the effeminate in their energy, in their essence, etc. This is the expectation and this is the experience. But everybody just has to do their work. I learned years ago that I was outsourcing as well for my sense of worth in other people in different types of ways. I had to, and being self-aware and being introspective and just being willing to go down the rabbit hole really is just how you end up doing the work. You just have to have those honest looks. You have to reevaluate your relationships. You have to reevaluate why there are certain patterns in your life. You have to evaluate once again your own responses to certain triggers and stimulations and your own responses, and be interested in kind of being a Sigmund Freud to your mind, because you didn't happen in a vacuum. You have a natural personality, but you also were cultivated in a society. You were cultivated within a family. You also had things demonstrated to you by your elders, by your peers. You were also indoctrinated religiously. You were indoctrinated by those social norms, etc. All those things have influenced the way that we all show up, and some of those things are toxic and broken, and kind of self-afflicting without us really realizing it. I think there's an old saying I heard years ago that the Black community is the only community that will continue to I think it was in the context of the church or whatever, that like we will maintain a practice of something even when it does not work for us, but we will maintain the practice of it still. Even when it bears no fruit, even when it's not fruitful in our life, we will commit still to the ideology or to the philosophy or blah, 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 blah.
Exactly. And even though I'm not a part of, I have family members who range from all different colors. And even though I'm not a part of like, I notice the difference, the way I was treated and the way that they were treated. And just not to go into my personal, and I'm going to keep it on celebrities so that everybody can relate on the same level. But guess what? If there's a difference between the way India Moore is treated and Angelica is treated.
Yep.
It's not just black women, it's black femininity. It's black femininity and white supremacy. Because guess what? Nobody gonna come at India Moore, but they will come at Angelica. So it's not just about being a like that's all I'm trying to say.
Tony Perfect said, "Can y'all explain a Krishan Rock?" If you have to listen to what me and Presley just broke down, we just did explain Krishan Rock.
Krishan is childhood trauma.
She is
It's the
Queen
like you said,
Pygmisha.
the conditioning, our conditioning.
She's Queen Pygmisha, and we just worked out her whole psychology. So
Yeah.
if you didn't know what we just said, we just explained Krishan Ra, in fact.
Literally.
But I do got to get out of here, you guys. We've been here 7 hours. This has been absolutely action packed. Obviously, this case has all of us sucked the fuck in like no other. It'll be playing out until next week. There's going to be day 5. My ground troop is emailing me now. She's going to give me some more notes before she goes to bed. Can y'all please subscribe to Goddess Dawn Speaks on YouTube? But she's going to be back in the building as well tomorrow. I don't know who they're bringing in. More than likely, maybe Chris Gamble, Kris Jenner's new sunken place fiance, maybe taking the stand. They're also going to play the September interview from Kelsey Nicole, come to find out, Harris. First thing in the morning, that will be submitted into evidence. Initially, the judge said that it wasn't going to be, and the jury was not allowed to hold on to it or to use it. But now it's coming into evidence. So shit is cranking up with Miss Kelsey. I know Kelsey must be somewhere right now, like sitting in a corner with Hennessy getting balder, because she knows she just completely fucked up. And I just know she just wish she could reverse the hands of time over the past 2 days. I mean, she probably came into this shit thinking she had the bag, or maybe, I don't know, maybe she thought, I don't know what she thought, but I know what the hell she's thinking now, girl. Where is the bottle? So it's going to be interesting to see.
She
Yeah,
underestimated the state of California.
Oh, she did. I mean, she really thought, yeah, it's just a hot mess.
Oh, and Conscious, can I say one more
Yes.
thing? I want to say thank you for your panel. We are all sophisticated people and educated, but this trial has literally single-handedly sent us to the hood. So I cannot wait to come back to the ghetto tomorrow. Your channel has always been sophisticated, and we are all educated, but we have
yes, honey,
to go to the gutters.
And we are family here, honey, and we get it crunk.
We are a family.
We get it
in
crunk.
the ghetto.
Yes.
Conscious.
We are family, and we ain't also scared to have the hard conversations. It don't mean we don't love each other. It don't mean we don't like each other. We all may be agreeing to disagree and willing to die on our hill, but it's definitely love here. And yes, we are all classy based, educated folk over here, but some topics will bring us straight to the good, straight to the hood, and straight to the gut.
It's
tonight.
the trial.
I be trying my best. Like y'all know, I walk straight to the line. I try not to go over it with the truth. I just try to just tap dance on the lines, and maybe y'all can see what's going on. Just
Look, this was amazing. This was full. This was full. And the reason why a case like this is so intense is because it transcends the individual players too, which is why we can have conversations like the one we just have around patriarchy and socialization and the way that Black women respond to that patriarchal system and all of that, because none of our lives are happening in a vacuum. Yes, it's Kelsey, Tory, and Megan in this situation, but their situation is also the result of a bigger, larger social dynamic and system amongst the sexes of melanated people. So it just goes to show you how nothing is as individual as we all think. And
it's not just the sexes. It's literally femininity. Black people hate femininity. Period. No matter who it comes from.
It's all of it. It's all of it.
And if they straight, if they trans, if they gay, femininity is hated. Like literally the most masculine man that people love on, which is freaking what's his name? NBA YoungBoy. He came out wearing makeup now, and now they got on him. Now he's like, oh, I don't like makeup no more. It's not even about the sex you were born. It's about femininity.
Yeah.
Black people hate femininity, period, no matter who it comes from.
Well, that day is coming to an end because femininity is migrating and divesting and is excelling right to the top, and whoever don't like it is being left in the dust because femininity ain't going nowhere. It's just ascending. It's just ascending. So they're gonna have to get over what they don't like because it's here to stay and it's gonna be around for a long time. And it's the age of Aquarius. This actually is the age of the divine feminine. So if people hate it now, then this ain't shit. This ain't shit. If folk already disgruntled by the takeover, we ain't even scratching the surface of the takeover. So people just better get used to the new normal. But I gotta let you guys go. I want to thank you guys so much for being up here. You guys were amazing. Shout out to all of the nurses who came up with the expertise and everything, and all of you wonderful people. Y'all, please be safe. Please be prayed up. And anybody who y'all is like side eyeing, honey, like I think what I take away from Kelsey is, if you still got to side eye somebody, it's best that you just let that relationship go. If you still, because she claimed that, it's been multiple fractures between her and Megan when it comes to men. If you still feel that way, because, no relationship is perfect. People do have to be given some virtue to become better. But if you find yourself giving them the opportunity and it don't seem that they're really taking that opportunity, and you still feel unsafe in situations, whether that's friendships, whether that's with certain relatives, etc., if you are not having an experience of love, then be courageous enough to let it go, even if you benefit greatly in a superficial way from holding on to it. Maybe the guy is good in bed. Maybe that friend is well connected and, you can get a bag, or, they keep money in your pocket, but that's also a form of selling your soul when you don't stand on principle and you don't stand on your own personal truth, and you're willing to trade in your own personal well-being for stuff and things that ultimately don't fucking matter. So there's, everybody can take what they want from the situation, but I will see you guys tomorrow. I will produce the watch page tonight so that everybody can set their reminders. I want to thank you all to the new subbies. I want to also encourage you guys to also press like on this video, because liking helps the algorithm grow and it triggers up the notification system. It helps us to get into business, and that's why we were able to grow at the level that we grew today. Shout out to all of the new folk, and shout out to Goddess Dawn Speaks. I had listed her page over on the community wall, so please check out the community wall after you guys get finished. Reckless, are you still there, or are you asleep? Are you sucking some man's dick? Is you there? Reckless ass, pardon,
Still here.
Okay, cool. Thank you for being here, friend. You are such a lovely companion, and someday I'm gonna marry you, but still allow your back to get blown out by big dick tops.
Girl.
Is there anything you want to say to the end of the conversation? And can you please tell the folk where to find you out here on these social media streets too?
Hello, everyone. Hello. My name is I'm a girl. I'm about to say my real name. Hello. Welcome to Reckless Logic. Please make sure you guys pop that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please smack that notification bell so do not miss any of my posts from us. So just so you guys know, my Instagram name is Reckless Logic, but however, in the logic, instead of an O, it's going to be an X, and logic is spelled with 2 C's. Now, in terms of my YouTube channel, it's Reckless Logic. Spelled the exact same. Of course, it's gonna have 2 C's in the end, and also with an O for the logic part. Okay, so just so you guys know, I will be going live at the very end of this trial, because at this point I'm always over here, so I'm always going to be over here, getting the tea, seeing what's going on. But in terms of me actually giving my final thoughts on whatever the end may be, like I said yesterday, we kind of just knew what was going to happen, and then today, once again, there's another monkey wrench. So I'm pretty sure by tomorrow there's going to be another monkey wrench. But however, thank you guys so very much, and that will be all. Thank you. Make sure you guys comment, subscribe, period.
Okay, me and Reckless are about to go be lesbians. I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace.